back for day 3. Here we go. I'm excited. And yesterday was fun. Today, I think gonna be even more fun. Let's see what we get ESPN queued up here. We're gonna be ready to go. Awesome. But yeah, thanks guys for coming out. New chat room. So this way we can kick and ban people now. Hopefully. Pretty well. So. Let me tweet this out. Yep, change the chat so we can, so if someone comes in, starts spamming around. Scott Fish thankfully changed it. He came in the middle of watching the draft and helped me out, so I'm very appreciative of that. Yeah, I'll probably tweet him out here a little bit too. But yeah, thanks for coming out. I'm pumped up for day 3. Still got some intriguing players on the board. Some guys that went yesterday that was a little surprising. And some teams still haven't addressed some positions too. You know, is Cleveland going to take a wide receiver? I think that's a big one. Some of these running backs, where's Jay Ajayi going to fall? Where's TJ Clemmings going to fall? That's what injuries will do to you. I think sometimes you have to factor that in a little bit more than we do, maybe. So, Zan, what's up? Something about football's here. Ferenci, Biplab, what's up, guys? And keep me updated if if the stream has problems or is glitching out. I can restart my computer and start again. But hopefully it won't be too bad. I'm hoping, at least. Well, but we will see. All right, so let's get everything set up. I got the Snapple today. Boom. There's the snap. Rats and mice are ticklish, and even laugh when tickled. Fact of the day from Snapple. I'm sure we'll have 2 more at some point today. I'm actually feeling pretty good. Usually Saturday I'm feeling a little bit worse than I am right now, but so far so good. Since it's in the morning, we'll see if Woodrow comes and barks in as a brat. He's walking around, hanging out, having fun. Yeah, today's long though. I mean, today's a long day, so I'm looking forward to it. What we got? We got the Titans, the Patriots, Raiders, Jaguars, Jets, Redskins, Bears, Falcons, Titans again, Colts, Vikings, Patriots again, Redskins again, then the Eagles. Picking in round 4. I can feel the voice starting to go a little while, but if you So I can pull him up here. Yeah, the Eagles pick belongs to the Rams. The Eagles have the 49ers pick through the Bills. So, the Eagles are picking. Rapid fantasy thoughts. Dorial Green Beckham and Funchess. Dorial Green Beckham, I don't know if it's the best situation, but if Mariota's good, then Dorial Green Beckham's going to be good. I think it really rises and falls with how good Mariota is, and if Green Beckham can get on the field. I think talent-wise, with Kendall Wright and Justin Hunter, you have a nice trio there. Should be able to be productive. But I'm a little hesitant still off the field of Green Beckham. I'm probably not going to take him in a rookie draft or anything like that. Funchess, I'm a fan, and he should start. I don't see why he's not going to be the number 2 to Kelvin Benjamin right off the top. And I think they could use him. Could use them like they. If his toe's healthy, I mean, I think he could be phenomenal. I think you could use him like Tampa Bay uses their receivers, and you could really see Funchess have success. So I'm excited to see Funchess in Carolina. Look at that, real Anakin dropping a Dreamgirls reference. You get points, Anakin, for dropping musical references in the chat room. We'll see if La'el Collins goes. Doesn't seem like he's going to, but we'll see if it happens. I wouldn't be holding my breath too long for him to get drafted. I'll say that. What do I think of the Rams draft so far? It's interesting. I think the Rams are going to be one of the more interesting drafts. I think I like it more than the general public's going to like it, because I think you see where they're going. I like the first 3 picks. I think this shows the Rams moving in a direction of that power run game. You draft Todd Gurley, you get 2 Rob Havenstein, Jamon Brown, you get 2 big, bulky offensive tackles, offensive linemen that can come in and road grade, and Greg Robinson's still there. So this is going to be run heavy, power run game. Deshaun Mannion pick is probably the one that I'm a little iffy on. If you're not going to take a top quarterback, I probably would have passed or waited till the late rounds to take someone with upside. Maybe Mannion can develop into a solid backup. He has that. He has some of the physical tools, so it's not like he couldn't be good. But I just don't see it. I don't see the footwork matching up. I don't see the progression rates matching up. And I think there's a long way to go. So it's a little high for me in the top 100. But for the Rams, I like the way that they're going. Surprise, no receivers for the Browns. That's the Browns way. 2 great receiver drafts. Don't take one. It's okay. You don't have to. I am surprised the Browns went running back. Duke Johnson, he's a nice compliment with the people that they have, but bless you. Cool, yeah, there's the draft tracker. I'll try to keep up to date and announce as they go, because sometimes you got the commercials moving and all that stuff happening. So that can be tough. Let me pull up all the different sites I want to pull up here. Get Twitch. Actually, I'm going to hold off on Twitch. I might pull up Twitch on here. What's my mock record up to? I got 9 picks right in the first round. I don't know if you want to count. There's some picks in the second. I got the Jaguars pick in the second. I had Jake Fisher going to the Bengals in the first. So some of those picks, I think I did decently for, for what usually happens in mock drafts. I got tied for 12th in the mock draft contest at the Huddle Report at about 90 people. So I'm pretty happy with that. Beat out, Mayock, Kuiper, all those guys. I guess the Browns are going with Josh McCown, Johnny Manziel, but not quite 1,000 for the Jaguars, but pretty good. That third round. A third round got me. I did have an offensive lineman, interior lineman, but not AJ Cann. I didn't think AJ Cann would be there. I think that was a great pick. I actually like the Jaguars draft so far. I think Dante Fowler is a perfect fit. I know Yeldon, some people think it's a little bit early, but Yeldon is a 3-down running back that can catch the football. I think that's pretty valuable. And yeah, go back and watch him 2 years ago, and he was a dominant player. So I'd be pretty happy with that. If I found the Jaguars, and AJ Cann, that's a starting guard, and he could play center too. I think you have a pretty good bunch there. Awesome. Well, thanks, Alan, and all the people that retweeted the day 3 stream. I'm excited to have some people in the chat room, new chat room, so we can ban people. Thanks, Scott Fish, for that. I like Justin Hardy out of ECU. I think he'll go pretty soon. I think he's another good slot receiver. Maybe isn't super special, but has good hands and pretty good in and out of his breaks. I think it seems a little bit underrated. I thought he could have been a top 100 pick. Who are the big prospects next year? Let's get through this year first. Joey Bosa from Ohio State, the defensive end, I think is going to be pretty high. Quarterback-wise, it might be a little rough again. I don't think Christian Hackenberg played all that well last year. You have Cody Kessler from USC. I know I'm forgetting a couple people. Cardell Jones, potentially. So I don't know. I think next year, if we're looking at, looking at quarterback, I think it could be a little bit rough. I think wide receiver is going to be pretty good again. Laquan Treadwell, if he comes back from injury and shows that he's good. I think Trey McBride, Rashad Green, this should be the round they go in. I think 4th round is about where they're going to go, and I think Hardy too. I think all those guys in the 4th is adequate. I haven't eaten anything. I guess I'm not going to eat for the next 7 hours, but I haven't eaten since probably midnight last night. Well, we'll see Bryce Petty. We will see him get drafted today. I'm glad I'm not saying I'm glad he's fallen, but I think that shows that he's not as cracked up as people think that he is. Any good inside linebackers left? I think there are some decent inside linebackers. I like Tywan Jones out of Michigan State. Someone mentioned Ramik Wilson. He's interesting out of Georgia. Hayes Pullard from USC. I think those 3 guys are worth taking. I don't really have a protein shake, but I got Snapple. That's all I need. I thought about making tea, but I didn't really have time. Hopped in the shower instead. I'm a big Paul Dawson fan, Mizzou. I think Paul Dawson is one of the best in the draft at shedding blocks. Really good football IQ. It's just size and speed. I mean, that's Paul Dawson's issue, is size and speed. And if you're Cincinnati, I don't think you necessarily need that. I think you have Ray Maluga. You have someone that's a little more rangy, and you can actually have Paul Dawson be a middle linebacker. Maybe you kick you kick Maluga out. We'll see if Vontaze Burfict can come back. But I think Paul Dawson is just going to be a solid player. I don't know if he's ever going to be Pro Bowl caliber or anything like that, but I think he's going to be a really solid player. Gerald Christian of Louisville. I'm a little bit iffy on him. I don't think Gerald Christian has any kind of elite caliber talents. I don't think he's a starting tight end in the NFL, but he is someone that could get drafted. He's a decent athlete with 250 pounds or so, and when you look at him, he looks like a tight end. He looks like an NFL player. He's long, he's big, he's fast, but he's just he's not fluid enough. He doesn't get off the line to catch passes well. I don't think he's going to get separation in the NFL. I think he's easy to cover, so he might just be more of a blocking type. Jordan Richards from Stanford was the player that the Patriots took high. Strong safety. Seem to do that with safeties a lot, to take guys. And you know why? Because safeties are tough to grade. If you don't have coaches film, you don't get to see safeties that much. It's probably the hardest position to get anything on if you're watching off TV. So when 95 to probably 99% of the information out there is people, myself included, watching it on TV, and to me that's what makes it hard, because you don't see them until the plays coming their way. You don't get to see what they do, so sometimes you misidentify how good a player is, and I think that's why safeties sometimes are not quite as formal in terms of how they're drafted in some other positions. So, La'el Collins, man, this situation gets crazier. So if he gets drafted and then sits out a year, then he can go back in the draft. If he doesn't get drafted, he can't go back into the 2016 draft. So by threatening that he'll sit out if he didn't get drafted yesterday, no one's going to draft him today, because then if he sits out, they don't get him. So that did really screw him over. Yeah, I mean, I think Jay Ajayi is going to go pretty early today. I think we will see him go early. And let's remember, Dallas Cowboys have not drafted a running back yet, right? They drafted Byron Jones, Randy Gregory, and Chaz Green. And we all thought Dallas is taking a running back early. They're going to take someone. Nothing yet. Whoever they take, it doesn't matter who it is at this point. And, if it's Ajayi, if it's Mike Davis, if it's David Cobb, I think all those guys end up. Buck Allen, I think, is a player that should go pretty soon as well from USC. I mean, I think the move threatening to sit out was La'el Collins trying to get himself drafted yesterday, and he just didn't work. Teams are like, no, they can't. Sean Payton said that they want to find out more information. They can't find out. They don't know what's going on, and so. I like the Steelers drafting Sammy Coates. I don't think it necessarily helps Sammy Coates from like a fantasy perspective, but I like the pick at 87. Because if you're Pittsburgh, let's look at their receivers. You have Antonio Brown, you have Martavis Bryant, who's going to his second year and showed himself as a deep threat. Marcus Wheaton, as much as I love him, has not worked out, unfortunately. It just can't seem to catch. So you get Sammy Coates, who actually has that starting upside. With the height and the weight and the speed. And they need a red zone threat. I mean, they've needed a red zone threat for a while. I think Sammy Coates can be that. They didn't really use Martavis Bryant too much in that realm last year. Now's the time. So they missed out on Max Williams. Sammy Coates is a pretty good alternative, I guess, in the third. What fullbacks do I think will get drafted? I think Aaron Ripkowski from Oklahoma. And I think that's the one guy that I think will get drafted. There could be more, but that's the player I'm looking at. Ripkowski's a violent blocker. He can catch the ball. He's actually a decent in short yardage situations. So I think he'll get drafted late. Ripkowski. I hadn't really heard about character concerns for Lyle Collins, off the field before this, so I don't know. Well, Rams with Alamu, TJ Clemmings, you're talking about injury guys. That's what will drop you more than anything is injuries. If you don't get medically cleared, TJ Clemmings, issues with his foot. Alamu, big injury. Jay Ajayi, injury with the knee. That's what will drop you. Unless it's a Lyle Collins situation, injuries are what's going to drop you in the draft. And that's the thing that we don't know. Look it out. People still TJ Clemmings in the first round, I thought Grady Jarrett would be gone too. I know Grady Jarrett's a little bit undersized, but a real nice defensive tackle, kind of a smaller guy that plays, plays like a nose tackle. So, and if you're watching over Twitch.tv, go to drafttv.com for the chat room, and you can join the chat. New chat room now. So, looking forward to it. Thanks everyone for watching. We have 37 people already, and day 3 hasn't even started yet. If you like what you see, please tweet out the link or send it out on Facebook or email it to people that you like, whatever you want to do. Okay, interesting. So Adam Schefter says that Lyle Collins will probably get drafted today. Then he could sit out actually. So I think if I'm like if I'm a team picking in the 7th round or something, absolutely. Why not take a chance on him? What's the worst thing's going to happen? He's going to sit out, or he's going to go to jail, and you lose the 7th round pick. Worth the risk. Thank you, Biplab, for the retweet. Thank you, Aaron, for the retweet. Fanspeak, Bubblefish, Zook, see you out there. I'm following you. I gotta make sure I follow all you guys that are here. If I'm not following you on Twitter, shoot me a tweet. I'll give you a follow. Yeah, if Umeok said if Jay Ajayi's knee is bone on bone, I mean that's rough. That's rough, and that'll be a problem. But Chris Polk, it's kind of the same deal with injury wise with him. He didn't get drafted. He's still playing. He just got signed by the Texans. It's not always the death knell, but it could be. I mean, I don't know. The Collins situation's weird. He's I think that's gonna be something to take away from this draft. Cool, yeah, thanks for the retweets, guys. Boom. A fun day 3. It's going to be a long road, but this is going to be the place for you to get your analysis, every player. I'm feeling confident that I've watched every player in this draft. At least one game. I only watched one game of Tusculum and Colorado State Pueblo. But when Darius Allen or Kashad Lyons gets drafted, I've watched them. I think we're definitely going to see some teams take a running back. Miami, Dallas. I think the Titans will take a running back. I think the Titans are going to take one today. I believe the GM even said they're going to take one today, so we'll see what happens there. What are the chances a player you've never heard of getting drafted today? It's possible, CJ. It's definitely possible. There's a lot of players out there. I haven't watched everyone. But, I think the big thing is I've watched every FBS school. I've watched basically anyone that... so when you go to the lower levels, I've watched anyone that Josh Buchanan graded out as draftable or priority free agent. So I don't think people are dipping below that. You know what I mean? So I've at least watched one game. I'm not saying I've watched whole seasons or anything of these guys, but one of my top 5 drafts so far. I can't say I've looked at all of them and gone through and been like, oh, let me pinpoint that and pinpoint that one. I really like the Vikings. Trey Waynes, Eric Kendricks, Danielle Hunter, I think are 3 really good players, potential impact players. So I think that's a really good draft. I really like the Falcons, Vic Beasley, Jalen Collins, Tevin Coleman. A very upside draft for the Falcons. I mean, that could blow up in their face, but I think as a whole, it's a pretty good draft. I would take that. I like the Texans, Kevin Johnson, Benardrick McKinney, and Jalen Strong. That's a very solid draft. I don't think any of those guys are going to bust. I think you're going to have contributions from all of those players. I'm down with what Miami did, Devontae Parker and moving for Jordan Phillips. I think those are 2 big needs that they filled and did well. And I love what the Jets did. The Jets! I love what the Jets did. How about that? Leonard Williams, best player in the draft. You get Devin Smith, a deep threat. Lorenzo Malden is a very good pass rusher that fits Todd Bowles extremely well. So I think you have to be happy with what the Jets did too. There's others. I think Tampa Bay had a pretty solid draft. I think Tennessee has a big upside draft. So I like the Ravens except Brashad Perriman. I like the Steelers except Senquez Golson. All right, I'm hoping we can hit 50 people today for day 3. That'll be awesome. Hit 50 people, so. I think the Jets brass is really good. Who they brought in, and they brought in some experienced people, and they're killing this draft. I love it. I think Za'Darius Smith is going to go pretty soon, Casey, defensive end from Kentucky. I'm actually surprised he was not a top 100 pick. So I think he's going to go. He's another very good player. A lot of people felt like he actually was better, more productive than Bud Dupree, and I don't think you can argue with it too much. He played better against better competition than Dupree did, so I think we see him go pretty darn soon. Over under on tight ends drafted today. That's an interesting question. Let me take a look at my list. I think tight end wise, we're going to see Jesse James, Blake Bell, Michael Pruitt, Randall Telfair, Sifrin, Boyle, Koyak, O'Leary. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna go 8 tight ends drafted today. We'll go over under 8. Sorry, Daddy Shelton. Break out the Snapple. Sponsored, not sponsored by Snapple, but I wish. Snapple would like to sponsor the stream. I will drink it every year, all 3 days. I like Darius Smith more as a 4-3 end. I think he can stand up and did stand up in Kentucky, but I really liked him with his hand in the ground. I thought that's when he played his best. So I would love to see him in. I mean, a lot of the teams already drafted defensive ends. Dallas, Oakland, Buffalo, I think would be a real nice fit for him. But I'm just throwing out teams that don't really need a defensive end, I guess. Hey, it's round 4. Who do you like better, Jeff Hireman or Tyler Kroft? I like them both a lot. I like Hireman a little bit more, and I think that fit with the Broncos is awesome. I think Hireman has a little more upside. I think Kroft's a little more solid. So, Roger Goodell's going with the comfy clothes today. I think Anthony Chickillo from Miami could get drafted round 4 pretty soon. Yeah, day 3. We're up to 63 people watching on day 3. I love it. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Shane Hallam, DraftTV.com. Let's do this. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good today. I'm actually feeling the best I have in a couple years. Best corners available. I like Lorenzo Doss out of Tulane. I think he's going to be a day 3 steal. Josh Shaw out of USC. Ifo Ekpre-Alamu out of Oregon. Kevin White out of TCU. George McCaskey's going nuts. There you go. Good stat from Josh Buchanan. 21% to Hall of Fame players drafted in round 4 or later. So you can get those Hall of Famers right now. I think Shaw could play corner or safety. I'd probably play him a corner. I think especially if you have more of a press scheme, then you want to play Shaw corner, but he can play safety. Got to get in those organizations, Dynasty, get at that table. I like Brett Hundley a lot more than Bryce Petty, and I think he's worth the risk to try and develop. I mean, this is the time. It's the time to get it done. Nah. Petty, let's wait till 5th round. If he goes in the 5th round, that's fine with me. Kalen Clay could go today. Yeah, as a return guy. Best 3-4 defensive ends left. Donkey fan is asking. I think Grady Jarrett can play that. I think Michael Bennett can play that. There's 2 guys I think should go pretty early today. Surprised Trey Flowers is still out there too. Lyndon Trail, a player that could play 3-4 end potentially. Trey Thor's in the house. do it. Titans on the clock. Pick 100. Final pick of the top 100. Here we go. Cool. Glad you like this chat room better. You can thank Scott Fish for hooking us up yesterday with this. Are there any special tip picks late? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but I don't know. The Browns still have draft picks left. Of course the Browns still have draft picks left. The Browns have 2 4ths, 2 6ths, and a 7th. Browns are ready. Boo, Ben Heaney. No, Ben Heaney would get drafted today, be a solid backup special teamer. Well, Scott. Undrafted rookie free agents. There's a cap on what they can make, so he actually would make less being a free agent than getting drafted day 3. So there's a cap still on what you can make as a rookie free agent. Now I wouldn't get to pick his. He'd get to pick his team, obviously. That would help, but who I think the Dolphins are going to take. I think Miami's had a pretty good draft. I like Devontae Parker. I like Jordan Phillips. I think those are 2 good players. So I think running back's in their wheelhouse right now. I think you can see another offensive lineman, maybe a zone blocker for them. Yeah, no, I do like Ja'Cory Shepherd from Kansas. I think he should go pretty soon. I think he's been underrated. So see all these Chiefs fans worried about Mitch Morse trying to hit me up on Twitter. Correct. If Collins doesn't get drafted, he is not eligible for the 2016 draft. If he does get drafted and sits out, then he is eligible for the 2016 draft. So I think a lot more worries me about Nick O'Leary than not wearing gloves. I think what worries me about Nick O'Leary is that he can't run much at all. Day 3 Snapple, diet, peach tea. Good stuff. Today, stop. When Mitch Morse, if he ends up being like the best player from this draft, I guess then that wouldn't be a very good draft. But all right, the Titans select Angelo Blackson, defensive tackle out of Auburn. And Angelo Blackson is a pretty productive player for the Auburn Tigers this past year. And this guy, 318 pounds, probably going to play 5 technique in the 3-4 defense for the Tennessee Titans. I think that's his best position. And he's a strong bull. When he gets up and gets under you, he can push you back. He's really good in the run game. And he was a player that he was a force to be reckoned with. He would push that guard back into the quarterback. He was disruptive, very good. He's not the best athlete. He's not fast. He's not explosive. But he's a player that if you try to push on him, I rarely saw him get pushed back. He is definitely a run stuffing 5 technique player, and that's what you need for those type of positions. So I didn't think he'd quite go this high because of the lack of pass rush ability, but I gotta say, as a run stuffing 5 tech, I don't think he can get too much better in this draft than Angelo Blackson. Scott Munson in the house. Thanks for coming back in, man. Patriots are on the clock, 101. I think the video works on mobile. I'm not sure about the chat room. It should. I don't see why not. But I had people listening, watching on their phone, so it should work. But yeah, keep tuning in. Up to 70 people for day 3. I love it. New England Patriots. They select at 101. Trey Flowers, defensive end from Arkansas. There he goes, just outside of the top 100. And Trey Flowers is a great pass rusher. I think that could be a potential steal. Flowers is a guy that gives that 110% every single play. Really a good technician. You know, he knows how to get his hands underneath your pads to move you around. Very good at shedding blocks. Gets in the backfield consistently. And he played well against really good competition in the SEC. Not the best athlete in the world. Can play a little bit high sometimes. He's not a natural bender. Definitely has to work on that. And I think he's a player that still has some of that pass rushing upside to him. It hasn't quite gotten there. So I thought he was someone that could go in the top 100, third round. And the Panthers have traded again. Remember, we saw the Panthers. The Panthers love moving up, and they moved up in the second round, cost them the third pick. Now they moved up again to Oakland's pick at 102. Right, I mean, the Patriots are drafting these versatile players. Genio Grisham is huge, athlete that tested out real well. They got Flowers, who's more of that high motor work, football IQ technician type, and then they got the big guy to move around in Malcolm Brown. The Panthers pick, they trade up for Darrell Williams, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Definitely a position in need for Carolina. They needed to get an offensive tackle, and I think Darrell Williams is a really good one. I liked him actually a little bit more as a guard, but he's an athletic player playing for Oklahoma. That's usually what you're going to get. You're going to get these big athletes. And Darrell Williams is big, huge, 330 pounds, and he plays physically. So I think he moves a little bit better than people give him credit for, but I don't think he moves well enough to be a blindside protector. So that's my issue. I think right tackle could be effective. I think guard would be most effective. I assume Carolina's looking at him an offensive tackle. And he's another high motor player where he has a killer instinct. He'll knock you down. He'll take you out. And I think if you could progress him as in terms of athletically as a pass protector, then it's gonna be pretty darn good. Yeah, I'm on ESPN, so I apologize if I'm gonna go off of ESPN HD here. Right. I think Darrell Williams is better than Michael Orr, so I assume he might start. He started right tackle for Oklahoma the past 2 years. I think he played a little bit of left tackle, but not too much. It's Jacksonville. The Jaguars are on the clock. If you're Darrell Williams, you got to be ecstatic about going to Carolina. He's going to have a chance to compete for a starting spot day one. and I don't see how he doesn't win it. that's where Carolina is right now with their offensive tackles. Let me pull up their roster and just read these offensive tackles because it's it's almost humorous. After Jordan Gross retired and they played poorly, Nate Chandler, Michael Orr, Jonathan Martin, Mike Reimers, Martin Wallace, and David Foucault. So the Jets have moved up to 103. The Jets have moved up to 103 to the Jaguars pick right here. And the Jets have already had a really good draft, in my opinion. Leonard Williams, Devin Smith, Lorenzo Malden. Could this be where we see a quarterback taken? Are the Jets going to take a Bryce Petty or a Brett Hundley potentially? We'll see about that. And I need to try to find that Carolina trade. If anyone finds out what so here we go. 4th, 5th, and 7th is what Oakland got from Carolina. That's a pretty good haul. We pick up a 5th and a 7th rounder to move down. Good job by Oakland. Right, the Jets didn't move up one spot. It looks like they might have 2 picks in a row here. So yeah, if the Jets have 2 picks in a row, top of the 4th round now, that's pretty crazy. I mean, they do still could use a quarterback. They definitely could use some offensive line help. Maybe a running back. Could this be a spot we see Jay Ajayi go? I think he'd be a nice compliment with the guys they brought in there for the Jets. Definitely have some bruisers. Chris Ivory last year had a lot of success. Stephen Ridley, they brought in a free agency. All right, there you go. So they don't have 2 picks in a row. They moved up 1 pick. So Jacksonville was looking to take who they wanted, perhaps. So Jets are who did he move up 1 pick for? They need O-line, they need running back, they need a quarterback. Still waiting for it. Hooah! New York. I mean, hey, I like Mel Kiper's shades. I think I gotta buy myself a pair of those. I mean, if you were Mel Kiper, Ferenczi, I think you'd be hungover too. This one, you're a rock star. You gotta go out to that bar after day 2. I'm going to give myself some up. Next year, I'm wearing the shades. Jets take Bryce Petty. There he goes, quarterback out of Baylor, someone that they were interested in. I'm not the biggest Bryce Petty fan, but as Daddy Shelton said in the chat, 4th round's not bad for him. And Bryce Petty is a player that comes out of a system that comes out of a system that you have some questions about. Didn't go through a ton of progressions at Baylor, but one thing Bryce Petty has, he has a really good arm and he has a ton of experience. And a productive experience. And so I think that's what you look for. He's also a decent athlete. He moves around in the pocket well. He's pretty mobile. Definitely mobile enough for the NFL. I'll say that. I think my big problem with him is ball placement and accuracy. You usually think of these guys in the spread system, that's what they're good at, right? They're throwing underneath, they have this good accuracy. Bryce Petty's actually kind of the opposite. He has a really nice arm, but ultimately he's a guy that won't put the ball where his receiver can get it and keep running. He usually throws it a little bit behind him, sometimes throws it a little bit low, a little bit high, and that's not what Baylor's system is made for. So that, with the read issues, is a question mark. Now, you take him in the 4th round. You're not forced into starting him. And ultimately, if you're not forced into starting him, you can develop him a little bit, have Geno Smith be the starter, and maybe you can get Bryce Petty to start to read. So I don't think Bryce Petty's going to start for the Jets. I think Geno Smith will start for the Jets, and you can try to bring him along. What does this mean for Taj Boyd? Well, Taj Boyd's on the Pittsburgh Steelers, so they cut him a while ago. And the Jacksonville Jaguars take James Sample, safety out of Louisville, who is a player that I think has some starting potential, a little bit limited. But when you're looking at the strong safety type, that's what James Sample brings. 210 pounds. He's tall. He's 6'2", and he can run. I mean, he runs like a gazelle chasing down running backs out there. And he's really good at, in space, wrapping up. Can also make the big hit, and he'll come with a head of steam and take you down in traffic. He's not opposed to that either. Not a great pass coverage. Safety. James Sample's a guy that can get faked out, but if you talk about maybe a compliment with Cyprien, you can have Cyprien play back and Sample maybe play in the box. I think he's going to be a great special teams player too. It's a good pick by the Jaguars. Washington Redskins at pick 105 select Jamison Crowder, wide receiver out of Duke, extremely productive player in Jamison Crowder. Definitely has those size issues. Great return guy too. If the Redskins want to get a return man out of Jamison Crowder, I think that might be his best spot. But he's on the small side, 5'8", 180 pounds. But really good at getting up to speed quick off the line. Jamison Crowder takes that first step and boom, he can cut. He's very good at that. He's kind of one of those tough players that's tough to cover. You don't expect him to be as fast as he is or as good of a route runner as he is. Like typical small receivers, jam him at the line. Yeah, he gets stuck against bigger cornerbacks. Even if quarters are grabbing him a little bit, it'll get him off of his game. So he did a lot behind the line, a lot of screen passes, a lot of short things to not do that. He drops balls, especially in the intermediate range. He'll drop a lot of passes. He'll kind of go too quick for his own good. So I think for the Redskins, he's a nice number 3, number 4 wide receiver, and that's that is that could be a pretty decent role for him. And Crowder's tough. He's a player. Well, you see that production at Duke, multiple years of just big time production. It was tough to stop in the ACC. That's what's going to get you drafted. And the Bears do take a running back, Jeremy Langford, running back out of Michigan State. Langford had the fastest 40 time of any running back at the Combine. And Langford, not your typical Michigan State running back. I think when you think of Michigan State running backs, you think of kind of bruisers between the tackles. That's not what Jeremy Langford is. He's about 210 pounds, and he came in as an athlete to Michigan State. Played corner, played wide receiver. He's a guy that can catch the football really well out of the backfield, can get up to speed, and he's actually really good in pass protection. That's something I really liked about him, is he's one of the better pass protecting running backs in this draft, despite not being a 230-pounder. Not much of an inside runner. I don't think he's going to break tackles. I don't think he's going to be a player that has this great inside vision. He definitely makes you miss rather than bowls you over. He looks to go outside all the time. He was an outside runner almost primarily. So as a backup to Matt Forte, I think that's a pretty good spot for him. He's a nice compliment, and I think this could be a death knell for Kadeem Carey ultimately. I don't know if Langford did return kicks or punts. He didn't. I don't think he did this year. Maybe in his past he has. I think he has the ability to do it though. So I think it's a pretty solid pick for Chicago. Falcons pick at 107. I can't even get a promotional tweet out because these picks are coming fast. There's Justin Hardy. We talked about him in the pre-show. Justin Hardy, wide receiver at ECU. I really like this for Atlanta. You don't have you don't have Harry Douglas there anymore. So Justin Hardy, I think, can come in as a slot receiver. I think it's a bigger need for Atlanta than you thought. Now, Justin Hardy is that really good, productive slot player. He's great football instincts, gets off the line pretty well, and he has kind of this quick twitch ability that's really good. If the throws off the mark a little bit, he can make those catches. A pretty smooth player. ECU's offense is not very expansive. You didn't see Justin Hardy running a ton of different routes. He didn't go. He didn't do any outside routes. He didn't do any fade routes. He didn't do any corner routes, anything like that. So I think there's some teaching that has to go on. After he gets off the line, he seems to slow down, which is kind of a weird thing to me. But he's aggressive, great blocker too. He's a guy at 5'10", almost 200 pounds. He'll take you down. So I really like that pick for the Falcons. And the Falcons building a dangerous offense. Tevin Coleman, Justin Hardy with Julio Jones and Roddy White is pretty darn good. Tennessee Titans on the clock at 108. Falcons absolutely needed that new slot receiver. I agree. Titans select Jalston Fowler. There's your fullback out of Alabama. Also could play running back. So I don't think we necessarily you necessarily have to peg Jalston Fowler as a fullback only, even though that's what he's labeled at on the TV. And Jalston Fowler is a pass-catching fullback, kind of running back hybrid who is big-bodied and tough between the tackles, too. And very productive. 254 pounds, 5'11". He runs like he's 230. And he's kind of a big stud in that short yardage area. He was a running back for Alabama, just wasn't fast enough for that, so they moved him to fullback. Second level, he's nasty. He was for TJ Yeldon. He's knocking guys onto the ground, catch the ball out of the backfield. They had specific plays at Alabama where he was kind of that hot route, and a lot of times where Blake Sims would just go to him because you knew you could get him. He's tough to bring down. Still needs to learn the technique of the fullback position. I think hand-wise, he's not someone that uses his hands effectively. He tries to use more of that power. He doesn't get very low. He as a running back does. For a fullback, he'll play kind of block high. So I think he's someone that up the middle maybe won't be a great blocker, but in the edge, catching the ball is decent. So a little early. I thought maybe in the late rounds he'd get taken. I don't really think he's a threat to Bishop Sankey. I mean, it seems like he runs a 4.8. So even though he could do some short yardage stuff, I don't know. Do I think Ty Varga gets drafted out of Yale? I do. I think Ty Varga is going to get drafted as a running back, not a fullback. So. Colts on the clock at 1:09. Kane, what's up, man? Thanks for coming in. Appreciate you coming in. Appreciate everyone watching. We're up to 78 people watching on day 3. It's pretty good. It's not too uncommon for a fullback to go this high back in the day, but how many teams use a fullback now? But, yeah, Tennessee. Colts pick 109. I select Clayton Gaithers, safety out of UCF, out of Central Florida. Clinton Gaithers, player I didn't have rated too highly, that I wasn't super impressed with, but another big safety, 6'2", 218 pounds. I mean, he's another in the box safety. And he's athletic for his size, though. I think you watch him and you think, wow, this guy can move for 218 pounds. But the football IQ, I think that's his biggest issue, is he doesn't know how to wrap tackle. He kind of goes for the big hit and doesn't seem to wrap up guys. I saw numerous missed tackles for him. He gets to the running back very quickly, runs downhill, can get to the line of scrimmage, can fill that gap pretty fast. I kind of viewed him as more of a special teams player with his size and athletic ability. But he's just... when you have an in-the-box safety, it's not a good tackler. That doesn't tackle well. For me, that's not good enough. And I think size and speed-wise, he could get better in coverage. Maybe that's something that you can work with him on to cover tight ends. But I kind of view him as a backup special teamer. Who's the best tight end left? Best tight end on my board right now is Jesse James out of Penn State. I think Blake Bell out of Oklahoma, the QB transfer, is pretty interesting too. Kane, what do you think about the Giants trading for Collins? I love it. I love the Giants getting aggressive, trading for Landon Collins, going up for a player that was a first rounder on their board that at a big position of need. Not happy with the Bengals draft other than Paul Dawson. Yeah, I mean, I think the Bengals draft probably wouldn't be what I would have done or my ideal. I think Bowie and Jake Fisher are both good, so I see why they did it. You're working for the future, and that offensive line is super important. I like the Jake Fisher pick. I think that was a great pick in the second. If they would have went elsewhere in round 1, I think it would have been even better. Tyler Kroft, maybe they didn't need it. I guess it depends on Tyler Eifert and where they think he is. But Minnesota Vikings at pick 110 selects TJ Clemmings. There goes TJ Clemmings. What a pick by Minnesota, killing the draft again. Now I know TJ Clemmings has that foot issue, but TJ Clemmings is a really talented athlete and talented player. And remember, he played defensive end for Pitt for a while, and then he converted offensive tackle his junior season. He's played right tackle for them both of these years, and Pitt's never looked back. He's got that long length to keep you at bay. He's a pretty good athlete at the position as well, and that's what I like about him. When you have this size and athletic combination, I mean, his shuttle was awesome, 310 pounds, and he in high school he played basketball and was he has that athleticism to kind of get up and go off. still raw at the position. He's really good against those pass rushers, and he was one of the main reasons that James Conner had success. So I like Clemmings both as a pass protector and as a run blocker. I think he can get a nice drive in the run game too, which seems to be, as Minnesota kind of moves and changes their offensive line, both those things become very important for him. So he just has to get more experience and know, like, when the runs happen behind him and he's get to the second level, he sometimes wouldn't engage with the guy he was supposed to engage with. He'll sometimes snap up a little bit too late and get off the snap a little bit late, have a little bit of a wider base. But TJ Clemmings, if that foot is not an issue, he's a future starter in the NFL, in my opinion. I think Minnesota is killing the draft. Trey Wayans, Eric Kendricks, Danielle Hunter, TJ Clemmings, all players that I had rated in the top 50 of this draft, I think. Well, the Patriots go offense at pick 111. That is a good question. Let's see. The Patriots selection is Trey Jackson, guard out of Florida. Another steal, in my opinion. Another guy that dealing with injury issues that caused him to fall a little bit. But Trey Jackson is one of the best offensive guards in this draft. And he's not. Well, he doesn't wow you. He doesn't have this big time athletic ability to pull, but I don't see too many weaknesses with Trey Jackson. He plays low. You don't see him caught off balance. He has real nice anchor. Doesn't get pushed back in the run game. And he plays guard. So, sometimes speed rushers, if they would stunt inside, he had some trouble with that. But you're not going to see that a ton. I think he has starting ability, and he fits the New England offensive line really well. Another guy that, as I said, was dealing with potentially some knee issues that may have knocked him down the board in an extra round or round and a half. So I love the pick. I think that I think Trey Jackson is excellent. Redskins up at 112. Now, and a lot of the best available for me are flying off the board. We're up to 83 people watching on day 3. Much appreciated. Everyone watching, go to drafttv.com if you're not over there to join the chat room. We got a chat room that's picking it up. Michael Bennett's still on the board? Absolutely. Worst pick in the draft, Spanky asks. I mean, I hate to always bash the Patriots drafting a safety, but Jordan Richards, that pick was a little much for me. Was a little high for my taste. That's all right, Jack. I'm glad you're here today, man. Glad to see you back. Redskins on the clock. Philip Dorsett, that's definitely one too. That little iffy. So the Eagles have traded the pick, this pick to the Lions. And do we get the Redskins pick at 112? Let me see if I missed it. See, when you want someone to tip the pick to you, that's when you can't find it. All right, so Eric Kwanjo, offensive guard out of Alabama, goes to the Washington Redskins, and I love this pick too. I thought Kwanjo was a little bit underrated, a guy that could play on that interior and has a lot of experience at Alabama. So we see a couple of these big time guards go and get drafted here in the 4th round with Trey Jackson, Eric Kwanjo, and I mean Kwanjo, intelligent player, very smart, and he's someone that kind of plays with that good technique and that intelligence. Great at reading a defense before the snap. Not the best athlete in the world. Definitely plays, very shuffly with his feet. His hips don't flow very well. So he kind of has to use that technique when he's facing more athletic players. Though we did see him as a pulling guard at times, and I thought he was fairly effective at that, more so than in the box. So I like that pick. I had him rated as a top 100 player. Good value for the Redskins. The Detroit Lions take Gabe Wright, defensive tackle out of Auburn. So 2 Auburn defensive linemen going here at the top of the 4th round, and the Lions trading up for a defensive tackle, which was definitely an area that we knew that they needed, right? A lot of people thought they would draft one early. They went guard, running back, and corner. Now they get maybe their replacement at defensive tackle in Gabe Wright. And Gabe Wright is an explosive athlete, 6'3", 300 pounds. Comes off the snap really well. Just boom, quick hitter. He'll come in and knock you backwards if you're not expecting it. And a pretty good technique wise. I mean, he doesn't turn his body too much. So he gives you a lot that you kind of have to pay attention to and stay square with offensive linemen. Strength's an issue. I think he's a player that could use a little bit more of that leg drive. He kind of gets off on the explosive and the surprise hitting coming off the snap instead of his actual strength. Not great at shedding blocks, something he has to get better with. But he's a player that has the athletic ability if you can coach him up. 114's Miami. JCP, what do you think of the Chargers' 3rd round cornerback Craig Mager out of Texas State? I like the development. I think Craig Mager's not quite ready to be a starter in the NFL, but he's got the size, speed, and length to do it. So I didn't watch a ton of him. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little surprised with how early he went, but I know he was trending upwards. And he had a great combine. I mean, he runs a 4.4 at his size. You don't get much better than that. He's an athlete with a lot of upside. Who are the Redskins going to play at right tackle? I don't know. We'll see. They'll play whatever warm body they have. Maybe they can get Michael Warren now. But I mean, I think the Redskins. You'll probably see Brandon Sheriff play right tackle for them. I know everyone's saying he's a guard, but you put Brandon Sheriff for right tackle. I think Eric Kwanjo you can maybe develop as an offensive guard. This offensive line could be really good for the Washington Redskins if all works out well. So Miami at 114. Yeah, look, Medical's going to knock guys down. Jay Ajayi, DeAndre Smelter, sure. I'm surprised Grady Jarrett and Michael Bennett are on the board, but undersized defensive tackles, teams just aren't willing to make that investment. So that's what's in common about Jarrett and Michael Bennett, is they're both undersized. So even though they're good pass rushers. They're good. They can get some penetration. So the Lions traded the 3rd for 2016 to get that 4th round pick and take Gabe Wright. And the Eagles, trading that pick away, don't have another pick until the 6th round because they trade it. But I like getting a future 3rd for a 4th rounder. If you're Philly, I think that's a good way to go. So Miami 114. I like Miami's draft so far too. I'm actually a pretty big fan They take Jamil Douglas, offensive guard out of Arizona State. And Jamil Douglas is a really good athlete. So when you talk about the zone blocking scheme for the Miami Dolphins, Jamil Douglas is an excellent fit. He's a decent size. I think he's over 300 pounds. And he's an athletic player. He just moves his feet so well, so fluidly. Even when he gets beat, he has the athleticism to kind of make it back up against slower, bigger defensive tackles. They used him a lot in Arizona State to go out when they threw screen passes. He would go out there and he'd be the lead blocker. They used him a lot as a pulling guard. He was really good at that. He's not tough. He's not very strong. He's not a great run blocker. I didn't really see him get much of a push ever, to be honest with you. So he kind of pussyfoots around a little bit, where he's just kind of moving his hands and not trying to push a guy off. You don't really see him ever finish a block or get nasty. He doesn't have that nastiness to him. So it's a good fit for what Miami does, and I think it's about where he was going to go, 4th round. I had him graded maybe a little bit later because of the run ability. So if he can get a little tougher, I think it'll be pretty good. I mean, next year's 3, teams have done it. The teams have definitely done it, giving up next year's 3. I think the Steelers did it for Shamarko Thomas a couple years ago. So it's not a lot, and I think the point that Honolulu makes is getting compensatory picks for Ndamukong Suh and Nick Fairley. They might get a third or 2/3 out of that. So if you get Suh if you might get a third for Suh, maybe a 4th for Fairley, you're going to make that pick back up. See, I think pussyfooting should be a scouting term. I really do. I'm going to start using that in my scouting reports. Cleveland's on the clock at 1:15. Will they finally take a receiver? Shad Green, Trey McBride still out there. Colts fan, can Gaithers start? In my opinion, Colts fan, I do not think Clayton Gaithers can start. I think he's a in-the-box safety, special teamer, backup type. So the Browns don't go with a wide receiver. They go with a safety. And Ibrahim Campbell, safety from Northwestern. And Ibrahim Campbell is an intriguing player. I'm not quite as high on him as some people are. I know some people really like him. I think from a technical standpoint, he's okay. But I don't think there's anything to love about him. He's big playability. He's gets interceptions, forces fumbles. He's good at going down and stripping that ball from the running back. And I think he's a decent coverage guy. I think he could play free safety or strong safety despite being almost 210 pounds. I think that's the nice thing. Campbell has some versatility there. He's just not great at kind of identifying the play. He seems very slow to go after running backs, or seems slow to know when the team's running the ball. Play action seems to get him. Because of that, he doesn't have this great burst or great athletic ability. He's had injury issues, and he's not a player that wraps up technically very well. So I think you have someone that can make the big plays. He's another guy I think would be maybe a better special teams player. Maybe if you can develop that read and react ability for Campbell, he could become a starter. We'll see. So the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock at pick 116. So, and the Cardinals jump the 49ers here to make this trade up. So if anyone finds out the details for that trade, you can let me know. I'm interested to see what the Cardinals are going to do. Maybe a player that they thought the 49ers were going to take in division, they want to take away from them. They've gone offensive tackle, pass rusher, and running back. So the Cardinals definitely addressed some big needs. Maybe the secondary is where we see them take someone here. I think that's kind of the next thing. And the 49ers have not drafted a corner yet. So and thanks everyone for coming out to the stream. Day 3, last day of the draft. I'm excited. Of 84 people watching. If you like what you see, tweet out the link, tell people about it. I always appreciate that. And we're going to keep breaking down these players as they are drafted. I think both Charles Gaines and Josh Shaw could go pretty soon. So I think we'll see them go. Take on Jeff Hireman. I think Jeff Hireman's a really good player. Was a great blocker this past year. A great pass catcher 2 years ago. He's a little bit of a stiff athlete, but has some potential to be a two-way inline tight end. So I think he's a nice complement with Virgil Green and could be a player that can develop starting skills down the line. Arizona Cardinals to pick 116. They traded up. They select Rodney Gunter, defensive end out of Delaware State. And Rodney Gunter was a player that's kind of moving up the board. Was a defensive tackle, defensive end for for Delaware State. He actually played kind of both ways this past year. I don't think he got a combine invite. Didn't get a combine invite, but he's on the smaller side. 298 pounds, probably a 5 tech for Arizona, just being under 300 pounds. But he's a pretty good short area athlete for his size. He gets off the snap really well, plays low, very good lower body strength, but he has this explosiveness to him. I didn't think he was anything super special. I didn't think he was overly dominant, but had sacks. A lot of tackles in the backfield. You could tell he was better than his level of competition, but I never thought that he was a dominant player, so I didn't have him graded out as a draftable player. So a little early for me, especially moving up. But here's the 49ers. Pick 117. San Francisco selects Blake Bell, tight end out of Oklahoma, the quarterback convert, Blake Bell from Oklahoma. And this is the former quarterback that moved to tight end. He's really intriguing. I think Blake Bell could develop into a starting tight end down the line because he's a bully. That's what I love about him, because usually you think converting from quarterback, he's not going to really try and go out there and be physical, but he's a physical tight end. He boxes out. He's not afraid to push you around and pushed off. He got better as the year went on and got continued to improve throughout that. He needs to work on catching the football. It's not something that he has experienced at doing. Sometimes he would try to do too much and would be out of position. The quarterback would throw him the ball. He wouldn't be there. So I think there's still some mental development that needs to happen. But with development, there's a lot of upside with Blake Bell. And I know the 49ers have tight ends. Then you got Vernon Davis. You got Vance McDonald. But maybe the Belldozer is going to take over and find his way to develop on that roster. Chiefs are on the clock at 118. Did we get a trade for that? The Cardinals moving up? Am I wrong on that? Delaware State, Jamina's not the hardest tape to get. Trust me, there's much harder. Hobart was a lot harder than Delaware State, even with Ali Marpet this year. Yeah, I mean, the 49ers not drafting a corner. I think their secondary is still going to be in trouble. I really do. Yeah, ESPN seems to keep it moving, which is nice. So the Chiefs on the clock once again. Chiefs selection of 118 is Ramik Wilson, linebacker out of Georgia. Will play inside linebacker for them, and he's really good. I think he could have been a top 100 pick. I wouldn't have blinked an eye if they would have taken him in the 3rd round. Now you get a potential starting inside linebacker in the 4th round. And Wilson started almost every year for Georgia, 240 pounds or so. Downhill tackler. I mean, he's definitely an in the box. Tackles you real well, and he has good lateral agility. I think he gets sideline to sideline pretty well. When blockers are going to the 2nd level, Ramik Wilson got around them. Pretty good athlete. I think he ran in the 4.6s, which is pretty solid for a linebacker of his size. I like him inside in a 3-4 a lot. Not a great coverage linebacker. I think he could work in maybe a soft zone, but not someone you want to man up with a tight end. Strength's an issue. He's not a very strong player. Definitely doesn't have that upper or lower body strength that you want. If he gets to the line of scrimmage, he usually can't. He's not a pass rusher much, but in terms of a tackler, I don't think you get much better than that. As long as you can avoid traffic, I think it's a really good pick. St. Louis, pick a 119. Pick 119 for the Rams now. It's funny how Viday can go from like loving life to hating life to loving life again, depending on each pick. I'm sure Mitch Morse will make out with you, Viday. I'm sure. Yeah, the Rams have been building this this offense, right? 4 offensive picks for the Rams. They look like they're moving in a run stuffing direction. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about the trade up. I don't know. Maybe I messed that up, but it's possible. Shh. Woodrow, trying to disrupt the stream. All right. So the Rams, I don't know how to feel about the Rams draft. I really don't, because I kind of want to like it. I kind of like saying, hey, this is the direction we're going to go in. We can't get an elite quarterback, so let's get an elite running back. Let's run the darn football up people's throats. But I think it's tough to feel good. I actually didn't name him Frenzy. I did not name the dog. He was already named Woodrow by the shelter when we got him, so got to keep it. That's perfect. Hey, if Terrell Austin wanted Gabe Wright, then you take Gabe Wright. I think is a good pick. I think it can fit what the Lions want to do. They want that big. So the Rams select Andrew Donnell, offensive tackle out of Iowa, and I really like Andrew Donnell. Is he as good as Brandon Sheriff? No. But I think there's very few weaknesses with Andrew Donnell, and the Rams continue to bolster that offensive line. If this is the case, so Donnell's not he's very technically sound. He's not that road grader of kind of the last 2 guys. Donnell has that technique, that footwork. He's light on his feet. Knows how to get his hand under your pads, and when he goes up against smaller speed rushers and he gets his hands on them, then he knows how to take them down. Not a great anchor. You'll see him get pushed back at times, so against guys that are stronger, and get him pushed into the backfield. So kind of the opposite of what the Rams have been taking. But 3 offensive linemen after taking one extremely high. in extremely high in last year's draft in Greg Robinson. The Rams just go to the table. So the Cardinals swapped 123 for 116, so they moved up 7 spots and gave the Browns 198 and 241. And interesting. So 3 offensive linemen for the Rams, building that power run scheme. I don't know what they're gonna do with all these guys, but they obviously have a direction that they're going. So I still kind of want to like it. I think Donnell in the 4th is fine. I think from a pass protection perspective, he's good enough for the 4th round. I didn't think it was too much of a reach for Havenstein, maybe Jamon Brown, but yeah, maybe. They might run Todd Gurley into the ground. So the Bengals are on the clock, and the Bengals, I think the Bengals need a good pick here. They drafted 2 offensive linemen already. They also drafted Tyler Kroft and Paul Dawson. I thought was a great pick yesterday. This 4th round, do they take a pass rusher? Do they take a wideout? This could be a nice spot for Rashad Green. I think a lot of them could play inside. Daddy Shelton, I think we could see, especially, I think Jamon Brown's going to be a guard, but maybe Donnell's a little bit of insurance. So the Bengals, they take Josh Shaw, defensive back out of USC. Shaw can play both cornerback and safety. A big, physical player who's a really good tackler. I think that's something that Josh Shaw does really well, and he has good ball skills. Shaw made some big plays with the big size, good speed for his size, had a pretty good combine. He's played safety, he's played corner. He's just like a lot of big corners. He's tight. He's very tight. I think his biggest problem is that transition to turning and running when he's dropping back into coverage, and why he might be a better free safety because you don't have to have him turn and run as much. When he tracks balls, he can lose them a lot. He's not good at tracking the ball. He'll turn around a little bit too late sometimes and not be able to make the break up. There are a lot of times he was in position to make the play and stop the pass, and he just didn't turn around and see the ball fast enough. He had that issue of lying about how he got his injury because he was running from the police and got injured and said he jumped off a balcony and to save his drowning nephew or whatever. So I think there's a lot of potential with Josh Shaw as a press corner or a free safety, and I think it's a pretty good fit for the Bengals. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where the Bengals end up playing him. I think if you take him as kind of a backup to Reggie Nelson, wouldn't be too bad. Pittsburgh, 121, they select Doran Grant, cornerback out of Ohio State. So there's the Steelers getting their maybe starting type cornerback versus Senquez Golson as kind of the nickel type cornerback. And I like Doran Grant. I think Doran Grant has a lot of upside and played really well for the Buckeyes this year. Made some big plays. He had almost double-digit interceptions. He's someone that gets up to speed pretty quick and is pretty fluid athlete. And he's not afraid to get physical either. Rarely did I see him. Really did I see him start off slow. And he's smart. I think he has some high football IQ. He's good at reading wide receivers. You can tell he does a lot of tape work. I think that's something he does really well in. Good against the run. He's 5'10", 200 pounds, and he plays like he's a bigger corner. I think he could actually play as an outside corner. They had him press a little bit at Ohio State. Is he going to be? Is he going to run with speed receivers? No. Is he always in the hip pocket of guys? No. Sometimes he uses makeup speed and is uses that a little bit too much. He allows separation. But I think Doran Grant fits what the Steelers want. And honestly, the Buckeyes' third down offense is very similar to what the Steelers run, so it's very easy to make that transition, and that's why they draft Ohio State players a lot. So Pittsburgh, I think, addressed their biggest position of need. Doran Grant, Senquez Golson, 2 corners. That's what they needed. That's what they went out and got. And that's a pretty good way to address the cornerback position. I think drafting Doran Grant makes you feel a lot better about the Steelers' draft, in my opinion, as a fan, that they got Golson in the second and Grant in the fourth. Ravens are on the clock. Ravens had a really good day yesterday. Max Williams, they traded up for him. They took Carl Davis, and they have 2 picks this round. They have the Lions pick here, and then their actual pick at the back end of the fourth. Could this be where Jay Ajayi goes? Could we see the Ravens take another offensive weapon? Could they still need a corner? I think some corner depth, perhaps. So the Ravens pick at 122 is Darius Smith, defensive end from Kentucky. Another steal, in my opinion, for the Ravens. I'll be interested to see how he fits in. He's a player that could stand up or put his hand on the ground. I thought he would be a top 100 pick. I think he was that good. But he just has great energy, great tenacity, 110% motor, and he's tough. He's going to make you work to stop him. Very strong lower body strength. He drives well. Good at shedding blocks. That's something that he's really good at doing. And he's not afraid to get nasty. He's not maybe the best athlete in the world. I don't think he's going to set the edge and go out against a running back. So I think athleticism, you could be a little bit worried. That's why I like him kind of with his hand down a little bit more than standing up. So I think you put him down at end. You let him, let him push guys around and see what he can do with that. So I like him. He had some really big games against good competition. I think he has some potential as a pass rusher. I'll take it. Francie, you complain about Snapple every time that I drink it, but I'm drinking it. And Zadarius Smith's the type of player that the Ravens like to have. They like to have a lot of that depth along the defensive line, and Zadarius Smith's going to continue to do that for them. I think right now they're lacking a little bit at defensive end. If Carl Davis is going to play in the interior with Brandon Williams and Timmy Jernigan, then who do you really have? Chris Canty, Lawrence Guy, Brent Urban. I think Zadarius Smith can earn a spot, earn some playing time. And don't forget about Brandon Williams, Daddy Shelton. I think Brandon Williams is legit. See, real tea takes too long to make. I can't just grab it out of the fridge during the draft. I can't miss anything, Ferenczi. Come on now. Cleveland's back on the clock here. And we'll keep waiting for the Browns to see what they're going to do. Gone defense the last 2 picks. Xavier Cooper at the end of the third and Ibrahim Campbell as a potential strong safety. I rated my Snapple fact. Rats and mice are ticklish and even laugh when tickled. So tickle a rat today, Snapple. Now, Trevor, this is the official chat room. Don't worry. We're in the official one, man. You are. If you're watching at Twitch, go over to drafttv.com to get into the chat room. Appreciate all the support and everyone tuning in. 87 viewers. Awesome for day 3. Gotta love it. What's the deal with Jarrett and Bennett both falling? Just undersized defensive tackles. Teams want those bigger guys. They want guys that can eat up that space and have the athletic ability. Jarrett and Bennett could be steals, but you got to find the right spot for them if someone wants a 3-tech. I mean, so I like it. I want to see them go. I think getting NCAA this year. NCAA what? There's no football game anymore. Makes me cry. So the Cleveland Browns at pick 123. They select a wide receiver, Vince Mayo, out of Washington State. So there's your wide receiver for the Cleveland Browns. Maybe not anyone people expected, but Vince Mayo's a pretty talented athlete. He's decent speed. He's 225 pounds, and he ran in the 4.5s. So you have that speed, big hands to catch the football, and actually like his route running ability. I think is really good. Very productive at Washington State. And he gets down the field. They threw a lot of deep passes to him, and with his size, he boxed guys out, can make that big catch. He's a player that I don't think knows how to deal with physicality well. He kind of plays a lot smaller than he is off the line of scrimmage. I think he plays more like a 200-pounder than 225-pounder, and actually did worse against smaller cornerbacks than the bigger cornerbacks. The smaller corners that could kind of match his speed, he wasn't really great at tracking the ball and getting good positioning on them. So a player that drops a lot of the easy passes, a lot of focus issues with him, and not a very good route runner, but a lot of potential. I think there's a lot of potential for Vince Mayo, and for Cleveland now you get another big wide receiver. So the Buccaneers are on the clock at pick 124. I actually might get Bloodborne. I was thinking about getting that. I haven't gotten a game in a while. I'm still playing last year's NCAA, or 2 years ago NCAA. Whatever. Sad. Bucks. I actually like the Buccaneers draft so far. I mean, I'm a Jameis Winston fan, so that I think that helps a lot. But I thought Ali Marpet yesterday was a pretty good pick, and I think Donovan Smith, they need an offensive tackle. The upside offensive tackle is pretty good. So the Buccaneers, pick 124, select Quan Alexander, linebacker out of LSU. I really like Quan Alexander. I think he's heavily underrated. I thought he should have went yesterday. He's your ideal weak side linebacker, and that's his kind of biggest issue. He's not a strong side guy. He's a weak side guy. Great footwork, great lateral mobility. Can cover a lot of ground and set that edge if you need him to. They actually rushed with him a lot at LSU. He would stunt inside and do real well. Definitely some football IQ issues. I don't think he reads the quarterback or reads the running back very well. He's not overly strong, not overly big. Sometimes he tries to just move his feet and kind of keep moving, and sometimes can't change direction very well with that. So Quan Alexander. So Quan Alexander is a player on that weak side that I think is a good fit for the Buccaneers. And I think if you want to finally get some linebacker depth in there, Alexander can do it. Let me pull up their depth chart here real quick and see where I think he could fit in. Because because I know you have Lavonte David on the weak side. They signed Bruce Carter. So maybe Quan Alexander could play strong side. You could kick Bruce Carter inside. Could be an attempt. Maybe Lavonte David could move around. So I like Quan Alexander. I'd be interested to see what they do with him for sure. Baltimore's back on the clock at 125. Vince Mayo, Buck Allen, running back out of USC, going to the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens draft their running back, and they take Big Buck, the Buck man. Buck. I really like Buck Allen. I think he is a really good player, and I think he's a little bit underrated in my opinion. Now, I'm a sucker for sometimes those short yardage backs, and that's what Buck Allen is, 221 pounds. But he's a pretty good athlete for 221. He's a good cutter. I think he actually really works well in his zone scheme where he can one cut and get up the field with his size because he gets up to speed pretty quick. He moves well in short space for his size, and it gets good acceleration. He drives his legs, keeps his feet moving and churning. You always see him fall forward. And, he plays a little bit upright, as a lot of these big running backs do, and because he plays a little more finesse style, he'll play upright. But I think he's a great compliment to Justin Forsett and can learn a lot from him. Not going to do much for you in terms of catching the football. He had some big catches there for USC, but I don't think he was great at it. I think it might actually be overrated as a pass catcher. And he ran the ball a lot. I like Buck Allen. And then San Francisco takes another one of my favorite running backs, and Mike Davis, the running back out of South Carolina. Another player that I think is underrated and has a ton of potential. I know they drafted Carlos Hyde, but Mike Davis is a very good athlete. Had a down year this year, dealt with some injuries from South Carolina, but you watch him 2 years ago, and I thought he could have been a first or second round pick. Just a good frame, good size, a powerful runner at almost 220 pounds for Mike Davis. And he gets up to speed, and he plays low. Talk about high runners. Mike Davis is a low runner. He's not a fluid athlete. He's definitely very stiff, and not someone, especially this year, that made guys miss very much. I thought that was his biggest weakest point, was just that he went down. He wasn't making players miss or running through him or running around him or using that quickness. He doesn't get up to top speed super quick. I think that's a problem with Mike Davis. I feel like he did it well 2 years ago, but didn't do it very well this year. So maybe that's an issue. Maybe it's a conditioning issue. I know that's been brought up at times. So I think it depends what Mike Davis you get. If you get the Mike Davis from 2 years ago, I think he could actually compete for carries. If not, then you have to develop him a little bit more. Dallas Cowboys at 127. The Dallas Cowboys select Damian Wilson, inside linebacker from Minnesota. Super productive linebacker in Minnesota, Damian Wilson. 250 pounds or so, and he's a player that knows how to take the running back down. He really does well at not getting blocked, at getting to that gap. Always seems to be in on the play. When you watch Minnesota's defense, he's always around the play. Good, a pretty good zone cover guy too. I think he has some coverage ability and did pretty well at that. Made a couple big plays. He had his best games against poor competition. He did not do much against the good offenses in the Big Ten. If someone gets to the second level on him or gets their hands on him, he struggles a lot to shed blocks. I think Damian Wilson could be kind of a backup or number 2 inside linebacker. If you have to bring him in, there's a lot that he could do. He's just not a great athlete. More of that tackle technique player. So Dallas passes on the running back and they go with an inside linebacker. That's it. So a lot of picks in short time. And I guess I should announce that Me and Scott Wright, along with NFL Rough Draft, tied for the best top 100. We actually beat Bob McGinn, the great Bob McGinn. We actually beat him in the top 100 contest at the Huddle Report. We got 84 out of 100 correct. I swear we didn't have the same board. We did not converse at all in that. So congratulations, Scott, on that, and I think that's a pretty good accomplishment. So I don't know how many people entered the top 100 contest. Probably less than the mock draft contest, but that was out of 55 people. Beat McGinn, beat Mike Mayock, Mel Kiper, all those guys. My dog is not named after Woodrow Wilson. He was actually already named Woodrow when we got him. The shelter named him that, and so I had to keep it, being a history teacher. Woodrow Wilson. Shout out. Woodrow Wilson's my homeboy. Gotta say. I mean, I think Sean Lee's got to be pretty close to his career ending. I think that's why you drafted Damian Wilson. I hope you can coach him up and see if he can eventually take over as a starter. I mean, I guess he probably was named after Woodrow Wilson. I don't know. Oakland Raiders pick 128. And I've liked the Raiders draft so far. It's been a lot of young guys. I think 2 20-year-olds in the first 2 picks, Amari Cooper and Mario Edwards. Clive Walford, I think's a really good player. So I'm interested in this pick. And the Raiders select John Feliciano, offensive guard out of Miami. Definitely a phone booth type of player. Not much of an athlete, and he's got those short arms, but he has a great lower body, a great driving body. He was a very good run blocker from Miami Hurricanes, and that's where he excelled at. Now he got beat a lot. Even though the stat sheet he only gave up a couple sacks, there were a lot of times where he would get shedded pretty late in the process. A lot of sacks I felt would happen in the NFL if he was there. His stance is very wide. His hands are very wide. He doesn't seem, especially in pass protection, to really get his hands in there. So I don't know. I think this is pretty early for Feliciano myself. He doesn't have great feet. He doesn't have great speed, and I think he's more of a backup for the Raiders. So a little surprised by that pick, but it's day 3. What you gonna do? Green Bay Packers are on the clock now. So the Packers. See if I missed any questions here. It was BJ O'Doofus for NC. No, don't forget. BJ O'Doofus. Great. Yeah, I mean, corner, there's still some. I mean, Ifeatu Preolamu. You still have Lorenzo Doss. I like him. Kevin White from TCU. Jacoby Glenn, Charles Gaines. I think still some corners on the board. Might not be too bad. Packers. They've taken 2 defensive backs and a wide receiver. Kind of a weird draft for the Packers. A lot of projection players. Demarius Randall might change positions. Ty Montgomery has a lot of upside, needs development. Quentin Rollins needs a lot of development. So I think the Packers need to maybe get a linebacker finally. I don't know. Maybe we could see that. Yeah, offensive line, always a possibility. Tyrus Thompson would be a nice fit. I'm with you on that one, draft hobbyist. I think he'd be a pretty good fit. Offensive guard is thinning out. Maybe Jarvis Harrison. He's a little bigger than they like. Corey Robinson would be interesting if they want to get some bigger guys in there. Yeah, I think Tyrus Thompson might be ideal for a guard in his own blocking scheme. So. So here's the Packers pick. Packers select at 129 is Jake Ryan, linebacker out of Michigan. And there's your inside linebacker for the Green Bay Packers. Jake Ryan going to play inside in that 3-4 for them. And I don't think Jake Ryan's anything special. I don't think he's necessarily a special athlete or anything like that, but he played both outside and inside linebacker at Michigan. Pretty productive. Not going to give you much in terms of pass rush, but he'll clean up the run pretty well. And he's a smart player and a hardworking player. Gives a lot of effort. He's everything I've heard about him has been positive from the standpoint of watching film, of working at practice, and he's versatile. Not very good at shedding blocks. I think he struggles on what gap running backs are going to fill, and sometimes will fill the wrong gap, get caught out of position. He has some injury issues. He had an ACL tear a couple years ago. So sometimes tries to do a little bit too much. So he's big, he's physical, he can tackle, and if that's what you want for the Packers, then that's what you're getting. You get a high intangible player. I don't think he does blow up blocks. I don't think he's a player that's necessarily gonna use his strength to push guys back. He's more of a stand back and let me tackle the running back. Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. Seattle Seahawks back on the clock at pick 130. We got hundreds of picks to go. We're just heating up. We are just heating up. Yeah, I mean, Jake Ryan definitely was asked to do a ton at Michigan, and that could be a problem. And the Seahawks took Frank Clark and Tyler Lockett yesterday. Didn't have that first round pick because they got Jimmy Graham. We'll see. Maybe the Seahawks go with one of these defensive tackles. Go with Michael Bennett or Grady Jarrett. I think would be good fits for them. Maybe they go offensive line. Deron Smith's not been picked yet. Deron Smith, had some injury issues. Could be a medical issue with him. Absolutely. So let's see if we can get the Seahawks pick in here. Hopefully pretty soon. I mean, Jay Ajayi, if it's bone-on-bone knees, that's a big issue. And that's a big issue down the line. That's a lot of pain to play through. The Seattle Seahawks select Terry Pohl from San Diego State. Terry Pohl is a player had a pretty good combine. I'm a little surprised to see him go this early in the draft, but not a player that I necessarily liked. But he's a good athlete, and he's a player that that gives a lot of effort, gives good effort in the run game, and is solid in the pass game. I think he knows how to play the position, has good technique in the position. I don't think he's an offensive tackle. I don't think he can play in space like that. I think you got to move him inside to guard, and I don't know. There's just nothing really special about him. Even though he has the good combine numbers, he seemed to play a little sluggish at times. I think he can be. I think if you bulk up his strength, he can be a pretty good run blocker. Maybe get a little bit more of a push. But I had him in the late rounds at best. I'm a little surprised by that one. Patriots up at 131. New England Patriots select Shaq Mason, offensive guard / center out of Georgia Tech. And there's your run blocker. If you're going to take a run, an inside run blocker, man, that's Shaq Mason in a nutshell. Didn't get that combine invite, but I don't know if there's a better run blocker in this draft. Powerful, can move you off the snap, almost does it instantly, and very, very good at just moving guys back. He uses his hands well. He has great lower body strength. Is he the ideal look of a guard that you want to know? He's short. His arms are very short. He's not very good in pass protection. You're not going to have him pull for you. And he he sometimes tries to cut guys and fails a lot of times. But run blocker, that's Shaq Mason in a nutshell. 49ers pick at 132 is DeAndre Smelter, one of my favorites out of Georgia Tech. I really like this pick. I think DeAndre Smelter, who dealing with some injuries and some medical issues, but DeAndre Smelter has the look of a starting wide receiver in the NFL. He's only played college football for 2 years, but he's big, 226 pounds, and he's physical. He's a physical athlete. He's not afraid to push guys around and push them off. He wants to get separation. Has a good feel for the game. Now, he tore his ACL this year, so he might not be able to play. He's not the quickest athlete in the world. I don't think he comes in and out of his breaks great. Sometimes it will take a little bit too much time to get going, but with limited experience, I think he has a lot of, he's an athlete that has a ton of, bring him along slowly and see what you can do with him. I really like that pick from San Francisco. Is Cannon going to start at guard? Is he going to be a swing lineman like he was last year? I don't know. I don't know if Cannon's going to start for the Patriots. I think that the swing spot is probably ideal for him, and he probably like having that kind of player there. The Broncos pick at 133. The Denver Broncos select someone. Max Garcia, center out of Florida. And thanks, Cricket, for coming. So Denver Broncos select Max Garcia, center out of Florida. And Max Garcia is a player moving up. Took a lot of visits, so I thought he could go this high. And he was one of the leaders of the Florida team. He's played center. He's played left guard. He's played left tackle. Very strong. Has definitely one of the effort players who is a great in the run game. If the Broncos want to get a little bit of a push in that run game, I think Max Garcia could be a player to help them out. Good power and good technique is kind of what does it for him. So I think he needs to be in that power scheme where you want him to maul guys off the line. Because when he kind of went back, when he played left tackle, I thought he was below average. Even at left guard, I thought a lot of times they would kind of drop him back and try to let him pass protect. He didn't do so well with that. Because he plays really stiff, but from a strength and size standpoint, he's really intriguing and can be someone that maybe can move around the line too a little bit. Seahawks back on the clock. So let's see what the Seahawks do. Yeah, I mean, I think Garcia could play guard or center. Don't play him a tackle, I guess, is my big thing. I just wouldn't like that. So the Seattle Seahawks select See, they say it's gonna select it, and then they're holding it. So I gotta wait. Ugh. Mark Lewinsky, guard from West Virginia, another player that was moving on. I actually like both the West Virginia guards. Quentin Spain as well, who I think will get drafted at some point today, perhaps. But Mark Lewinsky is another solid guard. Played tackle for West Virginia early in his career, moved to guard. He's another big, strong athlete that's actually from around my area, if I'm not mistaken. Good upper body strength. He fights 110% every single play. Pretty good feet for his size. He doesn't really hook on to guys well. He doesn't get great leverage. Doesn't have great hand placement, and sometimes the better defensive lineman can get around him. That's why they moved him inside to guard, and I think that's better. I don't think there's any glaring weaknesses, but not a huge strengths with him, and I think he could end up developing into a starter. So I like Mark Lewinsky. Maybe not someone that's flashy, but someone that's played a lot, plays tough, plays strong, and if you can develop some of his technique skills, I think it could be pretty good. So I think it's a solid pick. The Bengals are on the clock. And here it comes for Cincinnati. Cincinnati Bengals. 49ers. Man, 49ers always have a ton of picks. All the time. Always a ton of picks. Yeah, Tampa's handing all these compensatory picks to the Bengals, so the Bengals get another extra pick here, and they select Marcus Hardison, defensive tackle out of Arizona State. So another Arizona State player getting drafted here, and Marcus Hardison is a penetrator. You know, he's a defensive tackle that can penetrate well. At 310 pounds, he actually gets some push in the right direction. And they played him inside, they played him outside. He was really good at getting into the backfield. He even stood up at a couple of plays, which at 310 pounds, you have this big athlete standing up. So I think he's a little bit of a raw player where you don't know where you're going to put him. I kind of like him more as a defensive end. I think that's where he's going to play in the NFL. But you could absolutely at his size kick him inside to a 3 technique and see if you can develop that. That's the big issue with him, is he has the speed with his size to be a good athlete. He gets a good step off the edge. He's a low player. He'll play low and plays like he's 250, 260 pounds. So he has this kind of athletic pass rush. even with his size, he can get blown off the ball. He doesn't seem to have that strength that comes with the size that he plays with. So in the run game, I think if he doesn't get in the backfield, he could be a little bit of a liability. But ultimately, an interesting pick, and a pick that the Bengals seem to make. They seem to like to take these kind of defensive linemen that have a lot of upside, but need to be honed in and raw, and sometimes they get it done. Michael Johnson, when he played for them at least, got it done. Carlos Dunlap, and sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes it doesn't work out for the Bengals when they try and mold these guys. Margus Hunt being an example from 2 years ago. So the Ravens have the last pick in the 4th round. Ravens have the last pick in the 4th round. And the Ravens select Trey Walker, cornerback out of Texas Southern. Trey Walker is a player who was moving up in the kind of the draft community. Not a guy I heard about a lot early on, but he's got that size and that length and that speed. That's a combination of Trey Walker, where he's a 4.5 runner at 6'2", and you have the height and the length. He's got long arms to press cover and keep wide receivers, knock them off their routes, and he has the speed to turn and run. He's pretty good against the run. He was a good tackler at Texas Southern. If he presses and fails, he doesn't play well. He struggled. There are times where he got beat by guys that, couldn't even sniff an NFL tryout, which is always scary. So there's a lot of raw ability with him, but a lot of games where I thought he wasn't a very good cover corner. So you have to kind of find that with him, and that's an upside pick by the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah, just a really good athlete, but you have to figure out what you're going to do with him. So the Vikings have traded with the Falcons. The Falcons move up to 137. So if you find out what that trade was, let me know. Yeah, well, we still got Brett Hundley on the board. He's still sticking around. Jay Ajayi's still out there. Rashad Green, wide receiver at Florida State, still out there. Jesse James from Penn State. But let's get to this Falcons pick. Who did they trade up for? Grady Jarrett. Well, there's Grady Jarrett, a great pick for the Atlanta Falcons. Grady Jarrett, a little bit undersized, but a player that you have to fall in love with when you see him play. 304 pounds only, so he lacks that size, but man, he's so quick off the snap, gets such a good push. A great 3 technique player, uses leverage, uses his feet so well, and he's disruptive. I saw him numerous times just collapse the pocket from the interior. Quarterbacks didn't know what to do. They got uncomfortable. Grady Jarrett made that happen. I think he's a good pass rusher that has, he has some bulk to him. He has wide shoulders. He's just undersized. He's just small. So I think late in games, he struggled more than early. You could see that effort kind of wear down on him. But as a whole, I think Grady Jarrett should have been gone by now. And if you have him play one gap for you for the Falcons, I think that's pretty intriguing. And I think he fits that Dan Quinn's defense pretty well, where you have that kind of smaller guy that can penetrate a little bit, maybe even play some defensive end. So. Oh yeah, I think he'll push Tyson Jackson, etc. for playing time. I think Grady Jarrett could have a shot. Now he's a 5th round pick, so I guess I shouldn't say that. But they traded up for him. They obviously liked him more than the 5th round. Tennessee Titans pick 138. Experto loving Stephon Diggs. Titans pick at 138 is David Cobb, running back out of Minnesota. So there's your compliment to Bishop Sankey. You get David Cobb, who is... I like David Cobb. He's slow, but he's a power runner, man. He is tough to bring down. And I think the 5th round is too late, despite his 40 time. Well, he ran the 4.8s. But he's 229 pounds, and you feel like a ton of weights hit you when David Cobb hits you. He's really effective, really good vision, stays low to the ground, and he'll hit linebackers in the chest and he'll push them back. I remember only a handful of plays where someone actually could take him and drive him backwards. That's how good he is at driving. Definitely a short yardage running back. And he's not going to go outside. He's not going to make the big play on you. He's not going to run away from you. But I think his game film is a heck of a lot faster than 4.8. And I think he runs more of like a 4.6 player. Has some fumbling issues. He sometimes tries too hard and get the ball ripped out. He's loose with how he does it. He's not a great blocker despite his size. Not much of a receiver. Short yardage back. You get him. You know he can come in there and get that 1 yard. I like Cobb. I like Cobb a lot. The Vikings traded down 9 spots and picked up, was that a 6th round pick, 185? 6th round pick. Jacksonville was on the clock. Jacksonville Jaguars. I think Jacksonville's having a pretty solid draft. I like Fowler, I like Yeldon, I like Can. James Sample is an intriguing athlete at the strong safety position. And thanks for watching, everyone. Always appreciated. If you like what you see, keep sending that link out there. Get people this way. I'll be interested to see how much time, if David Cobb can push for some playing time with Sankey. There's not a lot to go. Not a lot of depth chart to go for him. So the Jaguars are 139 select. Rashad Green, wide receiver out of Florida State. I love that pick. Rashad Green is as solid as you get at wide receiver. When you talk about maybe a slot wide receiver that you can plug in there as a number 3 or a number 4 and just have a reliable target on 3rd down, I think you're talking about Rashad Green. He's played outside. He's played slot. So he could definitely play the slot with Robinson and Lee on the outside. Doesn't drop balls very much. Very good at using his hands. Always seems to get open. I don't think he's a great, phenomenal athlete. 5'11", 182, runs in the 4.5s, but he finds a way to get open. No wasted movement. He'll kind of push off a little bit. Good acceleration. Not very strong. When he gets pressed, he has some issues. Not going to block for you. Not going to do any of those things. And that's why I like him as kind of a slot wideout, where you give him some room to move left to right. And I really think as a route runner, if he improves, he could be a great slot receiver. So nice pick. Nice pick. We got to see a small school pass rusher soon. Davis Toole, Kyle Emanuel. I think if Davis Toole's medicals work out, I think we'll see him pretty soon. I'm still waiting for kind of Trey McBride. Experto, why is Stephon Diggs not being picked higher? Stephon Diggs not very good. He's had multiple injury issues. He not a phenomenal athlete, not phenomenal size. I know he was a great high school player, but Stephon Diggs did not have a great college career. I think there's some concerns with him. Oakland's on the clock. Oakland Raiders. Oakland's draft. And I'm already hungry. It's gonna be a long night. Mari Cooper, Mario Edwards, Clive Walford, the John Feliciano in the last round. Texans fan, someone call Lyle Collins bluff and draft him late. I don't know. I don't think anyone's gonna draft him. I think they should. I'd take the risk in the 7th, but I probably wouldn't do it. La'el Collinsby, Mr. Irrelevant. Arizona Cardinals have the last pick in the draft. So Phoenix better get that pick right. Yeah, I mean, the 49ers draft is definitely not my favorite in the world. But yeah, there's a ton of upside if Eric Armstead does really well. If Jaquiski Tart does well. Eli Harold is probably my favorite pick of the bunch. But yeah, upside. Blake Bell, Mike Davis, DeAndre Smelter, all could be really good players. So, look, San Francisco, it's an interesting draft strategy. You draft all these guys. If half of them work out and hit their upside, then you win. That's it. So Raiders pick at 140. Ben Heaney, inside linebacker out of Kansas. Not my favorite guy, but maybe an interesting backup there for them. So they steal Ben Heaney away from the Chiefs, right? Ben Heaney is kind of a solid, one of the solid mental players in this draft. I think he's very good at recognizing the offense, recognizing gaps, getting into the backfield, and figuring out what offenses are going to do. He relies on that intelligence to win. Not a great athlete for his size. Definitely not a great. It doesn't have great tackle technique. Not very strong. So I think he's more of a backup who you could bring in, and I think from an intelligence standpoint, he could have some really good games. So he's a good motor, has good conditioning, but I just think he's. I don't think it's going to work in the NFL. Let me say that. And maybe you're right, Daddy Show. Maybe him and Jake Ryan both had to overcompensate for a bad defense, but it definitely a little too much push, and it hurt them to do it. I don't like Ben Heaney. What do you want from me? I don't think he's got to be a starter in the NFL. 5th round pick. I guess it's fine for the 5th round, but I don't know. Washington Redskins are on the clock. Still looking for Ifo Ekpre-Alamu to get drafted. Will he get taken this round? We could see it. My best players available right now, just kind of by position. Brett Hundley's my top QB. Running back, Jay Ajayi. And I think that's the only one I have in the top 4 rounds still left. Receiver, Darren Waller of Georgia Tech. Stephon Diggs, Trey McBride of William & Mary. Tight end, Jesse James of Penn State. Michael Pruitt, Southern Illinois. Offensive tackle, Tyrus Thompson of Oklahoma. Corey Robinson of South Carolina. Offensive guard, Jose Matias of Florida State. Jarvis Harrison of Texas A&M. Center, Reese Dismukes of Auburn. And the Redskins, I'll do the defense in a second. The Redskins take Martrell Spate, linebacker out of Arkansas. Martrell Spate is an intriguing player, especially for that 3-4. A ton of tackles for him, and he's an attacker. You know, he goes on the offensive. He goes to meet that running back head on. He doesn't wait for him head on, and he's a physical player. He got in the backfield a lot from the outside linebacker position. He played weak side for them, so I guess you're probably looking at him inside in the Redskins 3-4 defense. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably going to be his spot. A little undersized, 236 pounds, but uses his hands well. Just an aggressive player. Not good at shedding blocks. He can get pushed around a little bit. I think strength is an issue for him, and he's tight. I think coverage is not as good as he should be, and that's what kind of pushes him down a little bit. So I think he could be a solid player and help you as kind of a backup special teamer type. Best available defensively, defensive end. I think my top 3 round guys have gone: Anthony Chickalow from Miami, Lyndon Trail, Norfolk, Corey Crawford from Clemson. Defensive tackle, I still have Michael Bennett from Ohio State, Darius Philon from Arkansas, Ellis McCarthy, UCLA. Linebackers, we've got Max Valls Virginia. Tony Washington, Oregon. Davis Toll, Chattanooga. Cornerback, Ifo Ekprealamu, Oregon. Lorenzo Das, Tulane. Kevin White, TCU. And safety, Cody Pruitt, Ole Miss. Jared Holloman, Louisville. Anthony Harris, Virginia. Curtis Drummond, Michigan State. Woo! Hey, I don't mind the Jayhawks. I like Ja'Cory Shepherd. Thoughts on Bryce Petty? I think Bryce Petty is not very good. I don't think he's going to develop into a starter experto, unfortunately. But I think it was fine value to try, and I think he has the arm to try. Maybe I am lying. You'll never know. That's just my value board, which you can download at the link above if you would like to download it. I know I've already missed some players. I think Zan is bashing me for that, but rightfully so. I missed Frank Clark, who I have ranked high. I forgot to add on my value board. So, can I sneak in a peanut butter melt away here? Is that all right? Sneak that in. I don't really like eating on camera, but I haven't eaten today. I haven't eaten in 14 hours. I mean, I can do kickers and punters if you want. But Bears pick 142. Select Adrian Amos, safety out of Penn State. And Adrian Amos had a really good career at Penn State. Very athletic player. I actually really like him as kind of a free safety type to play back a little bit. Actually reminds me a bit of like Brock Vereen, who they drafted last year. Good athlete, pretty fluid, moves sideline to sideline well. I like how he swings his hips, really good, and actually can go man-to-man sometimes with people. Penn State played him at cornerback sometimes too, so he has the ability to play both. Really good one-deep safety. Not going to give you much against the run. Even on the outside, he doesn't do much against runners. He seems not to like contact very much. After guys catch the football, he'll miss tackles. He'll go too low on a guy or too high on a guy and get kind of pushed off. Doesn't break on the ball as fast as you want. I don't think he's going to make a lot of big plays, but runs a 4.4 flat to 218 pounds at safety. At his pro day, that's what he ran. He ran a 4.5 at the combine. He definitely has the athletic ability to be a starting safety. Trust me, my blood sugar doesn't need risen anymore than it usually is. So, all right, you want my best available specialists? Kicker, Justin Manton, Louisiana Monroe. Tom Abarski of Concordia. Punter, Bradley Pinion of Clemson. Spencer Roth of Baylor. Long snapper, Joe Cardona of Navy. John Shepardson of Cal. Matt Dooley of Indiana. And Easton Washington of Arizona State. That's 4 long snappers deep. That's where we're going. Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. I really like their draft. Really like Minnesota's draft so far. But, hey, I like the draft when they took Cordero Patterson and Sharif Floyd. So we'll see. But so far, Trey Wayans, starting corner. Eric Kendricks, starting inside linebacker. Danielle Hunter, I think, can give you a pass rush specialist. And TJ Clemmings, I think, can develop into a starting offensive lineman. So 3 to 4 potential starters for Minnesota right here. Yeah, there are definitely question marks about Cody Pruitt. I mean, Cody Pruitt is not going to give you almost any coverage ability whatsoever. So I think there's a lot of people that fear, there's no starting potential with him at this point, and that could be an issue. Are there any good sandwich places near me? You know what? There really isn't. There's not a great sandwich place around here. Kind of do everything else pretty well. Some good pizza places. But not a good place to stop and get a sandwich. So Minnesota. Minnesota takes Michael Pruitt, tight end out of Southern Illinois, and this is about where he should go. Michael Pruitt, a really good athlete at the tight end position, but definitely needs to hone in those skills. Kind of this tight end, wide receiver type of tweener, 251 pounds, good hands catcher, and very good athlete for his size. If you look at the combine, ran a 4.58, great vertical, great shuttle. He's quick, he's fast, and he can get down the field. He has to get a better feel for the game because he can kind of his routes definitely are very very weak. Where he'll have a lot of wasted movement. He'll seem indecisive on what he wants to do. Not a very good blocker, and he maybe doesn't play as fast as he actually is. But I don't think he's much of a red zone threat, but he has a ton of big games. His big game was against Purdue this year, so playing against better competition, he had his better games. No one could really stop him, and he just needs coached up. So I think he's a nice developmental number 2 tight end, and you can see what happens. Maybe he could develop into a starter. What guy on the board is most likely to start day 1? I think Alamu could start if, I guess the injury, I guess he couldn't start day 1. So we want to say day 1. I mean, I still like Michael Bennett a lot. You want to talk starting on day 1. And I don't really see a running back that I think could do it. Maybe Tyrus Thompson, I think could be an intriguing player to start on day 1 that's still left on the board. Other than that, not too much else. No. Nah. Not too much else. What's up, Woodrow? Woodrow's here ready to go. Giants pick 144. And the Giants select Mikel Thompson, safety out of Texas. Mikel Thompson, I don't think I had him on my value board. But Mikel Thompson is not a great player. 6'2", 185, decent athlete for his size. Made a lot of tackles. Definitely more of an in the box player than a coverage safety. I thought he struggled anytime he was called into coverage, and Texas used him a lot in coverage. Didn't make the big play. Got beat by tight ends pretty consistently. Pretty good in the box. Nice technique tackler. Didn't really go for the big plays. He went for the sure tackle. I thought he was just another guy that had decent height and speed. I didn't have him as a draftable player. So that's interesting to me. And he maybe he has the athletic ability to be more of a coverage safety. I don't know, but seems like a special teams type of guy. It's kind of a weird pick by the Giants. Yeah, any Patriots draft will have the UDFA tracker. Make sure you follow Mike Loico on Twitter. I told myself this year I'm not going to follow undrafted free agency, but I get sucked in every year. So, are there any guys you think are particularly good at special teams? Yeah, I think there's some guys that could be pretty good at special teams. I like Dean Marlowe out of James Madison, safety. Cedric Thompson out of Minnesota. I think could be a pretty good special teams player. I like Darryl Roberts out of Marshall as a special teams player. There's another one too. Edmund Robinson out of Newberry has the athleticism, linebacker. Maybe would be a good special teamer. So I like all that. All right, tweet that out. Miami Dolphins. Miami, pick 145. Yeah, these picks have been taking a little bit longer. They were flying off the board, and then boom. Just... Bengals, how do you feel about Stephon Diggs? I think he should go here pretty soon. He has the upside to get drafted here pretty soon, but I think injuries and some of the physical characteristics are not there for him. So the Dolphins select Bobby McCain, cornerback out of Memphis. Took a lot of visits. Another guy that I kind of watched late in the process as I saw he was getting visits. I was like, I better check this guy out. Bobby McCain is very intriguing and had a pretty good combine. 4.51, 195 pounds, 5'9", it's on the small side, so might be a little bit better as a nickel cornerback, but I think he has the talent to potentially be a number 4, number 3, maybe play on the boundary every once in a while. Really good instinctual player. You see man coverage, you see zone coverage from him. And he's a playmaker. He'll run up, has good closing speed to make interceptions, make things happen, and seems to have a good feel for the game. He gives good effort in the run game, not something that he's very good at. Didn't do a lot of press coverage. Well, played a lot of off-man coverage, so you saw a lot of passes get completed in front of him. He might not have the deep speed to really run with a speed wide receiver deep. But I like him. I think it's about where he should have went for round 4, round 5 or so. Uh-oh. Jinx is in the house. Any good pass rushers left that fit Tampa Bay? I think there are some that are left that fit Tampa Bay. I think Corey Crawford from Clemson could be really intriguing for them as a pass rusher. I also like Lyndon Trail from Norfolk. Is a player with a lot of upside that you could see them take potentially. Vikings pick 146. On the clock. LT Giants says, Mikhail Thompson any good? Well, he did get benched at Texas for not being able to cover anyone. So there's that. I don't know if that makes you feel good about him. But I think that's Mikhail Thompson in a nutshell. I don't know why. I don't even know why he was drafted. I don't really know. I don't really know. He's like, yeah, we'll come back to him, I'm sure. So the Vikings take Stephon Diggs, wide receiver out of Maryland, and I think it's about where Stephon Diggs should have went. I had him around higher. Stephon Diggs obviously has good athletic ability, a player that dealt with a lot of injuries, was highly recruited coming out of high school, and just never really had that great... He had some good production, but never really had those great consistent games. And he's a little bit on the small side, can get pushed around, but you have that quick athletic ability from him that you look for. And I think if you're Minnesota, another really good pick that you draft a wide receiver that has some developmental ability. He can be the number 4, number 5 guy this year, and let him come along slowly, see what you can do. So I think Stephon Diggs has a lot of upside, can get down the field pretty well, and has a natural feel for the game. Dolphins 112. What could you see the Dolphins going with all these 5th rounders? Yeah, the Dolphins have a lot of 5th rounders. I think the Bobby McCain pick was pretty good. There's 3 more, and that's the rest of their draft. So I think we could see a running back from them. I think we could see maybe even them adding to the linebacking core. I think they're going to go with a bunch of different positions with these 5th round picks because that's going to be the end of their draft. Patriots are on the clock. Daddy Shelton, the Steelers are always open. And the Packers have traded up to pick 147, so the Packers are now on the clock. Who could the Packers be trading up for? Draft Hobbyist has got to make a prediction here in the chat room, I think. See what they're trading up for. Now, the Packers have taken two guys in the secondary, Demarius Randall, Quentin Rollins. They've taken a wide receiver in Ty Montgomery and an inside linebacker in Jake Ryan. So, do we see him take someone on the offensive or defensive line right here? Could this be where we see one of these defensive tackles come off the board, potentially? Jumped over the Saints. Yeah, and I mean, the Packers move up pretty highly. This is 19 picks to move up, so. Hobby's going Tyrus Thompson. I'm interested to see. I'm ready. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, hey, if you're the Packers, maybe some offensive line depth or defensive line depth, maybe a tight end. Maybe they take Jesse James out of Penn State. I know Richard Rodgers developed pretty well late last year. After this pick, I might have to get another Snapple. Nah, well, maybe I'll switch it up. I'll grab another green apple soda. Marcus Hardison is gone. Unfortunately, he was taken. So. Let's see what this trade is too. So the Patriots get 166 and 247. So that's a pretty cheap for the Packers to move up. And the Green Bay Packers select we'll wait here. Yeah, remember, don't tip picks in the chat. Wow, Brett Hundley goes to the Green Bay Packers. So the Packers draft a quarterback to back up Aaron Rodgers. Brett Hundley is an interesting player. High character, hard worker with a good athlete, 226 pounds. A player that could have went in the first round that he come out a year ago potentially and has fallen down further. And, I mean, I think it's a great system fit for him. He has great athleticism. He has to really work on how to read a defense, where to throw the ball. But, I mean, he has a good pocket presence, a good feel for the pocket. If you can firm up some of the footwork ability, when the pressure's coming, and get him to get the ball out a little bit faster. He takes a long time. He's very slow in kind of everything that he does except running the football. So sometimes he'll look to do that too much. He really tried this year, I think, to be a pocket quarterback and did not succeed at that. And so once he kind of got back to his game of running around and moving around in the pocket, he seemed to do a lot better and feel a lot more comfortable. So it all depends what the Packers want to kind of do with him. If you can develop him, I think giving up a 7th-round pick to move up for Brett Hundley is perfectly fine for me if you're Green Bay, who took Aaron Rodgers a little bit early and developed him. And so Hundley is a player you can develop if he looks really good, maybe a player you can flip and trade, or that's a really good landing spot for Brett Hundley. I really like it. They don't sell Grapico here. BOE, they don't. I don't know what to do. But thanks, guys, for watching. Up to 91 viewers. Check it out on drafttv.com. I'm going to be breaking down every pick as it happens. You can ask me questions in our chat room at drafttv.com. We're filled up in there. Got a lot of people going, which is awesome. The Saints are up. Pick 148, the New Orleans Saints, who had 2 first-round picks and traded Jimmy Graham. They've gotten Andrus Peat, Stephon Anthony, inside linebacker, Heloi Kaka, the pass rusher, Garrett Grayson, and P.J. Williams, I thought was a potential steal at 78. So their first pick today, they have 2 5th-rounders, a 6th and a 7th. Do they take a weapon? Do they take a wide receiver? Do they take a tight end? I think this could be the time for the Saints to take one of those guys. I think Trey McBride would be a really nice fit. Experto, I'm loving the Jets draft so far. I think the Jets are having a phenomenal draft. Leonard Williams, best player in the draft. You have Devin Smith, a deep threat from Ohio State that also gives you some underneath speed, which they need. Lorenzo Baldwin, I think, is a really good pass rusher. And as much as I don't like Bryce Petty, I think at 103, it's real fine to take a chance on him there with the upside that he brings to the table. They still have 3 more picks in this draft. Ultimately, I like it. I mean, I still have Shane Carden as a draftable quarterback. After that, maybe Brian Bennett is the only other guys I think are draftable, but. Then after this pick, Miami has 2 picks in a row. They have 1 more, only a couple picks later. That'll be the end of their draft. I really like the Texans draft so far too. I know that they don't have a pick till the end of the 5th round today, but Kevin Johnson, Benardrick McKinney, and Jalen Strong is a very good trio who all could start for them in the future. If you can get 3 starters out of this draft, that's a win and worth trading up for. Really like the Texans draft. I promise I don't like everyone's draft. I like Minnesota a lot. But those are 2 that I like a lot, the Jets and the Texans. Whereas, like, the Colts, I could pass on a lot of their draft picks. Other than Henry Anderson, because we can't make Phoenix mad. Alright, I'm going to grab a soda here. Be right back. Brian Bennett is from Southeast Louisiana. He was the guy that transferred. So the Saints take Davis Toll, linebacker out of Chattanooga. So another pass rusher here for the Saints. And Davis Toll, a super productive player for Chattanooga this year. He's just a dominant force. 6'2", 246 pounds. 4 years, started as a freshman, started every single game, I believe, for them. So a really good player. He's on the small side, so he played defensive end, going to stand up in that 3-4 for them. Really good, and he's a very good pass rusher. I mean, outstanding. He knows how to use his hands. He knows how to get around guys. A pretty good bender. Gives a lot of effort. Very tough and pretty strong for where he played. I don't think he's going to be much in pass coverage. I don't think he's going to turn and run with NFL players. He doesn't have maybe the physical profile to look for. A little small, kind of short-armed. So a guy that made big stats, big pass rush ability, but you question that jump to the next level. So I wonder how he'll do against NFL offensive tackles. Ultimately, pretty good. See, Mel Kiper wouldn't walk away. Mel Kiper also has like 100 people that can deliver him water and food and things. I have just me and the dog is just laying here. He won't do it. I've tried. He won't do it. I don't like KC's draft the best, but I think it's pretty good. I think Kansas City has had a good draft so far. Miami on the clock for 2 picks. Any running backs that can start and share carries outside of Ajayi at this point? I think so. I really like Josh Robinson from Mississippi State. I think he's a player that can be a contributor. Malcolm Brown from Texas. Zach Zenner, South Dakota State. Ty Varga, Yale. So I think he has some guys that maybe could split. Maybe not be starters, but... I mean, next year I'll rock the shades. I'll be happy to rock the shades next year, too. So the Dolphins' first pick of this round is Jay Ajayi, running back out of Boise State. There he goes, and that's a really interesting pick. So we heard about the bone on bone, the knees, but as a player, Jay Ajayi is everything that you look for to be a lead NFL running back. Really good at catching the pass. Really nice zone running back, which is what the Miami Dolphins run. And he seems to always fall forward. He picks up extra yardage. He's tough. He's low. He plays compact. It doesn't always make guys miss consistently. I think in space, one-on-one, defenders usually get the best of him. But he has this nice third gear of getting up to a top speed when he has to. He's quick. Not a great pass blocker, but he can catch the football. So I think you can find ways to use him on third downs too. I think he could be a lead back in a committee if the health is not an issue. That's it. I really like it. So, hey, if I'm Miami, why not take a shot in the 5th round, a position of need for you, and take a really good player and hope that medical will work itself out. Yeah, I still don't know, Zook, how that owner in draft day just never took off his shades ever. Doesn't make any sense to me. I think longevity is definitely an issue. I don't know how much of a concern it is. I don't know how much of a concern the bone-on-bone is. But it's a good place for him, and we've seen Chris Polk last, who had similar issues and went undrafted because of it. So, we'll see what happens. I think, Miami has this pick, and they have one more, and then their draft is over. Actually, they do not have a 6th or a 7th round pick. Woot, BOE. We got the old gang back together here. DC gang. Yeah, I think we'll find out more about these medical issues. I think as people start digging in, we'll really see. Yeah, I mean, Ajayi, a balanced player, I think it's worth a shot, even if those knees are going to give out on him pretty quick. I mean, I think Ajayi is going to be one of the most interesting fantasy picks from a dynasty perspective. Do you take the risk that he maybe he never plays a game? or do you take the risk that he could be a really good player? I think it's just kind of a lot to bet on. I think Jay Ajayi is going to probably go too high in rookie dynasty drafts for me. I'll be honest. If NFL teams are going to wait till the 5th to take him, then even if he has one good year, I don't know if it'll quite be worth it for me. Dolphins pick 150. Cedric Thompson, safety out of Minnesota. One of those players I talked about being a good special teams player. And I think Cedric Thompson is an underrated player as a whole. Didn't make a lot of big splash plays at Minnesota, but he played that back end of Minnesota's defense really, really well. Has a lot of experience. 210 pounds, 6 feet. He's big. He's big and a good player as a whole. Cedric Thompson's strengths, definitely a deep safety, I think, is his ideal place. I saw him line up at both deep and kind of in the box. He's big enough. They put him on tight ends a lot, on like these bigger receivers a lot, and he seemed to do well there. Good tackler, and I think speed-wise he's okay. I don't think he's great, but I think he can close pretty well. He definitely has some mental work to do in terms of reading an offense and what they're going to do. Quarterbacks can fool him with his eyes. He seems to, if it's a run play, he makes a choice and he goes, and sometimes he's wrong on that. So Ohio State killed him. I mean, they looked him off so many times. So decent athletic ability, probably a free safety with good size. Maybe could play in the box. Maybe could play special teams. You just got to find the right fit for him. I really like that pick. Yeah, maybe Thompson could be a guy that can cover Gronkowski. Not that anyone can cover Gronkowski, but Colts are on the clock. Colts taking Philip Dorsett, wide receiver out of Miami. DeJon Smith, I do like that pick from Florida Atlantic. Henry Anderson from Stanford, and Clayton Gaithers for Central Florida. The Colts pick at 151 is David Perry, defensive tackle. So they're going to bring back David Perry and Henry Anderson together, which those guys worked pretty well together at Stanford. Nose tackle, David Perry, purely a nose tackle. Even though he doesn't have that like 330-pound frame, he plays like a nose at 308 pounds. Very super strong. Lower body is built. His upper body is built, and I don't even think he was a recruit for them. But he has that strength. You can tell he lives in the weight room, and that's what he wants to do. Good power and a good burst off the line. I think he's a pretty solid interior nose tackle, and he actually got into the backfield quite a bit for how he plays. So I think he could start at nose tackle for them, as they seem to like that little bit undersized guy. You'd like him to get bigger if he's got a 2-gap. You want him to get a little bit bigger, but I don't know if he can, and that becomes the big issue. Strength out the wazoo. You just have to hope that he can get big enough and to actually fill 2 gaps. Jets are on the clock at 152. Did the Jets trade up for that last pick? Was that a trade for the 49ers? If anyone gets that information, let me know. I'll be interested to see what they gave up to move up. So we'll see on this Jets pick. I think the Jets have had a heck of a draft so far. One of, if not my favorite. Then Minnesota and Houston, probably the probably the best. Braylon Hurd and Darian Miller. I'm not sure if they do get drafted. We'll see. We can talk about that, Casey, though, because the Jets just made their pick. One of my favorites, Jarvis Harrison, offensive guard out of Texas A&M. He played both guard positions at Texas A&M. Huge mammoth of a man with good athletic skill to boot. I think he's kind of that big offensive guard that you look for and try to develop into a starter, because at 330 pounds, he moves like he's 315. Big lower body, good leg drive, and he's someone that can move for his size. He pulled a lot at Texas A&M. You look at 2 years ago with Johnny Manziel, he moved pretty well with that. His upper body strength might be mediocre. He can definitely get knocked around a little bit with that. I've seen him get pushed back against the run, especially this year. He had some problems with it, and he has some injury issues, some questions about his shoulder, some upper body issues, and not a max effort guy. I don't think he ever looks like he's working really hard or trying really hard. So very talented athlete, though. I think his athletic profile fits the Jets perfectly. Great. Really good pick. But to answer your question, Casey, I think Braylon Hurd and Darian Miller are both on that border of getting drafted, maybe 6th to 7th rounds, maybe undrafted, but I think both will get picked up. All right, I'll keep an eye out for this Colts trade. See if we can find it. So the 49ers get the Colts' 5th and 7th round picks. So the 49ers now have 3 7th round picks in this draft, and the San Diego Chargers are on the clock. Yeah, but Jarvis Harrison could be a steal for the Jets. I think it's possible that he could develop into a starter, or he could kind of fizzle out. So we'll see. Chargers pick at 153. Kyle Emanuel, outside linebacker out of North Dakota State. Another very productive small school player who was brought in for a couple of visits, and he ton of sacks, 19 and a half sacks this year for North Dakota State, and was behind the line of scrimmage, lived behind the line of scrimmage. 250, 260 pounds, very low player. I think a lot of the offensive linemen seem to not understand how to stop him because he was coming out so low, could get his hands up under their pads, and they couldn't do anything. Pretty strong for his size, good upper body strength, and does well rushing the passer. It's always an area of concern when you talk about level of competition. Not the quickest off the snap. I think that's a little bit of an issue for him. I think 3-4 outside linebackers where he's going to play for San Diego, and if you could develop him to get a little bit more of a variety of pass rush moves where he bends around the edge, and that's how he wins. That's how he won with the kind of his height and his low playability and going around the edge. So I think it's a pretty solid pick about where he should have went, and the strength of production you can't deny. So solid pick for the Chargers at a pass rush position that I think he could really use. I mean, he's a guy that's worth developing as a backup at least. So. New Orleans Saints are up on the clock. So what are your biggest surprises here for what teams have taken and not taken? I'm still kind of floored that the Dallas Cowboys haven't taken a running back. That they haven't taken a runner. Is Darren McFadden really going to be the guy for Dallas? If they take someone in the 5th or 6th round, how are we going to feel about that? So. I mean, you watch these Jay Ajayi highlights and you just see why he's such a good runner. You think his knees look just fine. I mean, Jerry Jones might love Darren McFadden, but Darren McFadden might not might not be able to play. Right, the Saints too. That's a good call. The Saints would have taken some type of offensive weapon by this point. They have 3 picks left, including this one. Let's see who they take at 154. Maybe they address it here. The Saints select Tyler Davison, defensive tackle out of Fresno State. So the Saints go to beef up that defensive line a little bit more. Tyler Davison, a very productive player in the Mountain West for Fresno State. 316 pounds, 6'2", likely a 5-tech player. And he's someone that sets the edge pretty well. Did well against the run, got into the backfield, very productive. And he has a lot of pass rush moves. He knows how to get past offensive linemen. That's what Tyler Davison does well. He'll push you. He'll swim past you. He'll not push you off of him. He does really good at that. And some decent strength for him. I'm a little surprised by the fit with New Orleans. I think 5-tech could be putting him a little bit too much on an island for himself. He seemed to use the lineman next to him and use the guys next to him to help him. So that's a little bit surprising to me. He's not the best athlete in the world. He's very straightforward. He's not going to change direction. He's not going to bend around you to get into the backfield. He seems to reach and grab for those tackles more than make the sure tackles, and he's a little bit undersized. So Tyler Davison's a good player, maybe a backup, kind of a swing backup to play defensive end. Buffalo Bills at 155 take Carlos Williams, running back out of Florida State. And Carlos Williams is definitely more athlete than a football player, but that potential is off the charts for Carlos Williams. I thought, watching him 2 years ago, that this was going to be a player that would just get better, and he seemed to get worse. Super upright runner, doesn't get good leverage, but he played safety, and he'll take shots. I mean, he's not opposed to taking shots, and he's going to go impact for impact. A pretty good speed for his size. I mean, 230 pounds. He ran a 4.48 at the combine with that size and speed combination. There's a lot that you can do with that. He's a good pass protector and a good pass catcher. So I think he's someone that's still learning the position. He really struggles with vision, when to kick it outside, when to go inside, when to make cuts, etc., etc., etc. So that's a problem. I think last year he didn't make those big runs, and he lost his starting job just because he wasn't competent enough. So I think he's someone with a lot of talent that needs to develop a little bit. And Buffalo is a team that doesn't really have this huge running back need per se. On their team, they traded for LaShawn McCoy. Fred Jackson's still sticking around. They traded for Bryce Brown last year, so we'll see what happens. Miami Dolphins, I believe this is Miami's last pick of the draft. So Miami's going to be done after this pick. Yeah, this is the last one that they have. I mean, I think Carlos Williams is a lot bigger than Jerick McKinnon. Carlos Williams is 230 pounds. So Done. Yeah, this is the last pick for the Miami Dolphins in this draft, and I think they've had a good 5th round. Bobby McCain, Jay Ajayi, Cedric Thompson, all pretty good picks. Thoughts on Randall Telfair? I think he is underrated. I thought he could actually go a lot higher. An inline blocking tight end who has some pass catching upside. Took a lot of visits. I think Randall Telfair is an interesting pick if they need a number 2 tight end at this point. Yeah, the Dolphins. I think linebacker depth would be good for them. Let's see who they pick here at 156. The Miami Dolphins' final pick of the NFL draft is Tony Lippett, wide receiver out of Michigan State. So they go with another wide receiver, add that depth, and Tony Lippett is a solid all-around player. You watch him Michigan State, very productive. Doesn't wow you on film, but 6'2", 192 pounds. He has solid size and uses that size effectively. And he was their number one receiver for a while. He can go up and get and high point the football. He gets off the line pretty well. I like the way he gets off the snap, and he seems pretty natural at catching the football, reaching his hands out. His route tree is very limited. I think he's good between the hash marks. He doesn't get great separation. I think that's his big issue, and you just feel like I can cover that guy. I don't think he's anyone that has a lot of upside. Kind of a special teamer kind of a special teams player who you can have as a reserve if he fills in. Could be productive, but not someone that I think that's going to ever dominate at the NFL level. Yeah, they're definitely trying to help Ryan Tannehill. I mean, you got to be happy with Devontae Parker, Jay Ajayi, and Tony Lippett as weapons. So Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Cincinnati, kind of a weird draft for them with all those offensive linemen at the top. Cedric Bowie, Jake Fisher, Tyler Kroft, tight end, Paul Dawson. I like today's picks. Josh Shaw, I think is good. Marcus Hardison is a player with a lot of upside, can play inside or outside. I definitely like it. And then after that, Arizona with back-to-back picks. That's right, Phoenix. And yeah, Tony Lippett, they announced him as a defensive back. Is that right? That's it. That would be interesting. Say that. Darius Kilgo of Maryland. I like Darius Kilgo. I think he should go maybe 6th to 7th round. I like Darius Kilgo's girth, and I think he can be a little bit of a fire plug there in the middle. I think it'd be a nice reserve that you could plug in and not lose much in terms of defending the run. So the Cincinnati Bengals. Here we go. Bengals take C.J. Uzomah, tight end out of Auburn. So the second tight end for the Cincinnati Bengals in this draft. Remember, they drafted Tyler Eifert in the first round a couple years ago. Got Tyler Kroft. Got Tyler Kroft before that. And now you have C.J. Uzomah. C.J. Uzomah, I didn't have graded out as a draftable player. I mean, he's big, 264, 6'5", he's athletic. They played him a lot in the slot. He played some H-back for Auburn. But, just very raw. Doesn't block very well. He never seems to be open. I really was disappointed in him this year, where you think with his size and speed and wingspan, he kind of alligator arms a lot of things. When he's playing against guys smaller than him, they are aggressive, and he seems very lackadaisical. They took him off the field a ton this year at Auburn, and I mean it's an upside pick, I guess, but I don't even know what. I don't think he doesn't seem to have a passion, and Auburn seemed to just kind of take him off the field and boot him. I mean, so we got two guys that were basically benched, drafted in this draft. Yeah, I mean, I have a ton of tight ends higher than him. Where's Jesse James? Penn State. Arizona, back-to-back picks, then the Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. Phoenix, what are the Cardinals going to do here? They're going to go for some value. I think Deron Smith would be an awesome pick at this point. Another guy with some injury issues. Deron Smith, probably some injury issues is his problem. He's had multiple injuries, so yeah, it's another thing. It's a risk, but if you can take him and feel good about him, then do it. Do it. Corey Shepard and you think? Oh, I don't think they're taking Lyle Collins. So let's see what the Cardinals do at 158. Arizona Cardinals select Shaq Riddick, defensive end out of West Virginia, and Shaq Riddick is a player that was super productive for the West Virginia Mountaineers, and I really like him. I think the more I watched of him, the more I liked him. Had a very good pro day. He's on the thin side, 242 pounds, but he's 6'6", very tall player. But he does play low. A 6'6" guy that plays low becomes super dangerous. And he is good motor, plays the whistle. Kind of a lanky athlete. He's not really strong in his upper or lower body. He's a player that just doesn't have that power. So if he gets engaged, he becomes tough to stack and shed someone. He came from Gardner-Webb to West Virginia, so I guess probably a 3-4 outside linebacker. If you can get him in the weight room, I think he could be a good player, but more of a backup probably that you try to develop a little bit. All the Shaqs getting drafted. So Arizona back on the clock at 159. 159. Once again. So another pass rusher for the Cardinals, which they need. I think it's worth trying for. And I think Arizona's draft's been pretty interesting. DJ Humphries, pretty good pick. Marcus Golden, I think can turn into something. I love David Johnson. I like that pick a lot. Rodney Gunter, Shaq Riddick is okay. But yeah, the Cardinals have had some really good drafts, and they should compete for a playoff spot this year, you'd think. Carson Palmer can stay healthy. Thoughts on Trey McBride? I think Trey McBride is a heck of an athlete. I know people have been talking him up, but he's this #1 future stud. Heck of an athlete, big, long, can catch. Good wide receiver out of William & Mary, by the way. My problem is he doesn't separate. He didn't separate at William & Mary. How's he going to separate in the NFL? And I think that's why he's falling. I think he'll get picked pretty soon because of his upside, but that's what it is. It's upside. Yeah, Joe Imbu from Houston. Nose tackle. He's a guy, if you still need a nose tackle, that you can take. That's why I was like, wait on nose tackles. You can take one of these guys later and can plug that hole for you. Already get the yawning going. We're not even to the end of the 5th round yet. We're not halfway through. Let's see what else Arizona does. Maybe a corner. Maybe a Charles Gaines out of Louisville. Maybe they take Alamu, see what they can do with them. Woo! Hey, you might as well, if you have got 2 picks in a row, you might as well take your time. Might as well do it. But thanks, guys, for watching. We've gone between 70 and 90 people. If you like what you see, Give me a follow on Twitter at Shane P. Hallam. If you're not already, this is probably what most of you got here. Send out a tweet, send out a message, and tell people you like it. Let's get the second Cardinals pick at 159. It's J.J. Nelson, wide receiver from UAB, the fastest player at the Combine, if I'm not mistaken, was J.J. Nelson. So another speed demon that the Cardinals take. Nelson ran the 4.28 at the Combine, and remember the Cardinals took John Brown last year, and I mean, J.J. Nelson, he's under 160 pounds, so definitely a return guy. Very good return man, not just with the speed, but he actually has a really good feel for kick returns, had 4 touchdowns at UAB returning kicks. I think he's kind of a return specialist, if you will, with that size and speed. In terms of playing receiver, I mean, he did well for UAB. Not a sharp athlete. His routes is going down the field. It was just using his speed. So I think he's kind of a backup kick return, punt return guy. There it is. Steelers are on the clock at 160. I'm guessing on Jesse James, the tight end from Penn State here. I think the rumor is the Steelers wanted to move up for Max Williams. Baltimore then jumped them for Max Williams. And that was all she wrote. Yeah, I mean, you could put him on the field 5 wides, taking a shot at the end of the game, Hail Mary type situations. No, I mean, 5th round's a good place to improve special teams, get those return guys. When you have a guy with this kind of speed, you got to make sure you get him. And the Steelers do take Jesse James, tight end out of Penn State. I was correct. I really like this pick. I think Jesse James has a lot of upside. Not fully polished there yet, but you gotta love the size that Jesse James brings to the table. 6'7", 250 pounds. A big-time athlete that is tough. After the catch, he becomes very difficult to bring down. Very good after the catch. Not very fast. 4.83 at the Combine. He doesn't have a good release. He's not even quick, but he can, he's a decent blocker who knows how to do that. He could be a physical mismatch, and I think you just have to coach him up how to block a little bit better, and and how to run routes, how to get open. So very raw, but a pretty good player to develop behind Heath Miller. I swear I wasn't tipping picks. I swear. that was just a guess. Yeah, I mean, Jesse James does definitely not have a very successful career. He's definitely a developmental player, but I'm pretty happy to get a developmental tight end. Raiders pick at 161. They select Neron Ball, outside linebacker out of Florida. Neron Ball took a lot of visits for coming into the draft. Not a super productive player. He's not going to get in the backfield very much, but a pretty good athlete. He's undersized, 230 pounds, probably more of a weak side linebacker. But he played a little bit of inside linebacker at Florida. High motor, doesn't quit, changes direction pretty well, and has some pretty solid speed. He had surgery on microfracture surgery this past year. I think that hurt him, so a lot of it was medical issues. I think he still has to do a lot more reading the quarterback. He can get fooled by the run game. Sometimes will take bad angles. And he's a guy that's gone through a lot. He went through a brain surgery. He had brain surgery, for gosh sakes. So good motor, good speed. I think he's a good backup special teams type that maybe could develop into something. Steely McBeam, Daddy Shelton. He's my boy. Steely McBeam for life. Tampa Bay is on the clock. So moving right along here in round 5, getting towards the end. Buccaneers at 162. They select Kenny Bell, wide receiver out of Nebraska. Kenny Bell with an excellent combine and an even better throw. That's what Kenny Bell was known for. But ran a 4.42, great vertical leap, and went even faster his pro day. But 6'1", 197. He's kind of a tall, lanky player that gets down the field pretty quickly. And I think he's better at getting separation down the field than Nebraska made it seem a lot of times. The ball will be underthrown to him. He's not the best route runner or most fluid athlete in the world. I think he's more fast than quick. A lot of wasted steps in his routes, but definitely has that deep threat ability. So when you talk about Tampa Bay and you have Mike Evans, you have Vincent Jackson, you get kind of a still long but fast wide receiver to go along with it. He's a thin guy. Don't want to take too many shots, but I think it's a pretty good pick. Yeah, I mean, I think Bell could be a better NFL player than college player, absolutely. And Tampa really doesn't have much wide receiver depth, so. So the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. I mean, Jameis Winston, he could have a good year. He has some good weapons there in Tampa Bay. Enjoy picking up your laundry, Fish. Sounds like a lot of fun. I'll be here. If anyone wants to buy me another pizza, I mean, I'm fully willing to take it. Yeah, I mean, Southern Illinois is a pretty good small school. Absolutely. Cowboys pick 163. They select Ryan Russell, defensive end, out of Purdue. So another pass rusher for the Dallas Cowboys. And Ryan Russell probably going to do better as kind of a run edge player. I mean, he's big. He's 269 pounds. Could play a little bit inside, a little bit outside. But a very good athlete for his size. He has the kind of that speed and that feet to get off the snap pretty quickly. So I like him. Now he's a guy that at his size isn't really quick enough to get into the backfield and disrupt. But at the same time, he doesn't really have that functional strength to get a push against the run game. You know, he was a player that had some games where he played really well and some games where he got dominated the whole game. I think people question kind of his toughness. Is he going to go out there and fight? He seems to take plays off. But Ryan Russell has size and speed that you'll look for. So kind of an upside pick by Dallas. Maybe they can develop this big guy into a pass rusher. Denver Broncos are on the clock. I don't know if I really like Denver's draft. Trading up for Shane Ray, I mean, Tyson Breo was an okay pick. Jeff Hireman I thought was a pretty good pick. Max Garcia I'm a little hesitant on. Now they have 3 compensatory 7th rounders, so we'll see what they do there. Who do you think drafted around their quarterback better, Tampa or Tennessee? That's an interesting question. Let me do the Broncos pick and remind me. We'll get back to that. The Broncos selection 164 is Lorenzo Doss, corner of Tulane. Now, I really like that pick. I think Lorenzo Doss was heavily underrated. I actually rated him as a top 100 player in this draft. He's real. Lorenzo Doss is all over the place. He doesn't have this good footwork. He's kind of willy-nilly with how he runs and turns and runs, but he seems to always be around the ball. Makes big plays, ton of interceptions, loves going for the ball, great closing speed, and reads the quarterback's eyes phenomenally. One of the best in this class at doing that. He also can take interceptions for big plays back the other way. Good hard worker, gives a lot of effort, does a lot of film work, but yeah, he needs that technique. He needs that technique really honed in. His back pedal's real tall. He doesn't turn and run very well. His footwork is all over the place, and he still seems to be very, very good at what he does. So I think for Lorenzo Doss, even in the games where he played poorly, he never gave up. I think you could really rein him in and get a steal. If you can get his technique down pat, he could be a starter, in my opinion. So who drafted around their quarterback better, Tennessee or Tampa Bay? Let's take a look. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They took Donovan Smith. I think that was big. Ali Marpet, I think that was big. And Kenny Bell in the slot. So I think those are pretty good picks. Now, Tennessee took Dorial Green-Beckham. So you get that number 1 receiver. I think Jeremiah Potassi is a really good player. And then they addressed kind of the running back position, Cobb and Fowler. I'd probably say in terms of helping the quarterback, Tennessee's a little bit better. I think you get some of that short yardage run game to get pressure off of Mariota. Beckham has a lot of upside. I think Potassi's a starter. I think Tampa did what they needed, where they don't need much in the run game, though they did get a good slot receiver. So I'll give Tennessee the edge there. We'll see. Our first specialist is off the board. Bradley Pinion, punter out of Clemson, goes to the San Francisco 49ers, my top-rated punter in this draft. Gets drafted in the 5th round, and Pinion was a guy that both did punts and did kickoffs for Clemson, and he left early for the draft. He actually declared early for the draft. The punter did. Well, he got drafted, so seems like a pretty good decision by him. He has a rugby-style punt. He does the old rugby-style punt. Really good hang time, gets the ball way up in the air. And you know what he's really good at is ball placement. I mean, he does not have a ton of touchbacks and punts the ball a lot. He seems to put it within that 20 really well. So I think he's a really good punter. He's not someone that if you want to ask him put it in this spot, he can do. But he's good at not having touchbacks happen and getting the ball inside the 20. Yeah, do the 49ers even need a punter? Is that... I thought they had a pretty good punter. Yeah, Andy Lee. Isn't Andy Lee, really good? I mean, I guess he's 32 now, but... There you go. Guess Andy Lee. You're on watch now. New England Patriots are on the clock. At 166. Andy Lee's 32. Older, but, he's moving. Patriots pick... Joe Cardona. There's my top long snapper. See, we just talked about this. Long snapper out of Navy. Joe Cardona is a really good long snapper. He's been doing it forever. I think he actually played as his high school long snapper, and then went to Navy. And he's good at snapping the ball. He's one of the I think they I read he's in the 40-mile-an-hour range for snapping the football, which is elite. So he's an elite long snapper. I don't know what else to say. He doesn't run down the field and cover things. So you get hey, look, long snapper's important. If you don't have a good long snapper, ask the Pittsburgh Steelers. Cost them a game. James Harrison had freaking long snap the football. I was at that game. But Joe Cardona, Navy. Now the question is, can Joe Cardona play coming out of Navy or not? Right? Because he has that commitment to the Navy. So, and that makes Joe Cardona only the 4th long snapper ever taken. I don't know what else to tell you about the long snapper. I'm sorry. So the Saints move up in the 5th round. New Orleans Saints move up in the 5th round here with the Washington Redskins. Yeah, who's New Orleans moving up for? Let's take a look at positions that they still need. They still could use a wide receiver, tight end. Maybe this is a Trey McBride pick, something like that. That's all Cardona did at Navy. Just long snap. That's it. That's his position. Nope. Cardona, no center. Just long snapper. That's it. I mean, maybe it's high for a long snapper. I don't know. But apparently the Patriots are going to draft him even higher before they traded down with the Packers. New Orleans Saints. Here's the Saints pick at 167. New Orleans Saints select Damian Swann, cornerback out of Georgia, one of the more productive corners in this draft for a big-time NFL team. Damian Swann has had a really successful career, been a good player. He's someone that's played on the boundary. He's played in the nickel. He's played in dime. They've used him as a safety. He's kind of done a little bit of everything. Press coverage corner, definitely a bump and run guy, even though he's only 190 pounds or so. But I've seen him cover tight ends pretty effectively. Damian Swann, kind of his issues. He's not an elite athlete by any means. Ran a 4.5, which is solid. A lot of off coverage for Damian Swann. I think that there were a lot of times where he would play off instead of actually trying to come up and close on the ball. He doesn't have great closing speed to close on it. He can get caught off balance at times. There's times in his transition he's been off balance, lost positioning on players, things like that. Doesn't make the big play. Doesn't intercept the ball much, but he's a solid all-around player. I think good reserve. Detroit Lions are on the clock. Detroit Lions are on the clock. Let's see who they're going to take. The Lions could use another receiver as well. They've taken a guard, a running back, corner, D tackle. Alex Carter, I like that pick in the 3rd round. I like the Laken Tomlinson pick. Yeah, I don't know why Michael Bennett's fallen so far. There's got to be something. Got to be some injury or something. And the Lions take a fullback. So another fullback. This one is Michael Burton from Rutgers. Gets drafted by the Lions. And Burton is 230 pounds. He's kind of a running back, fullback tweener. Played fullback for Rutgers. Really good at catching the football. I mean, that's Michael Burton's calling card. Every game you watch, he's catching the football. Played on kickoff coverage, played on punt coverage, so also a special teams player. Not very big, not a great blocker or a dominant blocker. He's not someone that's going to bowl you over, but has decent speed as well. So there's a little fullback action going for the Detroit Lions, but maybe more of a special teamer. Yeah, I mean, Joe Cardona probably isn't going to play for a couple years, so. Seahawks are on the clock at 170. Yeah, it was a couple years ago. The Lions took a guy from Army, a safety from Army, who couldn't play for 5 years. See you, WMD. Thanks for coming, man. Much appreciated. And thanks everyone for tuning in. DraftTV.com. This is our big event, the Draft TV live stream. Well, where is Scotty? Well, why isn't he here to Michael Burton Saul? That didn't sound right. So Mort just said that teams just don't think Michael Bennett's very good, I guess, is why he's falling. But the Seahawks take Ty Smith, cornerback out of Towson, who's another small school player, cornerback who's physical. He's a physical corner, 6 feet tall, 195 pounds, pretty good size, decent speed. He's a 4'5", 4'6" athlete. But I think he plays faster than 4'6". I think he plays in those 4'5s, maybe even 4'4s. Great at jamming at the line of scrimmage. Knows how to use his hands. He's brutal on receivers. He'll make you pay if you catch the football. Jarred a ton of balls loose. He's definitely skinny, and he needs to. His hips can be a little bit tight, but we'll see. I really didn't see him against any big receivers. He seemed to be able to boss around the small guys, so I wonder if he has the strength for the big guys. And, when he played against big receivers, I think the one game he did was West Virginia, and he got killed. So, Kevin White's pretty darn good. So, I don't know. I think Ty Smith is mediocre at best. But he does fit, right? I mean, he does fit with the Seahawks, this big press corner. That's exactly what they do. So Michael Bennett definitely has motor issues. Maybe that's it. I mean, maybe people just think he's not dedicated to the game. But gosh, take a shot. Take a shot on him. Yeah, Ty Smith, also a former wide receiver as well. We're still in round 5. Round 5 taking forever, but Baltimore on the clock at 171. I mean, there's only been 3 long snappers taken. I don't even know who the last one was. Guys that are purely long snappers. Kansas City has 2 picks in a row coming up. This is the day's wildest dream right here. Baltimore Ravens. 171. Ravens pick is Nick Boyle, tight end out of Delaware. So a second tight end by the Baltimore Ravens, who drafted one in the 3rd round last year. They take Nick Boyle out of Delaware. Nick Boyle ran the 5.04 at the combine, 268 pounds, but I mean, you watch him play, and he's very productive. Big, long-armed. He definitely has that the size and athletic ability. He moves really well for his size. Kind of a natural pass catcher. Had a pretty good Senior Bowl week. Did well there, and a pretty good route runner. Not a great blocker. That's not something that he does well. He can get a little herky-jerky with running routes, and his frame doesn't seem to want to move the way that he wants it to. Footwork is all over the place. He a lot of wasted movement. There are times where he should be wide open and he's not, because he's taking extra steps and he's moving and looking and moving around. So I think you got to firm that up and see if he wants to block. He won't block. He didn't block. I don't think I saw him block successfully ever. So someone with some upside, but another tight end for. I mean, I think Dennis Pitta might be done, right? The 2 hip injuries in a row, Dennis Pitta might be gone, and that might be it. So the Chiefs are up back-to-back here. I think where the Packers got Brett Hundley is a really good situation for him. Develop him. If he looks good in the preseason, you could flip him for picks. It's pretty good. Yeah, Bengals, man, they haven't won a playoff game forever. Do another promotional tweet. People are probably sick of them by now. The Chiefs, 172. They select DJ Alexander, linebacker out of Oregon State. And DJ Alexander played outside linebacker for for Oregon State. He's undersized. I think probably in the 3-4, you're going to put him on the outside as well. 233 pounds, 6'2", really good athlete, very rangy player. You know, he runs well, goes sideline to sideline. You know, his big issue was that he had neck surgery a couple years ago, and thought that, hey, maybe he's never going to play football again. And so it seemed to really struggle after that. It seemed to kind of seemed to have some trouble. But 2014, came back from the neck surgery, played pretty well. I think he definitely lost a little bit of a step, but he was productive, very good kind of tackling on the perimeter against those speed backs. I thought he would fit in a 4-3 better, as maybe a weak side backer, so maybe you could kick him inside. Maybe you could play him as an outside 3-4 backer. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure where they're going to play him. I'll be interested to find out what they ultimately did. But definitely an athlete that's come back from from an injury and plays pretty well. DJ Alexander, not someone I thought would get drafted, but not a bad pick. I think there's a lot of upside there. Chiefs next pick at 173. James O'Shaughnessy, tight end out of Illinois State. James O'Shaughnessy is probably more that number 2, that blocking tight end that you want. So I think he's a nice compliment, actually, to Travis Kelce. Now, he was very productive at Illinois State, catching the football. 245 pounds, a little undersized, but a willing blocker. I think you put him in there, see if he can stick up. I actually liked his effort in blocking. Despite his size, I thought he did pretty well. Maybe it's a level of competition thing. But he's not someone that's super fluid when he gets out in space. Doesn't do too much after the catch, but really good at finding the hole in zones, sinking down, catching the football, a willing blocker. I think he can kind of do both things pretty well. So kind of a two-way tight end that you can hopefully develop as something. As I said, I think O'Shaughnessy is a decent willing blocker with some pass catching upside. Yeah, Illinois State, man. Gotta love it. Right, I think the Chiefs did need tight end depth, so I think it's a good pick. We'll see. We'll see if his size stops him from being a blocking guy in the NFL. Maybe you just try to develop as a pass catcher, but get a little bit of depth. If Kelce gets hurt again, then maybe you can make something happen. So we're up to the Texans in round 5, pick 175. 2 picks left in the 5th, Texans and the Ravens. And then we're into round 6. 2 rounds to go after that. O'Shaughnessy ran a 4.68, 245 pounds. I mean, so there's athletic upside. Three of the last 6 players drafted did not get invited to the Combine. So the Carolina Panthers, pick 174, select Cameron Artis-Payne, running back out of Clemson. So Cameron Artis-Payne, who is definitely that complementary running back piece. I think he's a decent Jonathan Stewart, maybe a number 2, number 3 guy. 212 pounds, 5'10", runs a 4.5. And Cameron Artis-Payne, He's a player that lowers his head. He's tough despite his size. Catches the ball really well. He's pretty thick. I don't think he's as good an athlete as sometimes he looks. But ultimately, I think he's a good kind of inside runner that has a little bit of the athletic ability, maybe go outside and catch the ball a little bit. So Cameron Artis-Payne kind of maybe a compliment to Jonathan Stewart and can move the chains a little bit. The Houston Texans select Keith Mumphrey, wide receiver out of Michigan State. The next wide receiver next to Tony Lippett at Michigan State. And Keith Mumphrey, 6 feet, 215, a 4.5 player. He's a technician, really good with his footwork. He kind of gets by on that toughness coming off the line. He doesn't let you push him around. Good foot speed. Doesn't separate much. Not much getting down the field. So he might be more of a kind of back end of the roster type of player. Baltimore Ravens, their final pick in the 5th round, and the final pick in the 5th round, excuse me, not their last pick, but they take Robert Myers, offensive guard out of Tennessee State, and Robert Myers is a high upside offensive guard player, 6'5", 326 pounds, really strong in the lower body. I mean, he can drive you back. He's played guard. He's played some tackle. He can play all over the line. Not a great athlete. I think at that size, you're not expecting a ton. So he's not someone that's gonna pull for you. He's not someone that's gonna kick outside when they did. He didn't do very well with that. Needs to be a little tougher. Doesn't always finish blocks very well. So. Tennessee Titans pick 177. Did I say Clemson for Cameron Artis-Payne? My apologies. I knew it was from Auburn, I swear. Keith Mumphrey, yeah, Texans fan. A little surprised by that, but he's a good hard worker, good leader. I think he's a nice end of the roster, special teams type of player. So Tennessee with the first pick of the 6th round. We have 41 picks in the 6th round, so buckle up and get ready. Bum, bum, bum. So Titans select DeAndre Mount, defensive end out of Louisville. Another Louisville pass rusher getting drafted by the Tennessee Titans. Mount, 243 pounds, probably a player that's going to stand up in the 3-4. Not a great pass rusher, kind of a 4-6 athlete, but he's strong. He's strong for his size, and he's good at shedding blocks. He's very good at pushing and pulling, push a guy, pull off of him, and get past the offensive tackle. I think he's kind of a weird fit in any system. He's kind of a tweener where he plays like a left end, like a bigger left end, but he's not big enough for that. So you're gonna pick him up into the 3-4, and he's not really the pass rusher, pure athlete that you want in space. So he's played linebacker for them. He's even played some defensive tackle for them. I think he's someone you need to find the right spot for and figure out how he's gonna play. But Mount is a developmental pass rusher here in the 6th round. Favorite players heading into the 6th. A lot of guys I really like some of the safeties. Still have Gerard Holloman, right, who had that very productive year for Louisville sitting there, and Anthony Harris from Virginia, who's undersized, but I like him a lot. I think there's some good safeties sitting out there on the board. I like Ifo Prealamu. I think he's worth a shot at this point to draft him. Max Valls from Virginia, I think, is a really good developmental pass rusher that's still out there. So he's a guy that I would draft here coming up pretty soon. Corey Robinson from South Carolina, big offensive tackle, can move really well. I like him a lot. Tight end, I think we're pretty firmed up. I really like Darren Waller from Georgia Tech. Big tight end wide receiver tweener. You might as well take a shot on him. Desmond Lewis from Central Arkansas. Josh Robinson from Mississippi State. Yeah, I mean, tight ends are going today. I think I went 8, and that's a little bit low. Patriots are up 178 pick for them. Why is Ja'Cory Shepherd sliding a bit? I like Ja'Cory Shepherd. I don't think he's a fantastic athlete or anything like that. I think teams just might be passing on him. 5'11", 199. Only ran in the 4.6s at his pro day. So I think there's some fear he's just not fast enough. Someone's got to take Michael Bennett here pretty soon, right? I mean, wow. Well, LT Giants, nothing since Mikael Thompson. We're moving in the 6th round. The Giants will be picking in about 8 picks. Yeah, I think Anthony Harris would be a really good pick. Well, if he's hurt his pro day, he probably shouldn't run the 40. Hey, I mean, Fish, if you got some connections, I'll be happy to go work for an NFL team. All right, Patriots. I made their selection. They select Matt Wells, outside linebacker from Mississippi State. There's actually a couple players from Mississippi State that could get drafted. Very fast. Matt Wells is a very fast linebacker. You watch him and you see the speed. He's played a ton for Mississippi State. A ton of tackles. Very good tackler. Not really a big playmaker. And, I mean, I just never felt like he's just undersized. You look at him and you don't think NFL athlete. I think he was listed under 220 pounds. Had a really good pro day. Obviously showcased that athletic ability and that speed. Wells is, a 4'4" athlete at the linebacker position. So you look at special teams, you look at a guy that can set the edge and go up against fast running backs. That Matthew Wells is a player that has the speed that you look for sideline to sideline, and that's really what he can do. So the Oakland Raiders are on the clock. Let's see what the Raiders do here. And, the Raiders draft, I think, has been really intriguing so far. Amari Cooper, Edwards, Clive Walford. But even today, John Feliciano, Ben Heaney, and Nyron Ball are all players that have some potential. You wonder if they're gonna go with may go with the secondary at some point here. Take a corner, take a safety. I mean, I think Heaney's gonna probably play. He probably a reserve. Probably have Heaney as a reserve on the weak side. Maybe it can be also a reserve on the inside linebacker position. I don't think he's a starter, a day one starter or anything for the Raiders. I think you look at him as a reserve player that you can bring in if you have a problem, and he can clean up some tackles for you. We could see a run on safeties. Yeah, I think there's a lot of good safeties still out there with some potential. Bum, bum, bum. Oakland Raiders. Bum, 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 bum. Oakland Raiders. Oakland Raiders. Oakland Raiders. Max Valles, linebacker out of Virginia. I really like that pick. I think he has some developmental pass rush ability and might even have more upside than an Eli Harold does. Got into the backfield consistently at Virginia, and I think he's a player that could be, an edge linebacker, can be an edge linebacker, but has this build for more. Huge, 6'5", 251, moves like he's 230, which is really raw. He doesn't know how to do pass rush moves. He doesn't know how to spin effectively or use his feet effectively. There's just so much he has to learn. And he, when he got his sacks, it was pure athleticism, usually not against a really good player. But he's played as a stand-up outside linebacker. He's played defensive end for them. So you can see him put his hand down and just use that athletic ability and size and strength to get by. I think it's a great pick. Now, he's going to need some time. He's only a redshirt sophomore, declared early for the draft. He's not ready for the NFL yet, but I think Valles has some potential for the Oakland Raiders. And to get him in the 6th round, I think is fine. I don't know if he'd be overrated in the 6th round, but hey, I mean, Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock at 160. I like Obin Gwacham too. From Oregon State, but I think both those guys should go in this round. And the Jacksonville Jaguars gonna make their pick here pretty soon. Waiting on that. And the Jaguars take Michael Bennett, defensive tackle from Ohio State, finally comes off the board, and what a potential steal for the Jaguars. I think Michael Bennett is such a good interior pass rusher. I really felt like he changed a lot of plays by getting penetration inside, even if the stat sheet wasn't there. Yes, he's under 300 pounds. He's 6'2", but all in all, I think he's a really good player. And, he has this burst, his explosive burst right off the snap. He can anticipate the snap really well, and he makes you have to be ready for him, or he's going to get past you. There are times he broke down that pocket and allowed other people to get sacks. Yes, laziness issues, that he took a ton of plays off, too many plays off. Seems to get tired very quickly, would tap out of the game in some key situations. So I think that's the big question mark with him, but he's a really good player. Undersized and lazy, but if you can motivate him, I think he's going to be great. I think he's a real nice fit for that defense, too. Washington Redskins now are on the clock. Here's Washington's pick at 181. The Washington Redskins select Kaishawn Jarrett, safety out of Virginia Tech. And Kaishawn Jarrett, I got to see him live and in person against Pitt this year. Kaishawn Jarrett has a very inconsistent tape. Some games I watched him, I was like, wow, this guy could be a top 100 pick. And some games I watched him and thought he was undrafted. Against Ohio State, just really good at reading quarterback's eyes and being physical. Really productive. He's been on that Virginia Tech team for a long time, starting for them. And he's a good in-the-box safety. He can do that, but he can also make interceptions. I think he's a little bit better as a coverage player in a soft zone underneath than a lot of people give him credit for, and he's able to read those quarterbacks' eyes. He can hit you with the big hit, but he's also a pretty good tackler, so he doesn't sacrifice that. Is he the best athlete in the world? No. Do you want him one deep? Probably not. You don't want him to backpedal very much, but you put him in the box. I think you have a nice special teams player that you want in the box to tackle. So, pretty good box safety for the Washington Redskins. And Washington on the clock again at 182. Yeah, I really like that Bennett fit in Jacksonville. It's really good. So Washington got an offensive line. Sheriff at tackle. Kwanjo at guard. Preston Smith, I love that pick as a pass rusher. Matt Jones for a between the tackles running back. Jamison Crowder, slot receiver. Martrell Spate is a player that you can put inside. And then Kaishawn Jarrett, another run stuffer. And the Redskins take Tevin Mitchell, linebacker from Arkansas. So another SEC linebacker that wasn't talked about too much. But Mitchell's a player that's pretty rocked up. He's played corner. He's played linebacker for them. He's played a number of different positions. 6 feet, 190 pounds. He's not very big. But he's a player that can cover really well. I think a lot of people were looking at him as maybe converting to an outside linebacker, covering tight ends, covering slot wide receivers. He did well with that. He's not a very physical player, so I think he has kind of this. He's physical as a corner, but as a linebacker, I'm scared in traffic he's not going to do so well when he actually has to shed a block. Haven't really seen him do that. So I think it's more of a projection, trying to project him to maybe change positions and see what you can do with him. So I'll be intrigued to see what Washington ends up doing with him. If they keep him at corner, where he's probably not fast enough for maybe fast enough for the cornerback position, but I think as a corner, you could see him be a nickel guy, be a dime guy if that's where they're playing him. So Tevin Mitchell, cornerback, meh. Charles Gaines still on the board, still out there. Yep. Ifo Ekpre-Lamu, Charles Gaines, Kevin White, TCU, Jacoby Glenn, UCF. How about Nick Marshall, ex-Auburn quarterback? Bears pick 183. They take Teo Fabouhi, offensive tackle out of TCU. Fabouhi, I
should have practiced that one before today. But TCU offensive tackle, who's mammoth. I mean, he's huge. Former BYU player, over 350 pounds. Just a road grader. Very strong. That he has that thick lower body. Can push you around, and that's what he's good at. He doesn't have a ton of experience because he went to BYU, sat out a year, went to TCU, sat out a year. Definitely don't want to put him at tackle in the NFL. He's way too big and way too stiff. You want a guy that doesn't have to move his feet too much and can go to the second level. Just a giant for Chicago draft. And that's an upside offensive lineman if I've ever seen one. And that's the Bears' final pick of the draft. So they are done at this point now. They are done with the draft. Tampa Bay, pick 184. Kalen Clay, wide receiver out of Utah, drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So they go with another wide receiver, and Kalen Clay, pretty good combine. He ran a 4.51. He's not too tall, 5'10", 5'11", under 200 pounds, but really good speed. I think he plays faster. I think he plays more like a 4.4 athlete to me. But I think there's a lot that you can do with him vertically. So another kind of deep threat for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Also a return guy. That's my assumption. I think kick return, punt returner, that's where you want to use Kalen Clay because he has the speed and he has a natural feel for getting those holes. Not very long player. He's not going to make tough catches. He makes the easy catches or he makes the catches down the field. So slot receiver and return guy. I think Kalen Clay has some upside down the field. I think the Jaguars are right up there for the best draft. I think Jacksonville, the Jets, the Vikings, I like the Texans. I like all their drafts a lot. There you go, Matt Wells. Good special teamer. He's athletic as all heck. Minnesota. Pick 185. Bum, 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 bum. Draft, man, it's here. How many picks do we have left? We're at 185. That's a total of 256 picks. So we still got a while to go. Still got tons of players to go. Woo! I'm ready. Vikings, 185. Who are they taking? They're taking Tyrus Thompson. Great pick. Offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. I think this is 2 rounds too late for Tyrus Thompson, who is a good athletic offensive lineman. Can play tackle, can play guard, 324 pounds, moves like he's a 300-pounder. So you add that talent, that size, that athletic ability. Played left tackle for Oklahoma, not where you want him. I would kind of like him inside. But he does really well in space, and he moves really well on his feet. I think he's good at doing that. Now, in the run game, not going to give you a ton. Even with that size, you think, this is a guy that can maul people over. He's kind of a finesse player, kind of a soft player, and he doesn't have that killer instinct. Even in pass protection, he kind of wants to punch and leave you out away from him. He doesn't like contact too much. He gets lazy on some plays. I mean, there's some plays that he just kind of gave up after a while and just stopped trying. So that's a little bit scary and maybe why he fell, but I love this pick from Minnesota. I mean, I think Darrell Williams is the better player, is a little bit more of an aggressor than Tyrus Thompson, but and thanks everyone for watching. We're at 72 viewers at drafttv.com. If you're over on Twitch, make sure you come over to drafttv.com to check us out and join the chat room. That's going really well. I guess Tyrus Thompson pussyfoots a little bit, not too much, but New York Giants are on the clock. The Giants took a safety that got benched with their last pick. But this pick, they select Jeremy Davis, wide receiver out of UConn. Very productive player, big, 6'2", 216. And he's someone that had a better year 2 years ago than last year. I thought he could actually go higher than this. And really good route runner. I mean, that's what he does. I've seen him run curls, I've seen him run digs, I've seen him run hitches, I've seen him run slants, I've seen him run the 9 routes, I've seen him run corner, I've seen him run post. Just a lot of different routes that Jeremy Davis ran for UConn, and with his size and arm length, he can definitely make some tough catches too. Went over the middle a lot, which you don't always see from these college starters. I think the question with him is just how fast he is. He didn't run the 40 at the combine. I don't think he ran the 40 at all. Probably more of a 4.6 player. So he just have to. If you can find ways to utilize him, I think he's a good football player, just not a great athlete. Washington Redskins back on the clock. Seem like they've been on the clock for a number of these picks now. Took 2 guys in the secondary. Their last 2 picks, Kyshawn Jarrett, safety. Tevin Mitchell, corner. They got this pick and then their 7th rounder. Washington, pick 187. Selects Evan Spencer, wide receiver out of Ohio State. Evan Spencer was a wide receiver for the Buckeyes who was fairly highly recruited. And, he's a good size, 6'1", 212 pounds. Not very productive at Ohio State. They didn't use him, and he didn't get too much playing time. But he has some natural ability. He has really good hands. He'll go up and get the ball, and he's a smart guy. He graduated in less than 4 years. He's a player that honestly I think will be a better NFL player than college player. He's a good run blocker. I think his hands are good. I don't think he runs great routes. I don't think he's a great athlete. I don't think he necessarily gets off the line very quickly. This is a player that when you watched him this past year, he was really used on rundowns. He was used to take down corners, and you saw him knocking guys over for Ezekiel Elliott. So maybe kind of a backup that you can see if you can develop his pass catching skills and on special teams and see if he can block. Buffalo's on the clock at pick 188. Woodrow's awake. scratch the puppy's head here. You want to come up? You want to come up and hang out? Oh, there we go. There we go. Made the old man noise for you again. Let's see if we can get Woodrow on camera here. There he is. Woodrow. Say hi before the Bills pick. Alright, he's just going to cuddle up there. He's fine. So the Bills pick Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart, linebacker out of Clemson, is the Bills pick. This is the linebacker from Clemson. Not a super productive player, but 6'1", 230 pounds. He's a pretty firm, has pretty firm size, a pretty good tackler. I kind of like him as maybe a weak side or just outside linebacker. Depending on your scheme, you can play him on the strong side, I guess. Good special teamer. Played special teams for them, kickoff coverage, and was really good at that. So I don't think he's a special athlete. I don't think he does really great at rushing the passer. I think he can tackle pretty well, has some good tackling technique. And ultimately, I think he's kind of a special teams player who has some coverage ability. That's the one thing he does. He moves laterally pretty well and can drop back into coverage. So there you go. All right, Woodrow wants to say hi. Say hi, Woodrow. There he is. Say hi to everyone. No. All right, there's Woodrow hanging out. Cleveland Browns are on the clock. Pick 189. I know Woodrow's the star of the show. What, you want me to rub your belly on camera? Don't give me that look. Don't give me that look. Aww. He's fluffy. Yeah, I'm gonna lick my hand. That's what I get. That's what I get. See, Woodrow plays by his own rules. Classic Woodrow right there. Cleveland 189. Hey, guess what? We have seen Cleveland take a wide receiver with their last pick, so see what they do here. Charles Gaines, cornerback out of Louisville, who I think is underdrafted here. I think he should have went higher than this. Charles Gaines is a pretty good player and had a really successful year with the Louisville Cardinals. He's undersized, 5'10", 180 pounds, probably more of a nickel, but ran a 4.44. He's played receiver, really good hands, catch the football, and man, he's smart. You see wide receivers try to fake him out, try to double move him, inside move him. Nope, not going to do it. He seems to find a way to stick in the hip pocket of these receivers, and people didn't throw at him. You know, there were cold games I watched, and it was like 2 plays where I got to evaluate him because no one threw at him because he was always covering the opposing receiver. Does he play up to 4.4 speed? Not always. And his ball tracking skills in the air, contested passes can be an issue for him. But ultimately, I think he's a really good player, and I think he's someone that you draft and hope you can have a nice reserve that could potentially do something. So I think that's a really good pick for the Browns, who maybe whiffed a little bit on Justin Gilbert last year. What I think of Stewart, I think he's okay. I think he's more of a special teamer, backup, who can cover a little bit for you on third downs, maybe a third down linebacker, something like that. 49ers to pick 190. I don't know, Miami doesn't have a pick. They must have traded up. Let's see, unless I mess something up. Keep an eye on that. See if Miami traded up for the pick after the 49ers. Yeah, I mean, Charles Gaines kind of fits what Buster Screen did for them, so. Maybe they traded Deion Jordan for a 6th-round pick. Might be pretty impressive. So who they get that pick from? I still don't see it on here. To check it. 49ers. That was the. No, I think Philly has that pick from Miami, actually. So the 49ers pick 190. They select Ian Silberman, offensive tackle from Boston College. Ian Silberman from Boston College. I don't know what. I think my brain's starting to get fried here. We're only in the 6th round. But Ian Silberman from Boston College is the pick for the San Francisco 49ers. Undersized. He's under 300 pounds. But he has some upper body strength to him. And he's a balanced athlete. Can kind of move well within the box. Played tackle for them. I don't think he's not a player I saw hold blocks very long. He seemed to get shedded pretty quickly, and he's not someone that pulled or did well in space very well, despite his size. So you kind of have this smaller guy that's strong, but plays like a bigger player. Doesn't really have that athletic ability that you really want. Honestly, I think he's unfit. Like, I think if he was 320 pounds, he'd be drafted higher. And I think he should play like his size, and that's a big problem. So maybe you can bulk him up a little bit if you're the 49ers, but that's it. So Philly is on the clock. The Eagles, who got this pick from the Dolphins. Philadelphia Eagles on the clock. Well, I think La'el Collins, if he doesn't get drafted, he's got to play. I mean, you can't go back in the draft. So... I mean, yeah, you think the Eagles should probably take Ekpre Alamu would be awesome. So Ja'Cory Shepherd, there's our guy. Ja'Cory Shepherd, corner out of Kansas, is the pick, and Ja'Cory Shepherd is a player that's super productive for Kansas. I don't think there's any denying. Can make plays, a good tackler, and he plays well for his size, almost 200 pounds. Gets physical at the line of scrimmage. Great ball skills. Can make interceptions with his size, and really good at reading the quarterback and receivers. He seems to know what the receivers are going to do before they do it. I think there's intense film study that goes into his game, and he's a player that's a little tight-hipped. Doesn't always turn and run very well. Doesn't always have a swinging gait. Tackling wise, you want him to be a little more aggressive. Sometimes can play a little soft and back and get bowled over. But if you can firm up his technique, his footwork, his hips, I think he could be a really good player. So the Eagles take Ja'Cory Shepherd, cornerback out of Kansas, which is they need more secondary. They need as much help as they can get in that secondary. So see all those Kansas players just go to places you don't want. San Diego Chargers are on the clock. And yeah, Ja'Cory Shepherd played wide receiver previously too. There is a cap on free agents, on rookie free agents. There is a cap on what they can make. So, it's not like you can just be a free agency and make a ton of money. San Diego takes Darius Philon, defensive tackle at Arkansas, a guy I really like, but I'm a little surprised to see him go in the 3-4. I thought he was purely a 4-3 under tackle, but he's a player I think is a little bit underrated. He's a really good athlete. He's small, 298 pounds for a defensive tackle, and I don't know if he has that strength to play in a 5-tech end spot for them, but the Chargers have done well converting those kind of players. Corey Legit was a guy I felt the same way about, and he's played really well for them. So, great pass rusher. I mean, plays really low, can penetrate into the backfield. He has multiple pass rush moves. He's good at kind of weeding through traffic and shedding blocks, and a good speed, good athlete. He's just not big or strong. If he gets engaged, he struggles with that strength aspect. So sometimes he can just get caught up and get moved around by strong offensive linemen. Minnesota Vikings, a pick 193. They select B.J. Du Bois, defensive end from Louisville. So another Louisville defensive player, pass rusher. But Du Bois is a big guy, 284 pounds, 6'4". He's someone that can play kind of a base end spot and stick you there. Gets off the snap pretty well, and he uses good leverage. He gets pretty low despite his size when he gets off the snap. Now, when he gets engaged too long, then he seems to kind of rise up, and that can get him pushed around and knocked around on the ground a little bit. So that could be a problem with him. He's not going to rush the passer at all. The boys is not going to rush the passer at all. I kind of liked him more in a 3-4 as well as a 5-tech. If you would have flipped these two picks, I would have felt a lot better about it actually. But I think Du Bois is kind of a base run stuffing end. Yeah, I think the Patriots are staying well away from Lyle Collins. But Buffalo's up, pick 194. Woodruff's still here. He's resting. The Bills. I don't know about this Bills draft so far. I don't know, what do you guys think about the Bills draft at this point? I'm a little bit iffy on it. Ronald Darby, John Miller, Carlos Williams. Okay. But the Bills take Nick O'Leary, tight end out of Florida State. Very productive tight end, Nick O'Leary, who a lot of people have pegged as a first or second round pick before this season. But O'Leary just does not have the athletic ability. I think that's the big problem. Is a very stiff athlete, very high cut, doesn't move well, but a ton of receptions, and he's a willing blocker. And he was the go-to target for Jameis Winston. He's reliable. That's what he is. So if you're Buffalo, I think he's kind of a reserve. I don't know if you can overcome the lack of athletic ability, the stiffness. He doesn't turn. He can't turn well at all. He's kind of a straight line athlete because you don't have that athleticism and that quickness that you want out of him. So 6 rounds a fine shot to take with that production. I think it's perfectly fine. But I just don't know if you're going to get anything out of him. Fishbowl seems really happy about this draft. So the Browns are up at 195. I like the Titans draft. I think the Titans, it's kind of a risky draft for Tennessee with Mariota, Dorian Green-Beckham. I think Jeremiah Potassi is a great pick in the 3rd round. I really like David Cobb. I think Angelo Blackson is the nose tackle that they needed. I think Justin Fowler's a good player. I think as a whole, Titans did pretty well. It all hinged on Marcus Mariota, of course. The Browns take Malcolm Johnson. There's another one of the players I was talking about from Mississippi State. Malcolm Johnson is a tight end fullback. player. He played H-back for them. I actually prefer Hill, their other tight end, if we're talking about tight ends. So I'll be interested to see where they decide to play him. But I kind of had him as a fullback. 4'5", 6'1", 231. Played H-back for them. Pretty good hands. He's an okay blocker. He's not a dominant blocker, but more of a mismatch, catching the football out in space, and that's what you're looking at him for. So the Eagles are on the clock now. With this one. So the Browns take a fullback. Then they just draft a fullback pretty high a couple years ago. I guess that didn't work out. Eagles are back up. I don't even know how many tight ends, but they definitely went over my number, I'll say that. Absolutely. Let's see if we can get this Eagles pick. And I might have to go pee. I have to use the restroom. I'm trying to hold off. Eagles, their pick at 196. Randall Evans, cornerback out of Kansas State. So more corners for the Philadelphia Eagles. And Randall Evans is another player that I think I graded out as kind of more of a reserve. 6 feet, 190 pounds. He's pretty good sized athlete. He's played a lot for Kansas State, and he's a playmaker. He's another guy that can catch the ball in the air, and has done some press coverage too. So as a whole, I think you have kind of these press cover corners that the Eagles are, bringing in, and that's interesting. I don't think he has necessarily the speed. I think you want him playing in zone. Wouldn't necessarily want him in man-to-man coverage. I think that's a problem for me for Randall Evans, and he's not super strong even with the press coverage. It's not like he's going to do a great job against bigger receivers, tackling against the run. So Anthony Harris just undersized. I think that's Anthony Harris's issue. Is just the size issue, just undersized, and sometimes you can't overcome that. Teams don't want to take that chance. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and hopefully not miss a pick. Looking at me. Bengals pick here at 197. The Bengals select Darren Smith, safety out of Fresno State. Really like this pick. One of my best cover safeties in this draft. And Deron Smith is, I think, talented enough to play one deep. 5'10", 200 pounds. So he's not too light in the pants. Played almost every down of his college career. He started all 4 years for Fresno State. And he can tackle despite being a one deep safety. Moves very fluidly, sideline to sideline. Great closing speed, good ball skills. I think his tape this year wasn't great. There are definitely some games where he tried too hard and he would break on the ball too early and get caught. He could get looked off with the quarterback's eyes. He's undersized. He's dealt with some injury issues as well. Not a great form tackler, but that's a really good. It's a really good pick. I think he should have went 4 rounds, 3 rounds earlier. So yeah, just back to the diet Snapple just for Ferenczi. Every hour, more than 1 billion cells in the body must be replaced. Great. So tickle a rat and don't die. That's my advice today. Browns pick at 198. Cleveland Browns select Randall Telfair, tight end out of USC. So Randall Telfair is blocking tight end at USC. I think was underrated to go in the 6th round. The more I watched of him, the more I liked him. Awesome run blocker. I mean, he's punishing. Not a very productive pass catcher, but because he's not a great athlete, but 250 pounds, he gets his hands on you. If you're Cleveland, now you got Duke Johnson on the edge. I think Randall Telfair is a second tight end you can bring in and block for him. Good football IQ. I think he really gets the game, and he's pretty good. Now, once he catches the ball, I also like him. I think he is actually underrated in terms of running after the catch. So if you can get the ball in his hands, I think he can do some things, can be pretty good in the red zone. So I like Randall Telfair. No, I think the Mississippi State player is more of a fullback for the Browns than a tight end, but Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. I think someone asked about the Eagles draft and what I felt about the Philadelphia Eagles draft. I think it was good. Definitely addressed the big needs, right? They got a receiver. They got 3 corners. I think Jordan Hicks is a pretty good player. I really love Eric Rowe. I know they've kind of moved around in this draft, but I like what the Eagles have done as a whole. Because I think you needed to draft a bunch of cornerbacks and see what sticks. Sometimes that's the best way to go with a position, is just to draft a bunch of guys and see what sticks. I like Ja'Cory Shepherd. I think Ja'Cory Shepherd should have went a lot earlier than that OMG. I'll stick with that for your name. I think he should have went earlier. I think he has some of that coverage ability, some of those ball skills that you look for. So I'm a fan. So the Steelers are on the clock. See if we can get this pick in here for Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh takes Latarius Walton, defensive tackle out of Central Michigan, another guy that I really liked, and I saw he was invited to the Combine. I was like, gosh, I should probably go watch him. I really like him as a 5-technique player. Latarius Walton is small, tough, 319 pounds, 6'5". I think he's a nice backup 5-tech. Used to play offensive line, got moved to the defensive line, played on the interior for Central Michigan, and he's a good athlete, man. Super quick off the snap, uses his hands really well, rushed the passer from the interior pretty well, and so I think he's a good player. And they double-teamed him a lot. He was by far their best defensive lineman. And so there's some games where you don't see him do too much because he has to address 2 guys. But when he's one-on-one, he did really well. So I think his athletic ability is underrated. Really good pick by the Steelers. Detroit Lions are on the clock right here. Pick 200. We're in pick 200. I've seen the first 199. Let's see what happens from here. Pick 200. So in 199, where the Steelers took Latarius Walton, that's where Tom Brady was drafted, of course. I mean, I think that has shown any reason Andy Gaelick, center from Boston College, and Reese Demuke, the center from Auburn, is still on the board. Fell so far. You know, they're not super athletes. They're not super versatile. I think those 2 guys that are center-only players. So, to me, that's a little bit of the issue. And the Lions take Quandre Diggs, cornerback out of Texas, a really productive corner with a lot of starting experience, a player that a lot of people thought, hey, this could be a guy that's drafted pretty highly, but Diggs had kind of a down year. You know, he's 5'9", 196, a little on the short side, only runs in the 4.5s, but instinctually, he's a really good football player. You know, I think you can see how he reads the quarterback's eyes and the film study that he does. He's a good, pretty solid tackler. Probably a nickel dime back at best because he's short and not fast. So I think that's the thing. It's just that size and speed combination. You like what you see from him on film. He looks like a better player than the size, but it's tough to play him. Yeah, Trey McBride is still on the board. He just doesn't get separation. I'm telling you, it's a really big thing for Trey McBride. When you don't get separation at William and Mary, how are you going to do it in the NFL? Hey, Freddie, how's it going? Go over to drafttv.com. Get in the chat room on there. We got a lot of people over there, so go to drafttv.com if you're in the Twitch chat. Appreciate everyone for watching. We're up to 70 people watching tonight. And if you like what you see, tweet out the link. We're in the 6th round. Yeah, BJ Finney's still out there too. Deontrez Mount. Yeah, Deontrez Mount was, I think that was a decent pick for the Tennessee Titans. You know, I talked about him a little bit ago. Linebacker for Louisville. I'm interested to see where they play him. They play him outside or play him inside. I would assume on the outside linebacker, maybe on the strong side. So I think he could fit Ray Horton's defense pretty well. Probably more of a reserve type, though. St. Louis Rams are up, pick 201. Hey, only 55 picks to go. Moving right along. Still lots of players to be drafted. Bum, 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 bum. I think Trey McBride will be drafted pretty soon. I think we'll see him get drafted soon. I think we'll see some of these other players drafted soon. Now, Leo Collins probably not, but do I have any second rounders still out there? I don't think so. I think all my second rounders are taken now. So we'll come back to best available here after this pick by the Rams. St. Louis Rams select Bud Sasser, wide receiver out of Missouri, staying at home. Bud Sasser, definitely an intriguing Missouri wide receiver. 6'2", 210 pounds. He's got that big size and a smooth athlete. He's someone for his size that moves pretty well and has a lot of experience. Not very fast. Not going to do much down the field for you. I think he's limited ultimately when everything's said and done. He doesn't always use his size effectively, kind of plays like a smaller wide receiver at times, but his athleticism shows up, and he has had some productive games. So Bud Sasser, kind of a reserve wide receiver. Yeah, Ifo Akprelamu's still on the board. Guys I have rated in the third round that are still out there. No quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, no tight ends, no tackles, no guards. Andy Galick from Boston College is a player that I like a lot and think that he should get taken. Ellis McCarthy from UCLA is another nose tackle. I probably overrated him a bit, but I like him. Yeah, Ifo Akprelamu from Oregon. Gerard Holloman from Louisville. Anthony Harris from Virginia. Curtis Drummond from Michigan State. I think some of these safeties, man, should be taken here pretty soon. Yeah, look, I know Akprelamu's injury probably pretty bad, but give him a shot. Someone should draft him at some point. Even if he doesn't get back to how he was before, you can still have a solid, special teamer in there. Yeah, a lot of small scores still left on this board. I like Shad Lyons, Tusculum. Got to watch a game of his. That was weird. But, gotta get those Tusculum players. And the Rams have had success drafting Missouri players. Absolutely. E.J. Gaines. So far, 19 players drafted that would not go to the combine. That's a lot in the top 200 to 201, I guess. 19. I have Jose Matias right up there. I think he was the third or fourth round pick. Another guy maybe I overrated a little bit, but should be gone by now, I think, from Florida State. I thought he played pretty solid. I think Nick Marshall, definitely a corner. Nick Marshall from Auburn, I would draft him in the 7th round as a cornerback. I think he has a lot of upside and a lot of talent. Watched him make that conversion, played at the Senior Bowl. I thought he played well. So draft's definitely not over. The Patriots at 202 select A.J. Derby, tight end out of Arkansas, and I think A.J. Derby's a pretty good player who should have been used a lot more at Arkansas, so that makes it tough to kind of determine where he should go. But he's a player dealt with some injuries late, played quarterback actually at Iowa, then transferred to Arkansas at tight end. 4'6'9", 6'4", 255 pounds. He's physical. He'll knock you around, and he's pretty good after the catch. He has this kind of third gear that's pretty darn good. Had a big catch against Alabama that was really good. So I like his speed, but he's raw. He's kind of this convert that played tight end for a year, had some success, and is another quarterback to tight end conversion. So he wasn't able to work out because of a knee injury. I think that knocked him down a little bit, and I think he should have been used a lot more at Arkansas than he was. So he's played almost every position in football, and that's kind of exciting. I actually really like that pick for the Patriots. That they've done well with quarterbacks converting to pass catchers, so might as well take a chance on another one. I mean, undrafted free agency is crazy. Absolutely. So the Broncos take Darius Kilgo, defensive tackle out of Maryland. I think we talked about him earlier. Someone asked a question about Darius Kilgo out of Maryland. I think a nice interior backup. And Kilgo, 319 pounds. He's played nose tackle for them. Maryland. He's even played a little bit of a three technique player. Good strength and kind of a good two-gapper. Not going to rush the passer. It's not what you're going to ask him to do. That's not what Kilgo should do. Pretty good frame. You wish maybe he was about 10 pounds bigger and had a little more girth to him, and maybe had a little bit more lower body strength. He doesn't drive guys in that run game. But as a developmental backup, I think he's pretty good backup nose tackle to take in the 6th round. Deontay Greenberry is on the fringe of being draftable. He's just very, very slow and just might not be fast enough for the NFL. I think that's part of the issue. I would be down for an extra round or 2 or 5. Let's do it. Baltimore Ravens take a guy could potentially be a steal with this draft, and Darren Waller at pick 204. Darren Waller, wide receiver out of Georgia Tech, kind of a wide receiver, tight end, tweener, if you will. But those Georgia Tech wide receivers, always physical freaks. 6'6", 238 pounds, ran a 4.46 at the combine. Big length, big height, not very experienced when you're playing in that triple option offense. Whenever he's turning his head, he struggles. He struggles to locate the ball in the air and know how to fight for contested passes. But you watch him go down the field. You watch his stride. You see that body, and you think, I could turn this into something. If you can fix him as a route runner, get him to run more routes, get him to cut and break a lot better, get him to track the ball a lot better, I think he could be really good. So I think Darren Waller is a great pick by the Baltimore Ravens to try and develop, and he's a player that, if he looks good, can play sooner rather than later. And the Colts take Josh Robinson, running back out of Mississippi State. I really like that pick for a team that Trent Richardson experiment kind of flopped. You got Frank Gore. I think Josh Robinson actually has some similarities to Frank Gore. It's a little high of praise, but Robinson's a little bowling ball, 5'8", almost 220 pounds, very low to the ground. He'll come, he'll hit you, boom, boom, boom. I really like that, and he's tough to stop when he gets rolling and gets that steam train running. Becomes very tough to stop. I don't think he sees the hole always. Sometimes he tries to make his own holes, and that can be a problem. Where I think his patience is a little bit overrated. He's not going to be spectacular and outrun guys and make people miss. He's kind of this tough inside runner that is reminiscent. If he can improve in terms of his vision, that's big. Vic Ballard, man, he just got hurt. I mean, Vic Ballard, didn't he shred? He had a big injury in the preseason, didn't he? So, yeah. Green Bay up at 206. I don't know who my elite prospects for 2016 are yet, Sean. I'm definitely not there at this point. But that'll be something I start in June. Yeah, I mean, Josh Robinson is very similar to Vic Ballard. I like Vic Ballard a lot. Good call, something about football. It's a really good call. I think they are similar players. Packers are on the clock. Who they gonna take? See ya, Fish. Thanks, man. You asked about Jeremy Davis, LT Giants. I think Jeremy Davis kind of a big, long wide receiver. Slow, but he's a good possession wide receiver. Maybe could be a reserve. Yeah, tight end, running back could be interesting for the Packers. We'll see. Any tips for draft study through the college season if you don't have a team? I mean, I think just read up, see who you think are good players. Watch as much as you can. Go with your instinct. Read a lot of scouting reports and see what people look at and what they look for. And I can help you on that if you want, but it's just do it. I mean, that's the biggest thing. You just got to do it. Yeah, Anthony Harrison make a lot of sense. Packers pick here. There's Aaron Ripkowski, fullback out of Oklahoma. We talked about earlier as a fullback that could get drafted, and he's like the third fullback drafted, so I was a little off on that. But great size, 257 pounds, and he moves a lot faster than that. A 4'7" player, and he's a guy that lowers his head and will be a lead blocker out in space. He'll hammer you, and he loves to hit linebackers. Very good at hitting linebackers. He drops his eyes a little bit too much. Sometimes can whiff on some of the blocks, and I don't think he's someone that's. He's not going to catch passes. He's not going to do anything but block. I don't think he's much of a running back. I don't think he's much of a blocker. Did a little bit of tight end, but I think that was I think it was a little much. So I think Ripkowski is just a road grading blocking fullback for the Packers that maybe can eventually take over for Kuhn. I mean, you can watch cut-ups. I do love Draft Breakdown. I think they're good guys and good things, but sometimes that can steer you one way or another, depending on which games they have. So I definitely say watch on Saturdays. Tape a lot of games and watch. Make sure in Draft Breakdown you got at least 3 games that you can watch. 3 games is usually what you want to watch. Now, I can't always do that with everyone, especially some of the small school guys, but you want to watch at least 3 games of everyone. And it's best if you do one early, middle, and late to the season is usually what the rule is. And you want to do the closest year that you can, at least. So now, what are we going to replace Kuhn with Rip when Aaron Ripkowski gets a carry for a touchdown? Draft hobbyist. Colts are on the clock, 2:07. Still in the 6th round. And they take Marlo Herrera, inside linebacker from Georgia. Another really good, really productive linebacker from Georgia, and Marlo Herrera. And he's a player I think could be a solid inside linebacker for them. Very productive tackler, 244 pounds. Smart player. He's good at getting in the backfield, at filling that gap, and hitting guys. Rarely do you see him get pushed back. Not the best, athlete size, speed in the world. He definitely has short arms. Definitely could play a little bit stiff. Could be a good special teams player, perhaps. The one thing I do like about him is his coverage ability. Georgia dropped him back into coverage a lot against tight ends. Thought he did pretty well. He went out into the flat against running backs. Thought he did pretty well. So he's a good competitive player. I really like it. I like Herrera. What's the best comparison for Leonard Williams? I think he could be maybe a Ty Warren type of player, where you get someone that you can move all over the line, can be disruptive. I think that could be a decent comparison for him. How's it going, Kiwi? Good to see you. Let me tweet out another link here. Cool. Get that tweet out there. Jaguars having a good third day. Kiwi Jag's got to be happy. Kiwi Jag, you got to be happy, man. You don't even know what's happened. It's been a really good third day for Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville's had a killer draft, a really good draft today. They got A.J. Cann in the 3rd round, James Sample, Rashad Green, Michael Bennett, killing it. Titans take Andy Galick, center out of Boston College, a player that I like a lot. I had rated in the 2nd day and thought he could get taken that high. He's an awesome center. Now, he's not very versatile. He's not going to give you probably much at guard or anything like that, but he's tough. Tough, kind of squatty, 306-pounder, gets low, he fights, he'll keep his hands pumping, he makes you work for everything that you get. Good job of sustaining blocks. He gets a decent push, and he doesn't do well against the athletic types, the smaller defensive tackles or linebackers stunting on a blitz, but does well against the bigger guys. That's kind of his thing. So, pass protection wise, I also think he's pretty solid. Maybe not going to dominate anyone, but I don't think he let up many sacks. So, I like it. I think he's really good against 3-4 teams, against big nose tackles, and he's a solid all around player, good backup, and that maybe could outperform his draft position for sure. Yeah, Kiwi Jag. I don't know why Michael Bennett fell. Apparently, teams just didn't like him, didn't like his talent. So I'm not sure what that means, but that's why he fell. So you got to be happy with that. Great fit for your defense for sure. And I think Rashad Green, you got to be happy with that. Man, AJ Cann was a steal. Seahawks are up 209. Took Frank Clark and Tyler Lockett yesterday. Taking a lot on the offensive line now, and some corners here for the Seattle Seahawks. Here's their pick at 209. Seattle Seahawks select Obum, defensive end from Oregon State, one of my underrated players of this draft. I think Gwacham is a guy who doesn't have much experience as a pass rusher, but 6'5", 246, super long athlete, moved from wide receiver to defensive end this year, and looks really good doing it. I mean, great explosion when you're 246 pounds, and you can move the way that he does. Great explosive athlete, and he's fluid too. So you get him out in space, he can move to the running back. I think a lot of offensive tackles didn't know what to expect from him because there was no film on him, and really struggled at that. I think he's reliable. He seems that when he gets his hand on the quarterback, he brings him down, and really a hard worker. He covered kicks, special teams player. You can use him on Seattle. And yeah, he's not the strongest guy at 246. You'd want a little more lower body strength and upper body strength. Definitely mentally, he's got to catch up in the game and know when he can use different pass rush moves or how to do them. Footwork was pretty sloppy. I think his explosion and hard work and effort, you got to take a chance. I think the Seahawks made a great pick with Obum Gwacham. Great pick. Packers are up 210. Is this where we see Anthony Harris go, potentially? Could be. Experto, man. Experto is, he's the bomb. Packers are up. Here we go. Best players available. I love a lot of these safeties. Gerard Holloman, Anthony Harris, Curtis Drummond, Cody Pruitt. I think those guys are pretty. Ifo Ekpe-Alamu is still out there. You're looking at Trey McBride from William & Mary still out there. I know a lot of people are fascinated with him. Well, let's talk about this Packers pick of Christian Ringo, another long snapper from UL Lafayette. Was he on my long snapper board? He was not. Christian Longo from UL Lafayette. I did watch UL Lafayette, and I did watch Christian Ringo once, because he played defensive tackle for them actually, and also snapped the ball for them too. So he's not a pure long snapper, okay? I watched him as a defensive tackle versus long snapping, but really good athlete. I mean, 6'1", 293 pounds. Big guy that can rush the passer a little bit. He has some hamstring issues at his pro day that was a problem and couldn't work out. Solid long snapper, a good defensive tackle. I think he could actually play a little 5-tech for the Green Bay Packers ultimately, and he's a player that has a little bit of that pass rush ability with that strength, and not really a versatile run stuffer or anything like that for Christian Ringo, but that's what I think. I didn't have him listed as a long snapper. I'll say that. I had him listed as a D tackle. So other best players available. Texans are on the clock. We'll be getting to that pick when it gets made. I think it covers it pretty well of a lot. I like Jose Matias out of Florida State. At him rated as a 4th rounder. Reese Demuke of Auburn. Still have some DNs. Anthony Chickalo, Lyndon Trail, Corey Crawford. As guys I could see going pretty soon. So we'll see what this Texans pick is. I'm interested. Oh, I guess draft hobbyist. I guess you like Ringo a little bit. No, I'm telling you, Ringo can rush the passer, man. He's got some skills. I think it's a pretty good pick. Houston Texans pick at 211 is Rashard Cleat, outside linebacker out of USF, out of Southern Florida. Rashard Cleat is someone who could kick inside for Houston. I'm thinking in the 3-4. He's 235 pounds, so you're probably looking at a reserve, maybe special teams type of player. Really good tackler. And he actually had some pass rush to him. USF used him off the edge a little bit at linebacker, so I think you could put him inside, maybe have him do some stunts and some different things if you needed to, if you had to come in for a little bit. Played in the NFLPA game. I really liked him there. That's where I kind of opened my eyes. He got in the backfield a lot, was pretty explosive at practice, goes sideline to sideline pretty well. I think he's a good kind of run stuffer with some athletic ability. I think a pretty solid reserve special teams type. Pittsburgh Steelers are up. Pick 212. I wonder if they may take another corner here. Maybe a third corner. Darryl Roberts, someone I know they're interested in. Let's see. Pick 212 is for the Pittsburgh. Anthony Chickalo, defensive end, outside linebacker out of Miami. Well, I like this pick a lot. I think he should have been off the board by this point. And he's someone that could stand up in that 3-4 defense. 6'3", 267 pounds, another big pass rusher. And they played him inside, they played him outside, and he's he's someone against Pitt, against T.J. Clemmings. I remember watching him doing pretty well. So some of the issues with Anthony Chickalo is that he's not a great pass rushing athlete. I think at 267 he plays stiff. He plays like a 267 pounder. He's got to get a little bit stronger. I think lower body strength is an issue, but I think he has some power. I think he has the hands to be a pass rusher, and you want to see how you can bring him by. He played best against his best competition. He played well against Pitt, against T.J. Clemmings. Played well against Florida State, against Cam Irving. I think he's had his best games against best competition. My honest thoughts on the Patriots draft, and not that I should be one to criticize the Patriots draft. I think, honestly, as a whole, I think they had a good draft. I think there's some picks I love. Love Malcolm Brown, perfect fit nose tackle, fill him in. I love Geno Grissom and Trey Flowers, 3rd and 4th round picks. I think Grissom, you got the big athlete, and you can see what you can do with him. And Trey Flowers is a power player that you can move around the defensive line. I like the linemen, Trey Jackson and Shaq Mason in the 4th. Good value on both of those players. I think Jackson could be a starter. Jordan Richards made me scratch my head. I think he's a strong safety only, and they haven't seemed to do well when they've reached for safety in the second round. And I don't think he has the athleticism to cover it all, so you're using him as a kind of a run stuffer. I wouldn't have taken a long snapper in the 5th. Joe Cardona is awesome, but might not be able to play for them for 5 years. Matthew Wells is a good athlete and special teams player. That's fine. AJ Derby, I think, was a nice pick, QB convert, that you can try and see if you can mold him, which they've done before. So might as well take another chance. So there you go, Midwest Pats fan. Hope that answered your question. There's the apple pie for Mel Kiper Classic. Packers pick right here. Kennard Backman, tight end out of UAB. There is your tight end pick for the Green Bay Packers. And Kennard Backman, one of those players that I didn't know too much about, and then he started getting visits, and I was like, I better watch this guy. 6'3", 258 pounds, and he's athletic. I mean, you watch him at UAB, shut down their football program. They just had 2 guys drafted in this draft, for gosh sakes. But he's super athletic. He was tough to cover, and I really like his footwork. I think he has good footwork for a tight end, cuts really well, and gets down the field. Doesn't give you too much as a blocker. I think he's definitely more of an athletic type. Struggles when he doesn't get separation to fight for contested balls. That's not a strength of his. So I think Kennard Backman could be a nice kind of reserve, red zone type of threat. See if you can bring him along. Seahawks are up here at 214. Woodrow's still hanging out. He's ready. He's sleeping. He loves to draft. Loves to sleep through it. That's how we do it. Kennard Backman probably would have been one of the guys that I didn't watch, and then he took a lot of visits. So I watched some of these guys that took visits late in the process. But I mean, I watched J.J. Nelson, so I at least seen a little bit of him. But they're gonna toss some crazy small schooler at me, perhaps in the 7th round. Sometimes that gets me. Yeah, I mean, I am surprised the Patriots didn't address offensive weapons or corner or anything like that. But I mean, I like the players that they have taken for the most part. So the Seahawks, their pick 214 in the 6th round. One of my favorites, Christian Sicoli out of Buffalo, can play defensive end or defensive tackle, and I'm a really big fan. I watched him after he was taking some of those visits. Is an immigrant from Albania and is strong. I mean, he is a brutal, strong athlete, 6'5", 300 pounds, and he's country strong. He's got that upper body strength, just push you right off the ball. In high school, he played a ton of different positions, and then went to Buffalo not really knowing his way because he didn't have one real position. He was recruited as a tight end, as a tackle, as a D end, and he made the right choice because he could play D end. He can move inside the defensive tackle. Great length, great size, great strength. Not much of a pass rusher. Not going to do much there, but can fill a gap and I think be a really nice reserve. So I really like that pick. I think that's a great fit for the Seahawks too. They like to develop those big athletes. Better draft, Giants or Jets? I'm taking the Jets. I think the Jets maybe have had the best draft, one of the best drafts. I'll take the Jets draft over the Giants right now. Though I mean the Giants did well, but Eric Flowers a little early for my taste, and I don't like some of these later guys. So yeah, it's been consistent that the Patriots have reached for safeties in the second round. It's pretty crazy. Thanks, Viday, for sending that link out. More people want to get talk of the draft. That's what I'm here for. I'll take questions in the chat room if I don't talk enough about your guy. Let me know. I like Sokoli though. I think that's a really good pick by the Seahawks. He's strong as an ox, and I think he has a lot of room for development too. So the Rams up at 215. Yeah, lots of safeties still on the board. It's a little surprising. The Rams take Cody Wichmann, offensive guard out of Fresno State. So at more offensive line for the St. Louis Rams. But Cody Wichmann is an interior lineman, offensive guard, and he is probably I think he's probably the last Fresno State player that could have went there. Cody Wichmann is kind of an iffy athlete. I was not super impressed with him on film. I think he might be a little bit overrated ultimately. But I know Fresno State was pretty good, but I don't think he has the athletic ability to pull. He's not overly strong either. I didn't see him make a lot of mistakes, a lot of mental mistakes or missed assignments, but against more athletic players, they seem to get the best of him. It seemed pretty easy to kind of stack and shed him, so not necessarily a pick that I like at this point with Cody Wichmann. People out at Fresno seem to really like him, but I think he's limited athletically. I think he has limited strength, and he did a lot of visits, but I don't know if he's going to give the Rams much. I don't really like that pick in the 6th round. I don't know. I think Nick Marshall should get drafted today, personally. I think Nick Marshall has enough athletic upside to take a chance in the 7th round. If you get drafted, you can re-enter. If you don't get drafted, you can't re-enter. So that's La'el Collins' issue. Houston takes Christian Covington, defensive tackle out of Rice. I actually had them taking him in my mock draft, not this late, but so potential steal. He's a pass rushing 5 technique. I think he'll be a good 5 tech for Houston's defense, which is what they need. 289 pounds, big bodied, and he's a 4'8", 4'9" player. Really good, really low player. Who's explosive. I think he's a good pass rusher from the interior at Rice. And he has a nice leg drive to him, too. So when he combines that power with getting off the line, I think it becomes very tough to stop. Pretty good guy at shedding blocks. Sometimes can overextend and get caught off balance. I think there are a lot of plays where he should have made more of an impact and seems to his mind doesn't seem to catch up to his body a lot. So when he starts doing that, it can steamroll. There were stretches where he would just overextend and couldn't keep his balance. I don't think he's great against the run. I think he has a little bit of power, but not a ton of range to him. Has some knee issues that had to be dealt with. So I think this could be a potential steal in the 6th round for the Texans, because I think he's a great fit for their defense. Nope, Raheem Nunez-Roches is still on the board as well. Chiefs are on the clock. I don't think anyone's going with La'el Collins, let's be honest. And I don't even think we're going to hear about La'el Collins in undrafted and priority free agency tonight, because I think he's going to take some time, I should say, hear out all his offers. Chiefs are up 217. Let's do it. Sixth pick, and we're rounding up the sixth pick here. Getting to the end of it. How many picks we have left? We got the Chiefs. That's it. That Oakland kicks off round 7. So that's pretty awesome. And there you go. There's Rakeem Nunez-Roches, just mentioned in the chat room, gets drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs. And this is a player that I hadn't watched at Southern Miss until he was invited to the Combine. But, had a lot of success at Southern Miss. Very tough to stop. He's 6'2", 307 pounds, and can play, potentially could play that 5 technique in a 3-4, or 3 technique in a 4-3. Very explosive athlete. I think that's what you get when you watch him, that he gets off the snap quick and stays pretty low. Doesn't have great size. He can get pushed around a little bit. Especially if offensive linemen have long arms, he's not going to be able to reach them. I think that's an issue. Doesn't have good reaction skills to running backs coming his way, so that's an issue for me. But off the snap, he's really good, and he knows how to leg drive. He knows how to use his feet. He's a pretty good pass rusher for his size, so I like him. I think he could have some pass rush ability as kind of a reserve defensive lineman, and see what you can do. Raiders on the clock, top of the 7th. We're to the 7th round. Here we go. Who surprised me most with their fall? I think I'm a little bit surprised Trey McBride has fallen to the 7th round. That was a surprise to me. Other people that I'm surprised about. The safeties. I thought Gerard Holloman and Anthony Harris would be gone by now, for sure. Raiders pick at 218. They select Anthony Morris, offensive tackle from Tennessee State. So what is that? That's multiple Tennessee State players now that have been drafted here. And Anthony Morris is undersized athlete at the offensive tackle position. He's under 300 pounds, but a really, really good athlete. He has a nice kick slide, and he's a player that has good pass protection skills. Not going to give you much in the run game. I think he's a guy that looks very light in the trunks. I think in the NFL will get thrown around like a rag doll. So I think he's an offensive tackle only that you'll want to maybe play in space. Maybe the Raiders can develop him into something. I just don't know if he's big enough or strong enough for the NFL ultimately. Nope, Trey McBride is still out there. Yeah, I mean, Trey McBride definitely has attitude issues, also separation issues. That'll hurt you. I mean, that'll hurt you. That could do it. Browns are on the clock, pick 219. Second pick of the 7th round. And getting word that Christian Sicoli, drafted by the Seahawks, the defensive lineman from Buffalo, actually going to play offensive line for them. So that's going to go back to offensive line from high school. The Browns pick Hayes Pollard, inside linebacker at USC. I think that could be a potential steal. I really like Hayes Pollard as kind of a run-stuffing, athletic inside linebacker, 240 pounds, and he's smart. He knows how to tackle. He knows how to wrap up. They used him in some pass-rushing situations and did pretty well last year at that. Very athletic, lateral agility-wise. Not super tough. I don't think he's good when he gets engaged, but he's a player that kind of waits back and makes the tackle. He doesn't attack the gap, so he doesn't make a lot of mistakes, but doesn't make a lot of splash impact plays. So I like him. I don't love him. I think as a backup, as a special teamer, it could be a really nice fit. Jaguars are on the clock, pick 220. Yeah, Christian Sokoli going to move to offensive line for the Seattle Seahawks. So he has the athleticism to do it. He has the size too. It'll be interesting to see. Seattle loves to make those converts. Heck. Nine Florida State players so far. Not a big surprise. A lot of FSU players taken in this draft. Good stack, KCJ, and yeah, makes sense. A lot of them left early, graduating. I think we could still have another one get drafted here this round too. I mean, Hayes Pullard a little small, but I think he's a good player. Yeah, I think Scully could be a practice squad player, but they've done it before. What's his name was conversion to offensive line. Jacksonville 220. The pick is in. Neil Sterling is the wide receiver from Monmouth. Neil Sterling, not a player I watched a ton of, but he's a big, fast athlete. I mean, that's what I got out of him. He's huge. Big arms, 6'4". He's someone that's over 220, 230 pounds, and he can run. He runs like a gazelle out there. I think it's a big projection. I don't think he was a great wide receiver at Monmouth. I don't think he was dominant, but you could see from the athletic ability that there is some potential dominance out there with him if you can develop him. So this seems like a practice squad candidate. See if you can develop these raw skills and size into something. I think I watched one game of Monmouth, so they're trying to get me. He could be big enough for tight end. He could be big enough to be, a slot tight end, a pass catching tight end. I think that's a possibility. Hey, British. I say all the Brits should love the Jaguars. Be awesome. I like Desmond Lewis, too, out of Central Arkansas. I think he should get drafted. I think he has some nice red zone potential. Raiders pick Andre DeBose, wide receiver out of Florida. A player I feel like has been at Florida for about 58 years. Andre DeBose is a fast athlete, 6 foot, 190 pounds, a little bit undersized, can get down the field pretty well. I think he's more of a return guy, potentially, but he seems to have been at Florida forever. 6 seasons at Florida for him. So, kick returner, kind of a return specialist. So one thing he did well out of Florida was returns. And there's your special teams players getting drafted here in the 7th round. Oakland takes their special teamer. Redskins are on the clock. See, what are you supposed to do when you got sneeze on camera? I don't know. I haven't done too much, but Mel Kiper just got to take it. Thank you. So Washington's pick at 2-2-2. Still got a lot of picks to go. They take Austin Reiter, center out of USF. And, Austin Reiter is not someone that physically impressed me. He kind of has a dumpy look to him. 6'3", 286, very undersized. Doesn't look like much of a physical player. But on the field, he held his own. Actually looked like a decent athlete and decent feet in space. I just think he's too undersized for the NFL. I don't think he's a player that's going to start. Now you talk about the Redskins' offensive line. If they zone block a little bit, might not be too bad. Thanks, Kiwi. No problem, man. Thanks for coming in and watching. I appreciate it. Best players available. I mean, the 7th round. It's all over the board, man. It's all over what you don't know what's going to happen. Wide receiver Trey McBride. Offensive line Corey Robinson, player I like out of South Carolina. Jose Matias out of Florida State, that offensive guard. Reese Demuke out of Auburn at center. A lot of defensive ends. Lyndon Trail, Corey Crawford out of Clemson. Defensive tackles, Derek Lott out of Chattanooga. Ellis McCarthy out of UCLA. Linebacker, Tony Washington, Oregon. Corner, Kevin White, TCU. Jacoby Glenn, UCF. And safety, we got Cody Pruitt, Gerard Holloman, Anthony Harris, Curtis Drummond, Darrell Eskridge, Eric Dargan. Got them all. Jaguars picked Michael Bennett. I think John Crockett has a shot to get drafted here this round. Zach Center, John Crockett, all those guys. So, and the Rams have traded Zach Stacy to the Jets for pick 224. So Zach Stacy gets traded for a 7th round draft pick. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, Zach Stacy. Remember people taking him in the 3rd round of fantasy drafts, and now that's it. So Zach Stacy traded for a 7th round pick. KCJ is very happy, I see in the chat room, as a Rams fan. Yeah, I wonder if we could see a quarterback drafted. I don't know. But the Jets pick, and then they traded their next pick to the Rams for Zach Stacy. The Jets running back depth chart is Chris Ivory, Stephen Ridley, Zach Stacy. There's your trio. All 3 up the middle hard runners. Sheesh. The Jets pick at 223 is Deion Simon, defensive tackle out of Northwestern State. This is a player that I had a draftable grade on, and after watching him, you feel like he could be a pretty good pretty good nose tackle. 6'4", 332 pounds. A big player, massive player, good wingspan. Definitely a real nice two-gapper. And actually used as a pass rusher a little bit at Northwestern State. Not something I think he'll do in the NFL. But if you're the Jets, I think it's a nice developmental backup nose tackle for the 3-4 defense. Perfect where Deion Simon fits. Doesn't give you much in terms of athleticism, sideline to sideline. Doesn't get off the snap super quick, but I think he's someone that could stick around a roster. Yeah, now the Rams have Todd Gurley, Trey Mason, Daryl Richardson, and the Rams are on the clock. Who are they going to take? Maybe they'll take another running back instead of Zach Stacy. The Rams pick here, 224, is Bryce Hager, inside linebacker out of Baylor. Another pretty good player. I actually think he was a little bit underrated, perhaps. Hager's just a good kind of technician at the linebacker position. A little undersized, 234, 6'1", but very good at reading the gap, knowing where the run is coming. Good lateral agility. I liked his feet a lot, and he used to play running back. So I think it's a player that's pretty good with that. Not going to give you much of a pass rush. Not overly strong when tackling guys, but pretty good tackle technique. So I think he's just kind of a two-down linebacker that has some decent time. I've heard he could play fullback. That some teams have actually looked at him as a fullback as well, or maybe even a running back. So it's something to look for. Let me see what did he run. He ran a 4.6 at 234 pounds, so pretty good speed. You could play on the offensive side of the ball even. So they actually could have traded Zach Stacy for a fullback potentially. Falcons are on the clock, 225. Falcons pick here is Jake Rogers, offensive guard out of Eastern Washington. Another small schooler. We keep getting these small schoolers and not the big name guys. But Jake Rogers played offensive tackle at Eastern Washington. Probably a guy that's going to kick inside offensive guard as listed. He's 6'6", 320 pounds. Real mammoth of an athlete. You saw some real nice upper body strength from him at Eastern Washington. Transfer from Washington State. So he was actually recruited to a little bigger time school. But kind of a big, strong, not much of a mover. And played all over the line. He played tackle. He played guard. I think he played left tackle a little bit too. So you have a player that makes a versatile backup that you might be able to develop a little bit. Giants are on the clock. New York Giants. Yeah, it wouldn't have been a bad deal for Dallas to trade a pick for Zach Stacy. Dallas hasn't drafted a running back. I guess Darren McFadden's our boy here. Maybe they'll find an undrafted sleeper. Maybe they'll sign Michael Dyer. Who knows? Is Frenzy here? I got to drink the Snapple for the Giants pick. Feeling good. Bobby Hart Another Florida State player, Bobby Hart, offensive tackle from Florida State, gets drafted by the Giants here in the 7th round. And Bobby Hart, another player I think will probably move inside to guard. He played right tackle for Florida State, but another big player, 6'4", 320 pounds. He dealt with some injuries early in his career and then became a pretty solid starter. Doesn't flash any supreme ability. I don't think he's a great pass protector, but he has pretty good footwork for his size. I think he could be actually a big pulling guard. Not dominant in the run game. It definitely doesn't have that dominant streak that you look for, but kind of a good all-around offensive lineman. I had Jose Matias rated higher, but Bobby Hart's a decent swing backup that's played right tackle that could probably play offensive guard as well. Rams are back on the clock here, St. Louis Rams. Yeah, still very young. I mean, Bobby Hart started college as a freshman at 17 years old. I think he's 20 years old now, so a lot of development time that you can kind of spend with him, see if you can get him to his potential. I like how after the first day they removed Lyle Collins from Mel Kiper's big board so they wouldn't just be sitting up there the whole draft. Martin Defetti, defensive end out of Memphis, goes to the St. Louis Rams. And I actually like Martin Defetti. Watching Memphis' defense for Bobby McCain, Defetti kind of caught my eye as a pass rusher. 275 pounds and a pretty good pass rusher. He's big, but he knows how to use his hands. Very good at kind of clubbing offensive linemen and getting past them. Good at pressuring the quarterback. Yeah, he's not really a great athlete, but you see a 275-pounder come barreling down on you. It's pretty scary, and he got to the QB pretty often. So I think he has some potential in the run game, and I think he has potential as a pass rusher too. He's definitely a player that I could buy into for the Rams, being a reserve defensive lineman. You can kind of kick him inside. He's not the strongest guy. He's not not the fastest guy, but he uses his football IQ, his football ability to get drafted. Rob Crisp has a lot of injury issues. Titan fan, so he could get drafted here, but I don't think so. Josh Robinson was a great pick, Colts fan. I think Josh Robinson very productive for Mississippi State. Small bowling ball of a guy, puts his head down, pick up some extra yardage, turn those legs. I think he's a real nice kind of reserve backup for Frank Gore. I think Josh Robinson could outperform that draft position very easily. Minnesota Vikings pick 228, and they select Austin Shepard from Alabama. Austin Shepard, kind of a unimpressive offensive tackle, to say the least. 315 pounds. He's tough, but I don't think there's anything about him that screams NFL offensive lineman. Not a great athlete. Kind of slow. You can get pushed back. Had a lot of help on the offensive line, so a lot of times he would get the help from the right guard. But he's tough. He knows he'll stick his head in there. He's going to keep trying, 100% effort every play. And so kind of a player that doesn't have that NFL athleticism, but you hope that if you need him, he's going to come in there and work hard to do it. Yeah, I think someone in the chat room compared Josh Robinson to Vic Ballard, and I think that's a pretty good comparison. Yeah, I think Jose Matias' problem is just if people don't think he can pull or if he can pass protect, that they're going to pass on him. I am surprised, though, with how good he is against the run that he hasn't been drafted yet. Jacksonville's up, pick 229. And there's Ben Koyack, tight end from Notre Dame. I really like this pick. I think Ben Koyak's still underrated. Very good blocker at the tight end position. Koyak was a dominant blocker for Notre Dame. And I think he can catch. He has nice big hands, a good possession tight end. Not very athletic. Played very stiff. You could tell he doesn't really know how to read defenses or read zone coverage very well. So I think there's some development that needs to be made with him. But as a number 2 tight end, you want 2 tight end sets, have Koyak block for you. TJ Yeldon run behind him. I like that pick. I think Koyak has some upside as both a pass catcher and as a blocker. So good pick. Good pick by the Jaguars. I think he's a nice compliment with Julius Thomas. Not that he's going to be put in there, right off the bat, but. Woodruff's trying to take my seat over here. Look, he's gotten closer and closer. Yeah, they see what you're doing, man. New Orleans Saints are on the clock. Cool. So Sterling will move to tight end. That makes a lot of sense to me. I can see that happening, and so Jacksonville gonna be trying to beef up these tight ends. Where's Mercedes Lewis going then? Saints are up, pick 230. And not many picks to go. Saints pick is Marcus Murphy, running back out of Missouri. And Marcus Murphy, a player that's dealt with some injuries at Missouri, but has that speed profile you look for. Maybe a backup to C.J. Spiller here. He only ran a 4.61 at the combine, but he plays a lot faster than that. 5'8", 193, return specialist. I think he's a great kick and punt returner, one of the best in this draft. So if you're the Saints, you gotta play him as a return guy. He has a ton of returns for touchdowns. Good in space, good at catching the football, good quickness, more than the deep speed. Not going to go up the middle for you. I don't think he has great vision or great cuts. As I said, he dealt with injury issues early in his career, so pass blocking, he's horrible. So I think it's return guy, great return man, and that's what you got to use him for. So Marcus Murphy, not a bad pick for the Saints. All those guys are still on the board, Midwest Pats fan. All those guys still out there. Buccaneers, 231. Yeah, Josh just tweeted out Tennessee State has 2 players drafted. Tennessee has none. So who's the better team now? Tyrell Williams still out there. All those guys are still on the board. What's going on with Bobby Richardson out of Indiana? I think it's just where to play Bobby Richardson. Some people want him to actually convert him, I think, to an offensive lineman. So that'll be interesting. There's some good young talent out there. There's some steals to be had here in the 7th round. I mean, I'm still. Why not take a chance on some of these injury players, on some of the other players? You know, that's my question. Take a chance on these guys. Say, don't ask for trades. That's what happens. You could trade for a 7th round pick. Buccaneers on the clock. Let's go. Get these picks moving. This pick's been gone through the Ravens, the Dolphins, and the Lions to the Buccaneers. It's been moving this pick around more than life itself. Yeah, take a chance on Gerard Holloman. But Bucks go with Joey Iosefa, running back / fullback out of Hawaii. And let me tell you, this guy is as big as you get at the running back position. 6 foot, 247 pounds. He ran a 5.02 at the combine, but he's huge. Hawaii would just run him up the middle, and he was just bigger than some of the linebackers he was going up against. Just bowled him over. And he gets low, he gets powerful, and he'll put his head down and deal a blow to you. Not gonna catch the ball too much. Not going to give you much outside, but you want kind of a running back to just boom between the tackles, or fullback that can run it a little bit. And that's Joey Iosefa. Minnesota Vikings back up at 232. I mean, that's something like... That's a lot of fullbacks. We got a lot of fullbacks drafted. I really like Aaron Ripkowski. He was my favorite fullback in the draft. I think Justin Fowler's a little more dynamic, but Ripkowski, I love that hard-nose blocking that the Packers got out of him. I think Ripkowski's going to be something special at the fullback position. Edmund Robinson, linebacker out of Newberry, goes to the Minnesota Vikings. Edmund Robinson, definitely a size, speed type of player out of Newberry College. Newberry College. He's an athlete. 6'3", 245 pounds, super long arms, very, very good quickness, lateral agility. I mean, you see him fly all over the field. He's long. He's got the long, thin lower body. never played great. I didn't think he was great at shedding blocks at his level. I didn't see him dominate. You know, you want a guy to dominate at Newberry College, and Edmund Robinson did not do that. Not super strong, so you got to develop him if you're Minnesota. Can we take this athleticism, this body type, and mold it into someone that can play? I don't think Edmund Robinson's ready to play quite yet, but he could get there. Excuse me. So I'm interested to see how Edmund Robinson develops. I think he's a player that has that ability. If you can teach him how to do those little things of taking on blocks, using his length effectively, I think it'd be pretty good. Yeah, it can't hurt to go with a little bit of upside and see if you can mold something. If not, you lost the 7th round pick. That's not a big deal. Chiefs are up 233. Viday's ready. He's pumped. I don't think Lyle Collins is going to get his name called now at this point, but Deron Brown, wide receiver out of Northern Illinois. I actually like Deron Brown more than the consensus was, because he's a big guy who has pretty good speed, 205 pounds, 4.54 speed, a solid all-around player, and I think he plays even a little bit faster than that. They ran him on a lot of vertical routes at NIU, and man, he can adjust to bad, poorly thrown balls really well. Good hands, good focus, and a really natural wide receiver. I think you watch him and you see a lot of good technique and cutting ability. Once he gets past the line of scrimmage, he does well, but it's about getting off the line. People can push him around. He can get a little bit stiff when he's making his cuts, and I don't think he has great hip flexibility or hip movement. Doesn't get low in and out of his breaks. I think that's a problem. So even though he plays a little faster, I think he's a good 7th round pick. Maybe can do some special teams work at the next level. Bills pick at 234. Desmond Lewis, wide receiver at Central Arkansas. Love that pick. Desmond Lewis needs some development, but his body type and his play reminded me a lot of Plaxico Burress back in the day. Just 6'4", he has those long arms, he goes up and gets it. Great high vertical player, really good size, can high point the football, fights for those contested passes. Seen him make one-handed catches with long arms, and he had a quarterback that wasn't very good at Central Arkansas, so he had to make a lot of adjustments and did really well with that. Obviously at Central Arkansas, you're not going up against the top tier players or anything like that. So he's someone who should be a little more physical at the line of scrimmage than you want. I think getting off the line, sometimes he could get a little pushed around. Not a top-notch athlete. I think he's a 4.6 type of runner. So he's never going to be dominant, but I think as a red zone threat who could develop into something more, the Bills with a great pick there. Houston Texans, 235, taking a couple receivers themselves. Yeah, I really like that Desmond Lewis pick, though. It's pretty good. Yes, still a lot of good receivers left, a lot of good safeties left. I think we're going to have some nice undrafted free agents out there. We still got a fair amount of picks to go, 20 picks to go or so. 20 more guys to come off the board. I mean, people are gonna be falling Lyle Collins. I think Jeremiah Potassi could play right tackle. I think it could be a pretty solid right tackle if they need him. And I think the Titans need him. I think it's a good call, yeah. The AFC East, I think all four had strong drafts. I think the Patriots had some really good parts of their drafts. But the Dolphins had a really good draft. The Jets had an awesome draft. I think you got to feel good about some of the Bills picks. Some I like, some I didn't like so much. Texans 235. Pick is in. Let's do it. Texans selection is Kenny Hilliard, running back out of LSU. And Texans are a team that could use a running back. If Kenny Hilliard can develop a little bit, then potentially he could be a pretty solid guy. Not very fast. He ran a 4.83. He's definitely a between the tackles type of runner. Did better his pro day, but he's a big 230 pounder between the tackles, kind of put his head down, get that short yardage stuff. He's actually was used a lot in the passing game at LSU, despite his size and speed, and was pretty good. I think if you could actually slim him down a little bit, he could be a decent third down back, maybe better than people think. Doesn't cut very well. He's a very, very straight line runner, and he just tries to power everyone. He tries to overpower everyone. So I think it's a fine place to draft him, but I don't know if he's going to give you much other than maybe some short yardage. Yeah, I mean, Bill O'Brien drafting a running back. I think running back was a need for the Houston Texans. So Dallas is on the clock, 2:36. I know what the Jets won a multiple first-round picks for Muhammad Wilkerson. I don't think the Colts are going to be giving that up again for a player. So, I'll get Woodrow back on the floor here. Well, wasn't feeling the couch anymore. Who's the Texans quarterback? Ryan Mallett. I think Ryan Mallett's going to get his chance here to be the quarterback for Houston. I mean, personally, maybe it's Brian Hoyer, but I think Ryan Mallett's the guy. Cowboys pick 236. Is Mark Nzecha from Wyoming, and Mark Nzecha is kind of a playback, big play type of guy. I think you watch him and you watch him try to fly around and make fumbles happen. A little undersized, is under 240 pounds, but he's someone that goes for that big hit. Makes a lot of tackles. I kind of saw him as more of a weak side linebacker. He's a German immigrant. And Zacha is how you say it. I just looked up the pronunciation because I was way off. And Zacha is how you say his last name. But probably a special teams guy. I think he could be a really good special teams player, and you could have him maybe as an inside linebacker backup. I mean, maybe Houston could draft quarterback next year. I think Christian Hackenberg is going to fall a little bit with how he's being handled right now at Penn State, and Bill O'Brien could scoop him up if he really wanted to. I think next year is going to be that'll be the talk. You know, we had Chip Kelly and Marcus Mariota, and then it's going to be Hackenberg and Bill O'Brien, right? So the Eagles are on the clock. We'll be following this pick, and the Eagles select Brian Mihalik, linebacker, defensive line / linebacker out of Boston College, 295 pounds. Not a linebacker. I read that wrong, but yeah, he's defensive tackle, and I think when you look at the Eagles, probably a 5 technique. Really tall guy. That's the first thing you know. He towers over everyone. He's listed 6'8", 6'9", something like that. So leverage issues abound and stiffness issues. He does not turn and tackle running backs well. But when you get a guy that size, he can kind of pound you to the ground a little bit. And he gets his hands on some of those players and moves them around. He becomes very tough to stop. So a developmental 5 technique player who has this huge size and he's very tall. Not a player that I'd grade as a draftable player, but when a guy's 6'9", I guess you want to see what you can do with him ultimately. Bengals are on the clock here, 2:38. Look, I'm going to be real with you. I don't think Christian Hackenberg's going to be a top pick. I think he's someone that could fall a little bit. He had a pretty bad year last year, and I don't think it's going to get any better under that new coaching staff. I don't know. I don't know if Vic Fredolami gets drafted. He's not looking too good for him right now, if he hasn't been taken yet. Now, obviously, there's an injury concern. I feel like someone would draft him here in the 7th round with a compensatory pick, something like that. Bengals. Are there any good run stoppers on the board? Joey Mbu of Houston, we talked about before. I like Derek Lott of Chattanooga as a potential run stuffer in the middle. Deshaun Williams of Clemson is a player I think could go pretty soon. So, let's see who Cincinnati takes. Bengals take Mario Walford, wide receiver out of West Virginia. One of the best wide receivers still left on the board is Mario Walford, and he had a heck of a year at West Virginia, opposite of Kevin White this year. Kind of got overlooked, but he's small, 5'8", 180 pounds. He's definitely a slot wide receiver, but man, he has really, really good speed. He ran a 4.43 at the combine. I think he plays even faster than that. Knows how to get separation. Uses his footwork to get separation, and he finds a way to get open. So I really like that about him. He was a player that kind of moved up my board the more that I watched him. Can return kicks, really good kick returner, and you know, ultimately with Mario Walford, it's just, well, is he big enough to handle an NFL shots to get tackled that way? Is he just a return guy, or are you going to get a little bit more? He's not the most fluid athlete, despite being undersized. So I think he could do some good things, and I think Mario Walford should have went earlier. That's interesting. I think Joey Bosa for Ohio State's definitely going to be a top 10 pick next year. Ezekiel Elliott, we'll see how next year goes, and Cardale Jones as well. I think both of them could, may not have quite the success they had this past year. Steelers are on the clock. We'll see if they take anyone here. Still some good core. Still a lot of good players left. Troy Hill out of Oregon's a good player. I wonder if the Steelers will take a chance on Nick Marshall, someone like that. Maybe a running back here for Pittsburgh. This would be a good spot for it. I think they like Matt Jones, though, and kind of missed out on him. Here's the Steelers' pick at 239. Their final pick of the draft is Gerard Holloman, safety out of Louisville. So there's your safety for the Steelers. Gerard Holloman, an absolute monster as a one-deep safety. Broke the interception record in the NCAA this year. 6'2", 201, pretty good size as well. Not gonna tackle you. He doesn't try. He doesn't try to tackle. He kind of limp wrists the tackles. He intercepted Jameis Winston twice this year. Had a huge game against Florida State, and he's aggressive. Great closing speed for his size, and he's not afraid in coverage too. And he goes for the ball to kind of wrap up and get a little bit physical there. Really came out of nowhere this year. There's some major effort concerns about him. He missed almost as many tackles as he made. So you don't want him at the line. You don't want him trying to tackle anyone. But for reserve free safety, it's worth a shot. Worth a shot. Oh, Mr. Irrelevant contest will be on the way. Don't you worry. Lions pick at 240. Corey Robinson, I love that pick, man. Corey Robinson is a big offensive tackle, offensive guard who very productive. I mean he played a ton at South Carolina. And honestly, I think with his size and movement ability, he could be really good. He moved to offensive tackle a little bit late in his career, but man, watching him this year, I thought he was a dominant athlete. 324 pounds. He moves like he's 300 pounds. He played right tackle. He's played left tackle. Moves his feet around really well, and he's a good pass protector. I think he can play offensive tackle. A really good pass protector with good strength. And look, he doesn't necessarily have the arm movement and things like that. But I think he's kind of a dancing bear with how he moves his feet and he keeps shuffling around. Maybe it won't work in the NFL, but I do think that Corey Robinson has a shot to make a team. Titan fan, the only undrafted free agent website there is anypatriotsdraft.com. They do such a good job. Mike Loico does a lot of that. Browns are on the clock, and we're going to be having a contest for Mr. Irrelevant. Coming up in a couple picks, we'll start that off. I'll let you know when we start accepting entries, but if someone can guess it right, $25 richer. So make sure you stay tuned through the whole thing. Browns are on the pick, on the clock. No problem, man. I'm happy to have everyone here. I'm glad you've been watching, and I appreciate people tweeting the link out and all of that. So I'll announce when I start to accepting entries for that. We still have some picks to go. Wait till we get into the compensatory picks before we start that process. But if you guys have been here for a while, stick around and see what you can do. Yeah, I mean, and doing any PD is definitely the best for undrafted free agents. I'll try to tweet out what I can. I shouldn't. I probably need to work on other stuff tonight and not die. But I'll try to tweet out what I can find out too. Dig a little bit. Yeah, Ole Miss has a really good team next year. I mean, they have some really good players. I think Laquan Treadwell, top 5 is a little rich now, but never know. Yeah, do it, man. Midwest Pats fan, get there, get it going. And Ifo Ekpre-Alamu, selected by the Cleveland Browns. There it is. He finally comes off the board, pick 241. Ifo Ekpre-Alamu finally gets drafted. I think it's worth a shot, even if the knee's messed up. I mean, he was a great player for Oregon when he was healthy. I know he had kind of a down year as a senior, but I like him as a nickel back. I like him as a potential safety convert. If you're Cleveland, why not take that chance and see if you can get him healthy and get it repaired? 7th round, it's well worth the shot for these type of players, and that's definitely what what I would take. Really like that. Really like that pick for Cleveland. Cowboys are on the clock. The Oakland Raiders take Dexter McDonald, cornerback out of Kansas. So more Kansas players getting drafted, and Dexter McDonald out of Kansas to Oakland. He's an interesting player. I definitely like Corey Shepard more, but a 200-pounder that can run in the 4.4s. That's something that you can work with. Great size, great speed, great length for Dexter McDonald. He looks like he should be able to press. He's not a very good press coverage corner. I think that's the big problem, is he lets receivers get behind him a little bit too much. But all in all, you have that ability, and in contested passes, I thought he was really good. So Dexter McDonald goes to Oakland, and Dallas is on the clock next at 243. So now Dallas is up 243. Yeah, man, Kansas with some nice drafted defensive players there. Lawrence Gibson, offensive tackle out of Virginia Tech, goes to the Dallas Cowboys. Really like that pick. One of the better offensive linemen left in this draft. A really good athlete. Has played tackle, has played guard. He had a really good vertical leap. Very explosive player. 305 pounds, maybe a little on the undersized circuit. He's definitely not a pure technician with hand usage in terms of leverage, but and doesn't have a ton of strength, but he can move. I like him as an offensive tackle, where he has that ability against speed rushers to keep that kick slide going and keep them at bay. So I really like it. He did well with the run game at Virginia Tech too, and he's someone that you can develop a little bit. He's quick. He's quick and he's fast. I like that pick a lot. '49ers are on the clock. Pick 27. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks left in in the draft, and then we hit the compensatory picks to round things out. Post a little bit closer here. There we go. All right. Thanks, guys, for sticking with me. I appreciate it. Appreciate everyone that's been watching all 3 days. It's awesome. Awesome to see you here, and glad. I hope you've enjoyed it. Just where. Yeah, I really like Corey Robinson, Honolulu. I think Corey Robinson has a ton of upside. He's big. He can move. I like him at tackle. I think he can be a little bit nasty. I think, yeah, get him on the practice squad, see what you can do with him, and he might develop into someone in the future. A good fit for the Detroit Lions offensive line. I'll say that for sure. It's all right, Anakin. I appreciate you being here for 2 as well. I appreciate anyone that's even just stopped in. We'll be holding a contest for the diehards that have stuck with day 3 and that are in here in a little bit. So Dallas does not draft a running back in the draft. Cowboys, that was their last pick. That was it. No running backs. San Francisco pick 244. They select Trent Brown, offensive guard out of Florida. And Trent Brown, not much experience at Florida. You know, he was a player that came in a little bit late, but 350 pounder. I mean, he's another mammoth of a man. Played a little offensive tackle. I think he's 6'8". At one point bulked up to 360, 370 pounds. So this is just a big, sit on his behind, put him in offensive guard and see what happens. Is a really, really intriguing player for the size perspective. But listen to him at 355. I think that's what he ended up coming in at. And he's definitely a run blocking specialist. When you have that big size, you don't let guys through you. That's what he can do. So 6'8", 355, and not much of an athlete. Not going to move around, not going to pull. But if you want a big body, see if you can develop him. Hey, might as well take it. Yeah, more Virginia Tech corners. That's what we need. Yep, gonna be happening. So not taking any picks yet for our contest. I'll make the announcement when it happens, when I'll start taking them. But Tennessee Titans pick 245. Take Trey McBride, wide receiver William and Mary. The slide ends, and so Tennessee takes Dorial Green-Beckham and Trey McBride, 2 of the more upside receivers in the draft. McBride ran a 4.41 at 210 pounds, 6 feet tall. Physically a dominant player. Great at high pointing of football, good at contested passes, very good in the red zone, has this long length. But he doesn't play as fast as a 4.41. He doesn't get a ton of separation, and that's the big thing, is his cuts and his breaks are not very good, and there's the concern about him being kind of a diva attitude. So you're going to pair Green-Beckham and McBride with Marcus Mariota and see what happens. This should be interesting. It should be fun in Tennessee, I'll say that. San Francisco on the clock, 2:46. Yeah, at least Mariota's going to have to do it. So the 49ers trade the pick to the Cowboys. Could we see the Cowboys take a running back here? That's exciting. Cowboys trade. I don't know what they traded for a 7th round pick, but we'll find out, I guess, who the Cowboys are going to draft. I got excited. There's lots of running backs left. You got You got Malcolm Brown, Zach Zenner, Ty Varga, John Crockett, Trey Williams, Malcolm Agnew. Lots of good players. They take Jeff Swaim. They take a tight end out of Texas. Of course. Of course, you know, I was like, this got to be it, right? And then it's Jeff Swaim. Jeff Swaim is kind of a middling tight end. Was not a player who had a ton of catches. Definitely more of a kind of a blocking specialist, in my opinion. 6'4", 250 pounds, and he's a good kind of red zone tight end, but probably more of a blocker that you're gonna have. So that's third string tight end out of Texas. That's who the Dallas Cowboys traded for. Cool. Patriots are on the clock. If anyone finds out what Dallas traded for Jeff Swaim, let me know. I feel like we're going to see some undrafted free agent running backs go to Dallas, and they're going to be. We'll all get way too excited about it. Oh, man. Patriots are on the clock. Patriots have one more pick after this in the compensatory picks. Yeah, I don't think Dallas is going to get Adrian Peterson, but, man, you think they would have gotten someone in a pretty good running back class here. A little surprised they didn't spend even a 7th rounder on somebody. Dallas traded their 6th rounder next year for 3rd string tight end. Awesome. Good move, Cowboys. Good job. Sweet. So Patriots are on the clock. And they take Darryl Roberts, corner out of Marshall. That's a really, really good pick. I think Darryl Roberts is underrated. I thought he might go a couple rounds earlier. Very, very fast corner. And he has pretty good size, too. Not much of a playmaker, but 6 feet tall. 182 pounds, and he blazes. He's a 4-4, 4-3 type of player. Can turn and run really, really well. And didn't go to the combine, didn't go to any All-Star games, but ultimately he's someone that can turn and run. I thought he was pretty fluid, and ran a 4.36 at his pro day. So you get that kind of corner upside, and the Patriots can mold those guys. I love that pick. I think he was a 5th rounder. Cowboys must have some kind of plan for the running back position. Seahawks are up. Pick 248. Stay tuned for the Mr. Irrelevant contest. Your chance to win $25 from yours truly, Shane P. Hallam. Seahawks, 248. I mean, if anything, is the Dallas passing game is they're gonna be throwing maybe a ton more. And Ryan Smith-Murphy, safety out of Oregon State, and big guy, 215 pounds, free safety, had a pretty good athlete for his size, and is a decent hitter at the same time. I think he's a good kind of two-way starter. Very tight-hipped. He doesn't necessarily use that length well. I think he's someone that needs some mental help. But special teams wise, I think Ryan Smith-Murphy, is an awesome player because you got that size and speed. He can run downhill. So I really like him as a special teams player. Atlanta Falcons. Woodrow? No barking. Yeah, he's freaking out. His cat's trying to get upstairs. Psst, psst. Falcons' last pick before the compensatory selections take place. Got this one from the Patriots through the Rams. Woodrow's been pretty good. He hasn't barked too much over the stream. But when the cat starts clawing at the door to get upstairs, that's when we have problems. See, Dimitri wants to let out of his cage, his prison cell downstairs. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty chill. Falcons pick Akeem King, safety out of San Jose State, a guy that made a lot of visits, makes a lot of sense, and in the box, type of strong safety, plays pretty well downhill, another decent special teams player, potentially. So I like Akeem King, and he's someone that I think the more the season went on, the better he kind of got at playing in the box and making those big tackles. So like I said, I think he's a special teams player, maybe some athletic upside for Akeem King. All right, let's do our contest. So the Mr. Relevant contest, put your picks in the chat room for who you think Mr. Relevant's going to be. Only one pick per person, and whoever hits it first. But I get to go first, and I am picking... I'm going to pick Darius Allen, linebacker out of Colorado State. Arizona has the Mr. Relevant pick this year, if that helps you. So I'm going with Darius Allen. So post in the chat room. If you get it right, you get $25. Mizzou's taking Alani Fua. Ryan's taking Zach Zenner. Jemima's taking La'el Collins. Donkey's taking Jeff Luck. Zook's taking Curtis Grant. Anakin is taking Michael Dyer. Experto is taking Devin Gardner. Phoenix is taking Zach Virgil. Matt is taking Ladarius Gunter. Dallas is taking Corey Crawford. Shelton's taking Dre Anderson. VY is taking Jacoby Glenn. Justone is taking Wes Saxton. Scott, I already picked Darius Allen. Sorry, bud. Already is my pick. You can't take that. Josh Harper for Raider Girl. Prosciutto takes Shane Carden. Midwest takes Derek Lott. Rodney Gunter got taken, not Ladarius Gunter. So another Gunter. So that's all. If you, just a buck, you can change your pick. Someone already took Lyle Collins. Scott Wright, you can change your pick. I already took Darius Allen. That's my pick. Where's Phoenix? We gotta get his pick in here. But let me tweet this out real quick. Draft hobbyist goes with Anthony Harris. Oh, we did get Phoenix. I wrote that down too. Zach Virgil. Oops. Just a buck is going Titus Davis. So there we go. Antoine Everett for Hep. It's a good one. The Broncos pick 250. So we'll see. If your guy gets taken, you can definitely change it as long as you don't take anyone else's player. See if any of my Twitter followers try to hop in for the $25. You do have to be here when it's announced to win. Thank you, Ryan, for the tweet. I appreciate that. Good call, Scott. I like Gabe Holmes. I think that's a good pick. Angry Nate goes with Marcus Rush. That's a good pick, too. I like him. Mr. Quinlan goes Nate Boyer. Cardinals UK goes Kevin White. Let's see. Any other ones so far? Warner goes Trey DePriest. AJ goes Brandon Bridge. Very interesting. We'll see. We'll see if someone's going to get that victory. Denver Broncos pick at 250 is up, and it is Trevor Siemian, quarterback out of Northwestern. I actually like him a lot. I don't know if I had them taking him in my mock. I had someone taking him. 6'3", 215, pretty good size, really smart player, accurate. You know, he's a player that throws a really catchable ball, very pretty ball, nice spiral, and an accurate player. Good, his NFL size, his NFL accuracy, not the biggest arm in the world. His zip can be a little bit iffy, but he does it with good technique, really good footwork, really good release point. I think he understands the game a lot. Progression-wise, it depended on the game. I thought some games he had a really went through his progressions well, found that open receiver. I think some games he forced it a little bit. So I think Trevor Siemian's a nice developmental quarterback. It's very possible that Denver could be looking for a quarterback next year. I picked Darius Allen, linebacker from Colorado State Pueblo. So that was my pick. Let's see, the Dynasty goes Emoan Claiborne. Don't worry, AJ. I got you with Brandon Bridge. I got you. At MLB something goes Ryan Murphy. All right. Mr. Very Relevant goes BJ Finney. So, all right. Keep those picks coming. If you want to post up your Mr. Relevant, put it in the chat room. If no one's taking it, I'll add you to the list. I've said everyone's, so make sure that I got yours. If you didn't hear me say it, you can put it back there. J.L. Gagne asks about Jeff Swaim. I think Jeff Swaim's a blocking tight end, maybe a third-string blocking tight end for Dallas. Didn't do much catching the ball, maybe one or two catches a game, but very good blocker. Got low, good in the run game, blocking for it. So I wouldn't have traded a 6th-round pick for him, but Ryan Murphy did get drafted by Seattle, so that guy's going to have to pick someone else. The guy with the default name in the chat room, I guess. All right, so let's get some of these Broncos picks. The Broncos take a couple players here. They take Terrain Nixon, who's a cornerback from Tulane, and Terrain Nixon is a pretty good defensive back. He played corner for them. I think he could convert to safety. A pretty good tackler. A good press cover corner, 6 foot, 183 pounds. Was pretty physical and pretty fast. I think there's some upside with him in terms of turning and running. Not overly productive. Didn't have a ton of disruptive plays. Contested balls, he would get boxed out and could lose pretty easily. So that's a player that I think is developmental with his size and some of the physicality that he can do. Their other pick was another defensive back, Josh Furman, out of Oklahoma State. And Josh Furman, Oklahoma State's kind of a down year for them as a whole. But I think Josh Furman is a player who 6'2", 202 is an in-the-box player. Not many big plays. You didn't really see him do that, but you saw him play in the box. They actually blitzed him a lot. He did a lot of safety blitzes, would come after the quarterback, would get in the backfield for the running back. Not much in coverage, but actually a player that you could maybe use as a special teamer or the occasional blitz here and there. So I think it's a decent 7th round upside pick. And the Patriots take Xavier Dixon, who is a defensive end from Alabama. So another Alabama player gets drafted, and Xavier Dixon, 265 pounds, a pretty good girth for him. He played outside linebacker. He can play D-end to put his hand on the ground, or stand up and play linebacker for the Patriots. I thought he was okay. He never really stood out to me as a splash player that made these big plays. Decent wrap-up tackler. Sometimes seemed to just a step behind running backs on the edge or things like that. A lot of his sacks had. I think a lot of the sacks that he had kind of come with someone else getting the pass rush. So, not too bad. Let me see if I missed any. Mr. Relevant picks. If you have Mr. Relevant picks, just type in the chat room. If it's not taken, then you'll be good. Zach Zenner, already taken, so you can change out. Jose Mattia is still not taken, and I don't know. Yeah, B.J. Finney slipping down. I think he's just not a great athlete. I don't think you get much with him in terms of pass protection. So I think that could be why he's fallen a little bit. But seems a little much. Rory Anderson. Rory Anderson for San Francisco, another upside tight end play. Busta Anderson is I guess his nickname. But a player with a lot of catches, a lot of production to him. And I think Rory Anderson is not a finished product, but I think athletically he has what you want. Doesn't seem to really get the game, though. I think that could be a potential issue for him, where he doesn't seem to get open. You put him in the zone, there always seems to be someone around him. Not much separation for him, despite the good athleticism. Not a great blocker, and I think he's kind of a developmental player for the 49ers. So I got JL is taking Jordan Taylor Rice. Jordan Taylor. All right. One of the MLBs is taking Ray Drew. The Texans draft Angry Nate asked about the Texan draft. I love it. I think they did great trading up for Jalen Strong. I think that was a really nice pickup for them. The first 3 picks, potentially 3 starters out of that. And I really like Christian Covington as a 6th-round pick. I think Mumphrey, Cleat, Hilliard, kind of backup types, maybe special teamers, but I thought the rest of their draft was really good. Midwest Pats fan, the Patriots pick of Xavier Dixon, I think is solid. I mean, I think he's a solid player. No real upside to him, but as a linebacker, maybe he could put his hand down a little bit. I think the Patriots could do it. So MLB got Ray Drew. JL got Jordan Taylor. Mr. Very got BJ Finney. Colts are on the clock. We're 2 picks away from Mr. Irrelevant. Once the Colts make their pick, I'm gonna stop the contest. Wes Saxton. I think someone already guessed Wes Saxton. He's still out there, but can't be your choice for Mr. Irrelevant. So make sure you get those Mr. Irrelevant guesses. No, I'll be following free agency. So no top undrafted free agent stuff for me. So that'll be about it. So Denzel Good is the pick for the Indianapolis Colts from Mars Hill. So there you go. There is your first player that I have not watched. Is Denzel Good from Mars Hill, offensive lineman from Mars Hill. So there it is. Second to last pick. First guy I haven't seen. 6'7", 320 pounds. Seems like a big athlete. But there was. I thought I was going to get them all. I thought I had everyone. Now I got to go back and watch some Mars Hill tape. I blew it. That was it. All right, last chance for Mr. Irrelevant. Brandon Bridge is gone. Already taken. Bustin' Magic. Give me some rapid fire names here. Got to give me someone off the wall. So there it was, second to last pick. But we got our. Yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for watching for sure. Go to any Patriots draft for undrafted free agency if you're interested in fantasy. I'm taping a show on Tuesday with Zan Morning. We'll be talking about the fantasy impact of these guys, dynasty wise. So. I know. Gotta watch more tapes. So make sure you stay here for Mr. Irrelevant if you want to claim your prize if you win. See the Arizona Cardinals take. It's been a fun weekend. Try to do some undrafted free agent stuff. Mars Hill. Gotta watch Mars Hill. I have to look at the draft, see what my number 1 draft is, but we'll see. Mr. Irrelevant. Here it comes. Follow Mike Loyko, NEPD_Loyko, LOYKO. People are already signing. They already said this. They just said it twice. Gerald Christian, tight end out of Louisville. So they do go tight end. They take Gerald Christian. No one got it. We talked about Christian earlier as, he's a pretty solid player, 244 pounds, a decent blocker, a decent hands catcher, not an elite athlete by any means, but had some good moments for Louisville. So this is not a complete irrelevant, Mr. Irrelevant. I think Gerald Christian could have went a couple rounds earlier, but pretty good. So, hey, thanks everyone for joining me. I'm sure I'll be breaking down. No one has ever won the Mr. Relevant contest, actually. So, we'll keep trying every year, Daddy Shelton. 6 years, no one's won. We're going to keep it going. But thanks everyone for joining me. I'll be hitting up the undrafted free agents as I try to cook dinner and do things that I've neglected for the whole weekend here. So, thanks everyone, and we'll see.